Before we begin tonight's story, I want to take just a moment to ask for your support. If you're enjoying this content, please consider using your hype points on this video. It helps the channel more than you could possibly know and makes a real difference in allowing us to continue creating these stories. If you're listening on Spotify, leaving a review truly helps us reach more people who might enjoy this kind of content. And if you feel like it, drop a comment letting us know what time it is where you are and where in the world you're tuning in from. We absolutely love seeing where everyone is listening. Finally, if you enjoy what we do here, please subscribe. It means everything. Now, let's get into tonight's story. There are moments in history that echo louder than thunder. Moments when kingdoms rise and fall on the edge of a sword. But sometimes, the most powerful acts happen in silence. Far from the crowds, far from the monuments, far from anyone who might record them. This is a story about one of those moments. A story about an old man who changed the course of a kingdom without ever lifting a weapon. Without ever seeking fame. Without ever asking for anything in return. His name was Barzillai, and what he did would reveal something profound about faith, loyalty, and the kind of service that God remembers even when the world forgets. Chapter 1. A Kingdom in Chaos. The roads leading out of Jerusalem were choked with dust and desperation. King David, the man who had slain Goliath, the warrior poet who had united a fractured nation, was running for his life. Not from a foreign army, not from invaders at the gate, from his own son. Absalom had turned the hearts of Israel against his father. What began as whispers of dissent had grown into open rebellion. The prince was young, charismatic, beautiful in appearance and persuasive in speech. He had stood at the city gates, listening to grievances, promising justice, slowly building a coalition of the disaffected and ambitious. And then he struck. The rebellion came swiftly. Absalom declared himself king in Hebron, and thousands rallied to his banner. David, caught off guard by the speed and scale of the uprising, made a decision that shocked his closest advisors. He fled. He left Jerusalem behind, taking with him only those who remained loyal. The Cherethites and Pelethites, his personal guard, a few hundred soldiers, priests carrying the Ark of the Covenant, servants, wives, children, a caravan of the displaced moving east through the Kidron Valley, climbing the Mount of Olives with their heads covered in mourning. David wept as he walked barefoot up the mountain, a king without a throne, a father betrayed by his own blood. The city he had claimed for God now belonged to his enemy. The throne he had been promised as eternal now seemed impossibly fragile. Behind him, Jerusalem fell into Absalom's hands without a single arrow fired. The transition was seamless, terrifyingly efficient. Absalom moved into the palace, declared his kingship before the people, and began consolidating power with the kind of brutal pragmatism that left no room for mercy. David's group moved east, toward the wilderness, toward the Jordan River. They were exhausted. Many had fled with nothing but the clothes on their backs. Food was scarce, water was rationed, children cried. The elderly struggled to keep pace. This was not an army on the march. This was a people in exile. The journey toward the Jordan was grueling in ways that went beyond physical exhaustion. Every step away from Jerusalem felt like a step away from legitimacy. The city was not just the capital. It was the symbol of everything David had built. The place where the ark rested. The centre of worship. The seat of God's chosen king. Leaving it meant leaving behind more than stone and wood. It meant abandoning the visible proof of God's favour. The tangible evidence that David's kingship was real and ordained and permanent. Now, walking through the wilderness with a handful of loyalists, that certainty seemed distant. The promises felt abstract. The covenant appeared fragile. David's closest companions watched him with concern. They had seen him face armies without flinching. They had watched him spare Saul's life twice when killing him would have been justified. They had witnessed his courage in battle and his wisdom in judgment. But this was different. This was personal in ways that warfare never was. This was his own son, his own flesh, turning against him with a hatred that seemed incomprehensible. How do you fight someone you still love? How do you defend yourself against someone you once held as a child? The questions had no good answers. Among the refugees fleeing with David were people from every level of society. Noble families who had remained loyal, servants who chose exile over serving a usurper, warriors whose allegiance to David transcended political calculation, priests who understood that God's anointing did not transfer just because circumstances changed. They moved through the landscape like ghosts of a former glory. Some walked, some rode donkeys or horses. The elderly were carried. Children too young to walk were held by mothers whose faces showed the strain of constant worry. They passed through villages where people watched from doorways, unwilling to offer help but also unwilling to report their movements to Absalom's forces. The neutrality was understandable but still painful. These were people David had protected, whose lands he had secured, whose disputes he had settled with justice. Now they watched him pass without acknowledgement, waiting to see which side would win before committing themselves. The landscape itself seemed indifferent to their plight. The hills rolled on endlessly. The sun beat down without mercy. The nights grew cold. The wilderness that had once been David's refuge when he fled from Saul now became his prison once again, a place of waiting and uncertainty. As they descended toward the Jordan Valley, the reality of their situation became increasingly clear. They had no base of operations, no secure location, no certainty about what would happen next. They were dependent on whatever support they could find among the tribes east of the Jordan, in territories that had always been more independent, less integrated into the unified kingdom David had built. It was a precarious position for a king, and everyone knew it. The whispers began among the refugees, quiet conversations about what would happen if Absalom pursued them, about whether they had enough warriors to mount a defence, about how long they could survive without a steady supply of provisions. David heard these whispers. He understood the fear behind them, but he also understood something his followers were struggling to remember. God had not abandoned him. The covenant had not been revoked. The promises remained, even when the evidence seemed to contradict them. This was a test, not of David's military capability or political acumen, but of faith itself. Would he trust God when everything visible suggested that God's favour had been withdrawn? Would he remain faithful when faithfulness seemed futile? The answer would determine not just David's fate, but the fate of the kingdom God had promised to establish through his line. And the future had never been more uncertain. Chapter 2. An old man by the Jordan east of the Jordan, in the region of Gilead, there lived a man named Barzillai. He was from Rogelim, a settlement that rarely appeared in the records of kings and prophets. It was the kind of place people passed through rather than remembered. Agricultural land, sheep and grain, quiet prosperity without drama. Barzillai was elderly. The scriptures would later note he was 80 years old, though some believed he was even older. He had lived through the reigns of Saul and David. He had seen war and peace, famine and plenty. He had built a life, through hard work and careful management, accumulating wealth not through conquest but through consistency. He owned land, he had flocks, he employed workers and managed trade routes. His household was respected in the region, known for fairness and integrity. But Barzillai was not a public figure. He held no official position. He commanded no troops. He had never stood before kings or addressed assemblies. His life was provincial in the best sense of the word, rooted in family and community rather than political ambition. He was, by every measure that mattered to the chroniclers of Israel's history, unremarkable. Yet Barzillai paid attention. He listened to the reports coming from Jerusalem. He heard about Absalom's rebellion, about David's flight, about the kingdom tearing itself apart. He knew the roads that led through Gilead, knew that refugees and warriors would soon be passing through his territory. And he understood something that many had forgotten. David was not just a king. He was the anointed one, the man God had chosen to lead Israel. Whatever political calculations others were making, whatever hedging of bets and waiting to see who would win, Barzillai saw something deeper. This was a test of faith, not David's faith. David's faith had been proven 1,000 times over. This was a test of everyone else's faith, a test of whether they believed God's promises were real or just convenient stories to tell when times were good. Barzillai watched from his estate as the distant dust clouds approached. He saw the refugees, the soldiers, the desperate caravan making its way toward the river. He saw exhaustion and fear and the kind of weariness that comes when everything you believed was stable suddenly collapses. And he made a decision. The decision was not made lightly. Barzillai understood the implications. Helping David meant declaring allegiance to a fugitive king against a prince who currently held power. It meant risking everything he had built over a lifetime. His property, his family's safety, his standing in the community. If Absalom's rebellion succeeded permanently, if David never reclaimed his throne, then Barzillai's choice would mark him as an enemy of the new regime. Properties could be confiscated. Family members could face retaliation. Business relationships could dissolve overnight. At 80 years old, with wealth accumulated through decades of careful management, the safe choice was obvious. Stay neutral, wait, watch. See who emerges victorious before committing resources or declaring allegiance. This was the path most were taking, the path of prudent self-preservation. But Barzillai had not built his life on prudence alone. Underneath the practical businessman, underneath the careful manager of estates and flocks, there existed a bedrock of theological conviction that went deeper than any political calculation. He believed God's promises were real, not metaphorical, not conditional, not subject to revision based on current circumstances. God had chosen David, had anointed him through Samuel, had established a covenant promising that David's throne would endure. These were not suggestions or aspirations, they were divine declarations, and if they were divine declarations, then they remained true regardless of whether David sat in Jerusalem or wandered in the wilderness, regardless of whether thousands rallied to his banner or only a few hundred remained loyal, regardless of whether his situation looked hopeless or promising. The anointing did not depend on circumstances, it preceded them and transcended them. This understanding shaped Barzillai's response to the crisis unfolding before him. He did not see David as a king who might or might not be restored. He saw David as God's chosen ruler who was temporarily displaced, but whose ultimate victory was assured by divine promise. Acting on that conviction meant accepting risk, but Barzillai had lived long enough to understand that faith always involves risk. That trust in God's promises requires action even when outcomes are uncertain. That genuine belief manifests not in words but in choices that carry real cost. He assembled his household, called together his stewards and workers, began organising provisions on a scale that would sustain hundreds of people for an extended period. His servants, seeing the scope of what he was planning, understood the implications immediately. This was not charity. This was taking sides. This was a declaration that could not be walked back or explained away if circumstances turned against them. Some questioned the wisdom of such commitment, suggested a more modest contribution that could be presented as humanitarian aid rather than political alliance, argued that helping refugees was one thing, but helping a fugitive king was quite another. Barzillai listened to these concerns, acknowledged their validity, then proceeded with his original plan anyway, because this was not about politics. This was not about calculating odds or hedging bets. This was about faithfulness to what God had established, regardless of personal cost. His household, seeing his determination, set aside their objections and began preparing. They gathered provisions from storehouses, assembled bedding and cooking vessels, organised transportation for the supplies, coordinated with workers to ensure a steady flow of provisions would continue beyond the initial delivery. The magnitude of the preparation reflected both Barzillai's wealth and his commitment. This was not a token gesture. This was a comprehensive support system, the kind of provision that could make the difference between survival and collapse for David's entire group. As the work progressed, word spread through Jerusalem and the surrounding region. Some praised Barzillai's loyalty, others criticised his recklessness. Most simply watched and waited, reserving judgment until events revealed whether his choice had been wise or foolish. Barzillai remained unmoved by both praise and criticism. Public opinion, he had learned over 8 decades of life, was fickle and unreliable. What mattered was obedience to what faith required. What mattered was acting in accordance with conviction, rather than convenience. The provisions were assembled, the transport arranged, everything was ready, and Barzillai prepared to meet a king in exile with the kind of support that would reveal where his ultimate allegiance lay. Chapter 3. Choosing to act. The decision Barzillai faced was not simple. Helping David meant taking sides in a civil war. It meant declaring loyalty to a king in exile against a prince in power. If Absalom's rebellion succeeded, if David never reclaimed his throne, then Barzillai's choice would be remembered. Properties could be confiscated. Family members could face retaliation. At his age, with his wealth, the safe choice was obvious. Stay neutral. Wait. See who wins. But Barzillai did not choose safety. When David's group reached the Jordan, Barzillai was there. Not with an army, not with political declarations or public gestures. He came with supplies, beds and blankets, basins for washing, pottery and cooking vessels, wheat and barley, flour and roasted grain, beans and lentils, honey and curds, sheep already butchered and prepared for cooking, cheese made from the milk of his own flocks. He brought everything a weary, hungry people would need. The provision was comprehensive, practical, and expensive. This was not a token gesture. This was not charity that could be explained away if questioned. This was a full commitment of resources, the kind of support that could sustain hundreds of people for days or even weeks. David's followers, many of whom had fled with nothing, stared at the abundance laid out before them. Children reached for bread. Warriors who had marched all night without eating sat down to real meals. The elderly found places to rest on proper bedding for the first time since leaving Jerusalem. Barzillai oversaw the distribution personally. He spoke quietly with David's commanders, asking what else was needed. He arranged for fresh water. He ensured the supply lines would continue, that his people would bring more provisions as needed. He did all of this without speeches, without demanding recognition, without negotiating for position or reward. The scene at the Jordan crossing became one of those moments that define character more clearly than any crisis ever could. Here were David's people, exhausted and afraid, suddenly surrounded by abundance provided by a man they had never met, a man who owed them nothing, a man who risked everything to support them. Some of the refugees wept as they ate, not just from relief, though relief was certainly part of it, but from the unexpected grace of being helped when help seemed impossible, from the reality that someone believed in David's kingship enough to stake their fortune on it. The warriors, hardened by years of combat, felt something shift inside them. They had followed David out of loyalty, but the journey into exile had tested that loyalty severely. Watching their king reduced to a fugitive, seeing the throne usurped by his own son, wondering whether they had chosen the losing side in a civil war, all of this had created doubt. Barzillai's provision answered those doubts without words. Here was someone with no personal connection to David, no obligation to help, no promise of reward, who nevertheless gave generously and completely. If this elderly landowner from Gilead believed David was still God's anointed king, perhaps the cause was not as hopeless as it seemed. The psychological impact of Barzillai's support extended far beyond the material provisions, crucial as those were. It reminded David's followers that they were not alone, that faithfulness to God's anointed still mattered to some people, that the covenant promises had not been forgotten by everyone. David himself was deeply moved. He had experienced betrayal from those he trusted most. His own son had turned against him. His counselor Ahithophel had joined the rebellion. People he had defended and protected had watched him flee without offering assistance, and now this stranger, this elderly man from a provincial town, had provided more support than most of David's supposed allies combined. When David thanked him, Barzillai simply nodded. This was what faithfulness looked like. This was what loyalty meant, not when it was easy and public and guaranteed to be rewarded, but when it was costly and uncertain and potentially dangerous. The provisions were distributed efficiently. Barzillai's servants worked alongside David's people, ensuring everyone received what they needed. Cooking fires were lit. Tents were erected using the supplies Barzillai had brought. The camp transformed from a desperate refugee situation into something approaching organized stability. Children who had been crying from hunger were fed and settled. The elderly who had been struggling to keep pace found comfortable places to rest. Warriors who had been operating on adrenaline and determination alone finally got proper meals and the promise of more to come. The transformation was remarkable. Within hours of Barzillai's arrival, David's camp went from crisis to sustainability. The provisions bought them time to rest, time to regroup, time to plan their next move without the desperate urgency of immediate survival needs. Barzillai coordinated with his household to ensure the supply line would continue. He arranged for regular deliveries of food and necessities. He made his resources available for as long as David needed them. He committed not to a single gesture of support, but to ongoing provision for the duration of the crisis. This level of commitment went far beyond what anyone could reasonably expect. It represented a complete dedication to David's cause, a willingness to sustain the exiled king's household indefinitely if necessary, and he did it all without negotiating for anything in return, without securing promises of future reward, without even asking for acknowledgement beyond the simple courtesy of acceptance. The people ate, they rested, they regained strength, and Barzillai returned to Rogelim back to his quiet life, leaving behind only the memory of his kindness and the tangible reality of his support. For many in David's camp, that support made the difference between survival and collapse. It provided the foundation they needed to regroup, to plan, to prepare for what came next. But Barzillai did not stay to see it. He had done what needed to be done. The outcome was in God's hands. His servants continued the supply line he had established. Regular deliveries of provisions arrived at David's camp. The support was reliable, generous, and consistent. It allowed David to focus on the military and political challenges ahead without the constant worry of how to feed and shelter his followers. In the days that followed, as David consolidated his position east of the Jordan and began preparing for the inevitable confrontation with Absalom's forces, the stability provided by Barzillai's support proved crucial. Warriors could train, strategies could be developed, alliances could be forged. All of this became possible because one elderly man in Gilead had understood what faithfulness required and had acted on that understanding without hesitation or calculation of personal benefit. The kingdom would remember this moment, but Barzillai would not seek such remembrance. He had simply done what was right, what was required, what faith demanded in that particular moment. And then he had gone home. Chapter 4. Helping the anointed in hiding. The theological weight of what Barzillai had done became clearer as the days passed. David was not just any king. He was the Lord's anointed, chosen by God through the prophet Samuel when he was still a shepherd boy. His kingship was not merely political, it was covenantal. God had promised that David's throne would be established forever, that his lineage would produce the Messiah. But now that promise seemed threatened. The faithful in Israel faced a profound question. Did God's promises depend on circumstances? Did they hold true only when the king was in power, sitting safely in Jerusalem? Or did they remain true even when the king was in exile, hunted by his own son, dependent on the charity of distant supporters? Barzillai's answer was clear. The promises held. The anointing remained. David was still God's chosen king, whether he sat on a throne or slept in the wilderness. This was not political pragmatism. This was theological conviction. Others had made different calculations. Many who had served David in Jerusalem now served Absalom, justifying the switch with talk of inevitability and practical necessity. Advisors had changed sides. Military commanders had defected. Even Ahithophel, David's most trusted counselor, had joined the rebellion. The narrative being constructed in Jerusalem was that David's time was over, that this was a natural transition, that Absalom represented the future while David represented the past. But Barzillai rejected that narrative entirely. He understood that God's purposes are not subject to human opinion polls or military outcomes. What God establishes, no rebellion can permanently overturn. What God anoints, no conspiracy can legitimately replace. The anointing was not a temporary designation that could be transferred based on popularity or power. It was a permanent spiritual reality. When Samuel had poured oil on David's head years ago, declaring him king over Israel, that act had initiated something that transcended politics. It had established David as God's representative, God's chosen instrument for leading the nation. That designation did not expire when circumstances became difficult. It did not transfer to Absalom just because Absalom had managed to seize power temporarily. Understanding this required a different way of seeing reality. It required recognizing that spiritual truths operate on a level deeper than visible circumstances, that God's purposes unfold over timescales that make immediate events seem less determinative. Most people could not see this way. They looked at Jerusalem under Absalom's control and concluded that Absalom was now the legitimate ruler. They looked at David in exile and concluded that his reign was over. They made judgments based on what appeared to be true rather than what God had declared to be true. Barzillai saw differently. He saw through the immediate crisis to the underlying reality. God had chosen David. God had made promises to David. Those facts remained constant regardless of temporary circumstances. So he helped David, not because he thought David would definitely win, not because he had insider information about military strategy, but because helping God's anointed was the right thing to do, regardless of outcome. This kind of faith is rare. It operates without guarantees. It acts on principle rather than probability. It serves without seeing the end of the story. In the weeks that followed, as David regrouped and prepared his forces, the support of people like Barzillai proved crucial. It was not just the material provisions, though those mattered enormously. It was the message those provisions sent. You are not alone. You are still the king. We still believe. David had lost his capital. He had lost his son. He had lost the visible symbols of his authority, but he had not lost everything. The faithful remained. The covenant held. And God's purposes, however obscured by current events, continued to unfold. Barzillai's quiet act of provision became part of that unfolding, a thread in the larger tapestry, a small but essential contribution to the preservation of the Davidic line, and he made that contribution without any certainty that history would remember his name. The faithfulness Barzillai demonstrated was not unique to him personally, though his particular expression of it was remarkable. Throughout Israel's history, there had always been people who understood that serving God meant more than maintaining religious rituals. It meant acting in accordance with God's declared purposes, even when those purposes seemed threatened by present circumstances. These were the people who hid prophets when kings sought to kill them, who protected the faithful during periods of apostasy, who maintained worship when it became dangerous to do so, who remembered God's promises when everyone else had forgotten them. They rarely became famous. Their names seldom appeared in the Chronicles, but they were the ones who actually preserved the faith through generations of crisis and compromise. Barzillai belonged to this tradition. He was one of the quiet faithful whose cumulative obedience sustained God's purposes when those purposes appeared most vulnerable. His provision for David was not an isolated act of generosity. It was an expression of lifelong faithfulness, of theological conviction developed over decades, of commitment to God's kingdom that ran deeper than any political allegiance or personal ambition. This is why the scriptures preserve his story. Not because what he did was extraordinary in scale, though the provision was certainly generous, but because what he did was extraordinary in motive. He helped because helping was what faith required. He gave because God's anointed needed provision. He risked everything because the covenant promises were more real to him than any threat Absalom's regime could pose. In a world of calculated allegiances and hedged bets, Barzillai's complete commitment stood out. He didn't help David a little bit. He did not provide token support that could be explained away if circumstances turned against him. He gave fully, generously, without reservation. And in doing so, he demonstrated what it actually means to trust God's promises. Not to give intellectual assent to theological propositions, but to stake everything on the conviction that what God has declared will come to pass, regardless of how things currently appear. This kind of faith changes kingdoms, not through dramatic displays or military might, but through the quiet, persistent obedience of people who understand that God's purposes advance through faithfulness more than through force. David would remember this. The lesson would shape how he understood loyalty, how he valued those who remained faithful during his darkest hours, how he thought about the relationship between covenant and circumstance, and it would shape how future generations understood what true faithfulness looks like. Not the faithfulness that emerges when outcomes are certain and rewards are guaranteed, but the faithfulness that persists when everything is uncertain and the only guarantee is God's word. Barzillai had embodied that kind of faith, and in doing so, he had become far more than just an elderly landowner from Gilead. He had become an example that would endure for thousands of years, teaching each new generation what it means to trust God completely. Chapter 5. The rebellion ends. The civil war that had seemed inevitable did not last as long as many expected. Absalom's support, though initially widespread, proved shallow. His coalition was built on grievances and promises rather than genuine loyalty. When David's forces, now regrouped and reinforced, began moving against the rebellion, that coalition began to fracture. The decisive battle took place in the forest of Ephraim. David's commanders, despite the king's explicit orders to deal gently with Absalom, engaged the rebel forces in terrain that favoured experience over numbers. The dense forest broke up formations, made cavalry charges impossible, turned the battle into a grinding series of small engagements where David's veteran warriors had every advantage. 20,000 men died that day. The forest itself seemed to fight against Absalom's forces, with more soldiers killed by the terrain and confusion than by enemy weapons. And then Absalom himself died. Riding through the forest on a mule, his head caught in the thick branches of an oak tree. The mule continued forward, leaving him hanging, suspended, helpless. Joab, David's commander, found him there and, despite the king's orders, killed him with 3 spears to the heart. The rebellion collapsed immediately. Without Absalom, there was no rallying point. His supporters fled or surrendered. The brief kingdom he had established evaporated like morning mist. Word reached David in Mahanaim. The messengers expected celebration. They brought news of victory, of the rebellion crushed, of the throne secured. Instead, David wept. He climbed to the chamber above the gate and cried out in grief that echoed through the camp. His words, raw and broken, revealed the terrible cost of victory. "O my son Absalom, my son Absalom, would that I had died instead of you, O Absalom, my son, my son." It was a king's lament, but also a father's. The throne was saved, but the price was unbearable. The grief was genuine and profound. David had lost many things over the course of his life. He had lost his best friend Jonathan. He had lost his infant son born to Bathsheba. He had lost warriors who had followed him since the days of fleeing from Saul. But this loss carried a unique weight. Absalom had not been killed by enemies. He had been killed while actively trying to take David's life, while leading a rebellion designed to destroy everything David had built. By every measure of justice and political necessity, Absalom's death should have been celebrated as the removal of a dangerous threat. But David was not celebrating. He was mourning, because underneath the rebel leader, underneath the usurper and traitor, Absalom was still his son, still the child he had held, still the boy who had needed his father's guidance and protection. The rebellion could not erase that fundamental relationship, could not change the fact that David loved him. This created a strange tension in the camp. The soldiers who had just won a decisive victory found themselves uncomfortable, almost ashamed. They had fought bravely, they had risked their lives, they had secured the throne and preserved the kingdom, and their king was weeping as though they had committed some terrible crime. Joab, practical and blunt as always, eventually confronted David about this. He pointed out that the king was humiliating those who had saved his life, that the grief was inappropriate given the circumstances, that David's mourning for a rebel son was overshadowing the loyalty of faithful followers. The confrontation was harsh but necessary. David eventually emerged from his grief enough to acknowledge his people, to thank them for their faithfulness, to begin the process of restoration. But something had changed. The victory felt hollow. The throne was secure, but the cost of securing it had left scars that would never fully heal. Eventually, after days of mourning, David was convinced to return to Jerusalem. The journey back was complicated by politics and reconciliation. Those who had supported Absalom now sought forgiveness. Those who had remained loyal expected reward. Everyone had a calculation, a positioning for the new reality. The tribes argued about who would have the honour of bringing the king back. Political factions manoeuvred for advantage. Old rivalries surfaced. The unity that had briefly existed during the crisis began fragmenting as soon as the immediate threat passed. David navigated these tensions with the wisdom that had made him a successful king, though the joy of return was tempered by everything he had lost along the way. But David remembered something more important than political manoeuvring. He remembered who had helped him when help was most needed. He remembered the beds and blankets in the wilderness, the food when his people were hungry, the quiet man from Regelim who had risked everything to support God's anointed king. He remembered Barzillai. Among all the people positioning for reward, among all the political calculations and renewed allegiances, David remembered the one person who had helped without any expectation of return, who had provided support when the outcome was uncertain, who had demonstrated faith rather than opportunism. This memory would shape what happened next, because David understood that loyalty shown during crisis is worth more than loyalty offered after victory is assured, that faithfulness demonstrated when the cost is real matters more than faithfulness proclaimed when the danger has passed. Barzillai had been faithful when it cost him something, when it required risk, when the easy path would have been neutrality or even opposition, and David was not going to forget that. Chapter 6. An Offer from the King. When David crossed back over the Jordan, preparing to reclaim his throne in Jerusalem, Barzillai came to meet him. He accompanied the king part of the way, a gesture of respect and continued loyalty. They travelled together toward Gilgal, and David, aware that Barzillai had not sought any reward or recognition for his support, made an offer. "Come across with me, and I will provide for you in Jerusalem." It was an extraordinary invitation, to live in the king's city, to have a place at the royal table, to be honoured publicly for the loyalty he had shown privately. For a provincial landowner from Gilead, this was the kind of opportunity that could transform not just his life, but his family's future for generations. David was offering more than provision. He was offering status, proximity to power, a permanent place in the court of Israel's greatest king. It was the reward that any reasonable person would accept without hesitation. The offer carried enormous implications. To be provided for by the king meant economic security for life. To live in Jerusalem meant access to the centre of power, the ability to influence decisions and shape policy. To be at the royal table meant prestige, honour, recognition as one of the king's most trusted companions. For someone of Barzillai's age, it also meant ensuring his family's future. The connections made in Jerusalem, the favour earned through proximity to David, could establish his descendants for generations. His children and grandchildren would benefit from the honour he had earned through his faithfulness. It was, by any standard, a generous and appropriate reward. David was offering to repay loyalty with loyalty, faithfulness with favour. He was demonstrating that serving God's anointed would not go unacknowledged, that those who helped during crisis would be remembered during restoration. But Barzillai was not interested in reasonable calculations. He looked at the king, at the man he had helped, without expecting anything in return, and he declined. His response was gentle but firm. He pointed to his age, to the limitations that came with 80 or more years of life. "How many years do I have left to live that I should go up with the king to Jerusalem? I am now 80 years old. Can I discern what is pleasant and what is not? Can your servant taste what he eats or what he drinks? Can I still listen to the voice of singing men and singing women? Why then should your servant be an added burden to my lord the king?" It was not false humility. Barzillai was being honest about his circumstances. At his age, the pleasures of court life held little appeal. The music and food and spectacle that others might crave meant nothing to him. His senses were dulled. His energy was limited. He would be, in his own estimation, more of a burden than a benefit. The response revealed something profound about Barzillai's character. He was not declining out of false modesty or theatrical self-deprecation. He was making a genuine assessment of his situation and concluding that accepting David's offer would not actually improve his life in any meaningful way. What would he do in Jerusalem? Sit at banquets where he could barely taste the food? Attend performances where he could barely hear the music? Navigate court politics when he had no interest in power? Spend his final years in a city far from everything familiar, surrounded by people whose motivations he would find alien? The honest answer was that Jerusalem had nothing to offer him, not because David's offer was insincere or insufficient, but because Barzillai had reached a stage of life where the things that motivate most people, recognition, status, comfort, security, had lost their appeal. He had lived 80 years. He had built a successful life. He had raised a family. He had managed his estate well. He had, at the crucial moment, been faithful to what God required of him. What more did he need? What could Jerusalem add to a life already complete in the ways that actually mattered? But there was something deeper in his refusal, something that revealed the true nature of his character. He had not helped David to gain reward. He had helped because it was right, because faith required it, because loyalty to God's anointed was not conditional on personal benefit. Accepting David's offer would have changed the meaning of everything he had done. It would have transformed an act of pure faithfulness into a calculated investment. It would have suggested that his support had been motivated by the hope of future reward, rather than by simple obedience to what God required. Barzillai would not allow his faithfulness to be reinterpreted that way. His provision for David had been unconditional. He had given without expectation of return. He had risked his fortune without any guarantee that David would even survive, much less be restored to power. To accept reward now would retroactively condition that faithfulness. It would turn a pure expression of faith into a transaction. It would reduce genuine loyalty to calculated self-interest. Barzillai refused to allow that transformation. His faithfulness had been real, had been complete, had been offered without strings attached. And it would remain that way, even if it meant declining the very reward that others would consider the ultimate validation. So he declined, politely, gratefully, but firmly. Instead, he made a request. "Let your servant return, that I may die in my own city near the grave of my father and my mother. But here is your servant Chimham. Let him cross over with my lord the king, and do for him whatever seems good to you." Chimham was likely Barzillai's son, or a trusted servant from his household. By asking David to bless Chimham instead, Barzillai was ensuring that the king's generosity would not be wasted, while simultaneously removing himself from the equation. His family would benefit, his household would be honoured. But he would return to Jerusalem, to the quiet life he had always known. It was a brilliant solution. It honoured David's desire to reward faithfulness, while preserving the purity of Barzillai's original motivation. It secured his family's future without compromising his own integrity. It allowed the blessing to flow forward to the next generation, while allowing Barzillai himself to maintain the simplicity and authenticity that had characterized his entire life. David accepted this arrangement. He blessed Barzillai and sent him home with honour. Chimham crossed the Jordan with the king and was given a place in David's court, representing the faithfulness of the man who had helped save the kingdom. And Barzillai walked back east toward Gilead, leaving behind the court and the capital and all the recognition he could have claimed. He returned to Rogelim, to his estate, to his flocks and fields, to the ordinary rhythms of life that had sustained him for 8 decades, to the place where his parents were buried and where he himself would eventually rest. He went home, and in going home, he completed one of the most remarkable demonstrations of faith recorded in Scripture. Chapter 7. A humble refusal. The journey back to Rogelim gave Barzillai time to reflect. He had watched history unfold. He had played a small but crucial role in preserving the Davidic line. He had met the king, been honoured by him, been offered a place in the story that would be told for generations, and he had walked away. Not because he was ungrateful, not because he doubted David's sincerity, but because his faith did not require external validation. It did not need monuments or positions or public recognition to be real. What he had done for God. The king's gratitude was appreciated but not necessary. The offer of reward was generous but not desired. The entire experience had confirmed what Barzillai had always believed, that faithfulness is its own justification. As he travelled the familiar roads back to his estate, passing the fields he had worked, the villages where he was known, he felt no regret about the choice he'd made. Jerusalem might have been exciting for a younger man, full of possibility and potential, but for him it would have been a distraction from what mattered. His life was in Rogelim, his family was there, his responsibilities, his daily routines, the simple rhythms of agricultural life that had sustained him for 8 decades. These were not lesser things. They were his calling, as real and valid as any royal appointment. God did not need him in Jerusalem. God needed him in Rogelim, being faithful in the place he had been given, among the people he had been called to serve. The landscape of Gilead unfolded around him as he travelled. Rolling hills covered in grass, olive groves, vineyards, small settlements connected by ancient roads. It was not grand or impressive by the standards of Jerusalem, but it was home, and it was enough. Barzillai thought about the life he had built here, the estate he had developed through decades of careful management, the workers he employed, many of whom had been with him for years, some for their entire lives, the relationships he had cultivated in the community, the reputation he had earned for fairness and integrity. These things had value, not the kind of value that impressed chroniclers or appeared in royal records, but real value nonetheless, the value of consistency, of faithfulness in small things, of daily obedience to the responsibilities God had given him. He had never sought greatness, never aspired to influence kings or shape national policy. He had simply tried to be faithful in the context he had been given, to manage his resources well, to treat people fairly, to worship God genuinely, to act with integrity in all his dealings. That faithfulness had positioned him, when the moment came, to provide crucial support to David. But the faithfulness itself had not been motivated by the hope of such moments. It had been motivated by the simple conviction that this was what God required of his people: daily obedience, consistent integrity, readiness to act when action was needed. This understanding, this contentment with obscurity, is one of the rarest qualities in human experience. Most people, if offered the chance for recognition, would take it. Most would rationalize why they deserved the honor, why accepting would actually be the humble thing to do, why declining might even be an insult to the one making the offer. But Barzillai saw through all those justifications. He understood that true humility is not thinking less of yourself, but thinking of yourself less. It is being so secure in your identity and calling that external validation becomes unnecessary. He had helped the king because the king needed help, not because the king might someday be able to repay him, not because there was an audience to impress, not because history would record his name. He had helped because God's anointed needed provision, and Barzillai had the resources to provide it. The equation was that simple. The rest was just noise. When he arrived back in Rogelim, life continued much as it had before. The crops still needed tending. The livestock still needed care. The business of daily existence resumed its familiar patterns. His household welcomed him back. Servants who had wondered whether he would return from Jerusalem or choose to stay in the royal court found him walking up the familiar path, returning to resume his responsibilities as though nothing extraordinary had happened. And in a sense, nothing extraordinary had happened. Barzillai had simply done what needed to be done, what faith required in that particular moment. The fact that it had involved meeting a king and being offered honour was incidental to the fundamental nature of the act itself. He settled back into his routines, rising early, inspecting the flocks, consulting with stewards about the harvest, settling disputes among workers, managing trade relationships, the 1,000 small tasks that comprised the actual substance of his life. But something had changed, even if no one else could see it. Barzillai had proven something profound about the nature of faith. He had demonstrated that God can work through anyone, anywhere when they are willing to act without the promise of recognition. He had shown that the kingdom of God advances not just through kings and prophets, not just through those whose names echo through scripture and history, but through quiet people in small places who do what needs to be done and then return to their ordinary lives. And in doing so, he had become extraordinary, not by seeking extraordinariness, not by pursuing greatness or recognition or historical significance, but by being so thoroughly faithful in his ordinary calling that when the extraordinary moment came, he was ready for it. And when the extraordinary moment passed, he was ready to return to the ordinary without regret or resentment. This is the kind of character that cannot be manufactured or performed. It emerges only through years of consistent faithfulness, of daily choices to do what is right regardless of who is watching, of persistent obedience to what God requires even when that obedience brings no visible benefit. Barzillai had lived this way for 80 years. The encounter with David had simply revealed publicly what had always been true privately, that his faith was real, his loyalty was genuine, and his character was solid. He was content with that, content to be known for faithfulness rather than fame, content to serve God in obscurity rather than prominence, content to be remembered, if he was remembered at all, not as someone who sought greatness, but as someone who was simply faithful when faithfulness mattered. And that contentment, more than any honour David could have given him, was the true reward for a life well lived. Chapter 8. A Legacy Passed Forward. The story of Barzillai did not end with his return to Rogelim. David kept his promise to honour Shimon. The young man was given land and provision, established in a way that ensured Barzillai's household would be remembered. Later references in scripture suggest that Shimon's inheritance included property near Bethlehem, land that became associated with his name for generations. But more than property or position, what passed forward was the example. Years later, when David was near death and giving final instructions to his son Solomon, he mentioned Barzillai specifically. Show kindness to the sons of Barzillai the Gileadite, and let them be among those who eat at your table, for with such kindness they met me when I fled from Absalom your brother. It was a deathbed instruction, a final act of gratitude, ensuring that Solomon would continue to honour the family that had shown such loyalty to David in his darkest moment. The kindness Barzillai had shown was not forgotten, even at the end of David's life. This created a legacy that extended beyond a single generation. Barzillai's faithfulness became a standard, an example cited by kings. His decision to help without seeking reward became a model for what loyalty should look like. The instruction to Solomon was significant in ways that went beyond simple gratitude. David was establishing a principle that would guide his son's reign, that faithfulness should be rewarded, that those who demonstrate loyalty during crisis deserve recognition during prosperity, that a king's memory should be long when it comes to those who helped him. Solomon, who would go on to become known for his wisdom, learned from his father's example. He honoured Barzillai's descendants. He ensured they had a place at the royal table. He maintained the connection between the royal house and the family that had helped preserve it. This meant that Barzillai's faithfulness created opportunities for his children and grandchildren that extended far beyond anything he could have anticipated. His refusal to seek personal reward actually resulted in greater honour for his family line than accepting David's initial offer would have provided. But this outcome was not something Barzillai could have predicted or planned for. It emerged naturally from the character he had demonstrated. Genuine faithfulness, it turns out, creates its own rewards, though those rewards come in forms and at times that cannot be anticipated or controlled. In a culture that valued honour and recognition, that built monuments and wrote chronicles to preserve the names of the notable, Barzillai's story stood as a reminder that God sees and values a different kind of service, the service that happens in secret, the faithfulness that asks for nothing, the loyalty that persists even when the outcome is uncertain. This was the legacy Barzillai passed forward, not through military conquest or political achievement, but through simple obedience to what faith required. He had been given resources and used them to support God's purposes. He had been offered reward and declined it. He had been given the chance for recognition and walked away from it. And in doing so, he had accomplished something that no amount of positioning or ambition could achieve. He had remained faithful to his calling without compromising his character. He had served God's anointed without seeking personal advantage. He had acted righteously without requiring public acknowledgement. The scriptures preserve his story precisely because it exemplifies a kind of faith that is often overlooked but deeply valued by God. A faith that works in obscurity. A faith that serves without expecting applause. A faith that understands that the approval that matters is not from crowds or chroniclers, but from the one who sees everything, even what is done in secret. Barzillai's descendants benefited from his faithfulness. His family was honoured. His name was remembered. But these outcomes were not the motivation for his actions. They were simply the natural result of a life lived in genuine devotion. And that distinction matters, because faith that serves in order to be rewarded is not really faith at all. It is just another form of transaction, another calculation of cost and benefit. True faith serves because service is what love requires, what loyalty demands, what obedience to God looks like in practical terms. Barzillai understood this, and in understanding it, he became an example that would outlast his lifetime, his children's lifetime, and continue speaking to people thousands of years after his death. The example transcended cultural and temporal boundaries. Whether someone lived in ancient Israel or in the modern world, the principle remained the same. Genuine faithfulness does not depend on circumstances, does not require recognition, and does not calculate returns. It simply does what needs to be done because doing it is right. This is the legacy Barzillai passed forward. Not a legacy of monuments or military victories or political achievements, but a legacy of character, of integrity, of faithfulness that persisted regardless of cost or outcome, and that legacy proved more enduring than any monument ever built. Epilogue. Faith that asks for nothing. There is a type of faith that only emerges in crisis, not the faith that is expressed through religious rituals or theological discussions, but the faith that shows itself when everything is uncertain and the cost of obedience is real. The faith that acts without guarantees, the faith that serves without applause, the faith that remains loyal when loyalty is difficult and dangerous. Barzillai's story reveals this kind of faith. He was not a priest or prophet. He held no religious office. He had no special training in theology or scripture. He was simply a man who understood that God's promises were real, that God's anointed remained anointed regardless of circumstances, and that faithfulness meant helping when help was needed, not when it was convenient or likely to be rewarded. The world tends to remember the dramatic moments. The battles won, the kingdoms conquered, the speeches delivered. History books celebrate the visible achievements, the public triumphs, the accomplishments that can be measured and chronicled. But God's kingdom advances through different metrics. It advances through the faithful provision of an elderly man in Gilead, through the quiet obedience of people whose names barely appear in the historical record, through the countless acts of service that happen far from crowds and cameras, performed by people who understand that God sees what others overlook. Barzillai could have stayed neutral. He could have waited to see who would win before committing his resources. He could have helped David and then demanded recognition, leveraged his support into political position, used his moment of importance to advance his family status. Instead, he provided what was needed and then went home. He accepted the king's gratitude but declined the king's reward. He ensured his household would be blessed but removed himself from the blessing. This is the kind of faith that changes kingdoms, not because it is loud or dramatic or visible, but precisely because it is none of those things, because it is pure, because it acts from conviction rather than calculation, because it serves God rather than serving itself. In a world obsessed with recognition and platform and influence, Barzillai's example is profoundly countercultural. It suggests that the most meaningful service often happens in obscurity, that the most important acts of faithfulness may never trend on social media, or make headlines or result in book deals and speaking tours, that God is not impressed by platform but by obedience, not by visibility but by faithfulness, not by recognition but by righteousness. Barzillai lived 80 years, most of them in complete obscurity. He managed his estate, raised his family, conducted his business, and left virtually no mark on the public record until the moment when David needed help, and Barzillai provided it. That moment defined his legacy, not because it was his only act of faithfulness, but because it was characteristic of how he had always lived. His response to David's crisis was not an aberration or a one-time heroic act. It was simply who he had always been, revealed in a moment when faithfulness was costly and public neutrality would have been safe. The faith Barzillai demonstrated is still needed. In every generation, in every place, there are moments when God's purposes require people who will act without certainty of outcome, who will provide without expectation of reward, who will serve without demanding recognition. These people rarely become famous. Their names do not echo through history. They return to their ordinary lives after extraordinary acts of obedience, content to be known only to God. But they are the ones who actually sustain God's work in the world. They are the foundation on which kingdoms are preserved and purposes are accomplished. They are the quiet faithful whose cumulative obedience makes everything else possible. Barzillai's story is preserved in Scripture not as an exception but as an example, as evidence of what faith looks like when stripped of pretense and performance, as a reminder that God sees and values and ultimately honours the service that the world overlooks. He was an old man from an unremarkable town who helped a king in exile. He provided beds and food and shelter when they were desperately needed. He did it without fanfare or negotiation, and when offered reward he walked away, returning to the quiet life from which he had briefly emerged. And in doing so he revealed something profound about the nature of faith itself, that it does not require a stage, that it does not demand recognition, that it serves because service is what love looks like in action, what loyalty means in practice, what faithfulness requires in the moment when all the theology and doctrine and religious discussion must become something real. Barzillai was faithful, not because anyone was watching, not because history would remember, but because God's anointed needed help, and Barzillai had the resources to provide it. That was enough. It was always enough, and it always will be. The story ends where it began, in the quiet regions east of the Jordan, in a place called Rogelim that most people had never heard of and would quickly forget, with an elderly man who had helped change the course of a kingdom, and then gone home to live out his remaining days in the obscurity from which he'd briefly emerged. But the impact of what he did rippled forward through generations, through Chimham and his descendants, through David's memory and Solomon's honouring of that memory, through the preserved record in Scripture that ensured his example would speak to countless people across thousands of years, all because he understood something that many miss, that faithfulness does not need to be seen to be real, that obedience does not require an audience to be valid, that service to God is its own justification, regardless of whether anyone else ever knows about it. Barzillai demonstrated this truth in the most practical way possible. He helped when help was needed. He gave without expecting return. He served without seeking recognition. And then he went home, content with the simple knowledge that he had done what faith required. That contentment, that peace with obscurity, that willingness to be faithful without requiring validation may be the most remarkable aspect of his entire story, because it reveals a depth of character that cannot be manufactured or performed. It shows a security of identity that does not depend on external recognition. It demonstrates a relationship with God that is genuine rather than transactional, and it stands as a permanent reminder that the kingdom of God advances not primarily through those who seek greatness, but through those who simply seek to be faithful, not through those who demand recognition, but through those who serve whether anyone is watching or not. Not through those who calculate rewards, but through those who understand that knowing you have been obedient to what God required is reward enough. Barzillai understood this. He lived it, and in living it, he became an enduring example of what real faith looks like. Faith that asks for nothing, faith that expects nothing, faith that simply does what needs to be done because doing it is right, because God requires it, because his anointed needs help and there are resources available to provide that help. That kind of faith changes the world, one quiet act at a time, one unpublicized provision at a time, one obscure person at a time, until the cumulative weight of all that faithfulness accomplishes what no army could, conquer and no king could decree, the preservation of God's purposes through the obedience of people whose names the world will never know, but whose actions God will never forget. Barzillai was one of those people, and his story remains, thousands of years later, as testimony to the power of faithfulness that asks for nothing except the opportunity to serve. Hello, dear soul, and welcome to tonight's sacred story. Before we begin, I'd love to gently invite you to share. Where in the world are you listening from tonight? And what time is it as you begin to rest? It's always beautiful to see how far this quiet circle of peace and God's word stretches around the world. And if you find peace and comfort tonight in this gentle story, please consider subscribing to Sacred Rest, where you can drift into sleep surrounded by scripture, stillness, and the tender presence of God. Now, take a slow, calming breath and settle in. Tonight, we walk through golden fields of faith as we enter the book of Ruth. In the gentle hills of Judah, beneath a sky that once poured abundance upon the land, the town of Bethlehem, whose name itself means house of bread, had become a place of emptiness. The fields lay parched, the grain stores depleted, and hunger walked freely through the streets that once overflowed with harvest songs. In one small home, a woman named Naomi whispered prayers as she packed what little remained of her family's possessions. Her husband Elimelech stood at the threshold, his eyes fixed on the horizon, toward the land of Moab where rumours of plenty had reached their desperate ears. Their 2 sons, Mahlon and Chilion, young men with dreams still unformed, helped secure their meagre belongings for the journey ahead. "Is this truly what Yahweh wishes for us?" Naomi asked softly, her hands trembling slightly as she folded a well-worn shawl. "To leave the land of our fathers?" Elimelech's voice was gentle but firm. Sometimes faith means following the path of provision wherever it leads. We go to survive, beloved. We go to live. And so they set out, a small family among many who sought survival beyond their homeland's borders. The road stretched long before them, a winding path into uncertainty. With each step away from Bethlehem, Naomi felt the weight of leaving grow heavier, like gathering storm clouds behind them. Moab received them with fields less barren than those they had left. They built a simple life there, foreigners in a strange land that worshipped strange gods. They kept to themselves, honouring the Sabbath in quiet ways, speaking of Yahweh in evening whispers when the day's work was done. But sorrow knows no boundaries, respects no borders. It found them even there, across the Dead Sea from their homeland. First came the quiet, unexpected night when Elimelech did not wake with the dawn. Naomi wept as they buried him according to their customs, as best they could in foreign soil. Her sons stood like slender reeds on either side of her, bending in the wind of grief but not breaking. Time continued its patient march. The sons found wives among the Moabite women. Mahlon married Ruth, a woman with gentle eyes and a voice like summer rain. Chilion took Orpah, whose laughter could brighten even their darkest days of longing for home. For 10 years they lived thus, not in abundance, but in enough, until enough became too little and the shadows returned. First Mahlon grew ill, his strength fading like evening light. Then Chilion, as if unable to walk this world without his brother, followed him into that quiet night from which no traveller returns. 3 widows remained, their grief a shared language that needed no translation. When news reached them that the famine had lifted in Judah, Naomi's heart turned homeward. What remained for her in this land of sorrows? Better to die in the place of her birth, among her own people, than to continue as a stranger in a land that had taken everything she loved. "Go back," she told her daughters-in-law, her voice thick with both love and sorrow. "Return to your mothers' homes. May Yahweh deal kindly with you as you have dealt with the dead and with me." She kissed them farewell, and the three women wept together, their tears mingling like rivers converging. Orpah's departure was a slow, reluctant walking away, her form growing smaller on the horizon, turning back once, twice, before finally disappearing around a bend in the road. But Ruth stayed. When Naomi urged her again to follow Orpah's path, Ruth's embrace tightened, her voice steady despite her tears. "Do not urge me to leave you," she whispered, the words flowing from somewhere deeper than thought. "Where you go, I will go. Where you stay, I will stay. Your people will be my people, and your God, my God. Where you die, I will die, and there I will be buried. May Yahweh deal with me, be it ever so severely, if even death separates you and me." Naomi, who had thought herself empty of all feeling save grief, felt something stir within her breast, small as a mustard seed, fragile as a sparrow's first flight. Not quite hope, but perhaps its distant cousin. And so they walked together, two widows on the road to Bethlehem, Naomi returning, Ruth arriving. The older woman's steps were heavy with memories, the younger's light with the strange freedom that comes from choosing one's path with complete clarity. They arrived as the barley harvest was beginning, the fields around Bethlehem rippling like a green sea in the gentle breeze. Women drawing water recognized Naomi despite the years and sorrows that had reshaped her face. "Can this be Naomi?" they asked, voices bright with surprise. "Do not call me Naomi," she replied, the name that meant pleasant now a bitter irony on her tongue. "Call me Mara, for the Almighty has made my life very bitter. I went away full, but Yahweh has brought me back empty." As the women of Bethlehem welcomed them with curious eyes and hesitant embraces, Ruth stood quietly by Naomi's side, her hand a steady presence on the older woman's arm. In this moment, on this threshold between past and future, neither could know what fields of possibility lay before them, what harvest Yahweh was already preparing, or how their names would one day be spoken with reverence across centuries yet unborn. They knew only this: the road behind them was empty, and the road ahead unknown, but they would walk it together, step by faithful step, beneath the watchful eyes of a God who sees even sparrows when they fall. The sun had barely lifted itself above the eastern hills when Ruth rose from her mat, careful not to disturb Naomi's rare peaceful sleep. The small house they had secured, more a room than a home, was cool in the early morning light, shadows still clinging to the corners like reluctant dreams. Ruth wrapped herself in a shawl, the fabric thin but serviceable, and tied back her hair with practiced movements. She had been a daughter of comfort in Moab. Now she was a gleaner in a foreign land. The transition might have broken someone with less resilience, but Ruth had discovered a quiet strength within herself, not the kind that roars or demands attention, but the kind that simply continues, putting one foot before the other when all other options have vanished. "I will go to the fields today," she had told Naomi the night before. "Perhaps someone will allow me to glean behind their harvesters." Naomi had nodded, gratitude and sorrow mingling in her tired eyes. "Go, my daughter," she'd whispered. "May Yahweh guide your steps." Now, as Ruth stepped into the awakening streets of Bethlehem, she carried those words like a small flame against the uncertainty of the day ahead. The law of Moses provided for the poor, the widow, the foreigner. They were permitted to gather what the harvesters missed or deliberately left behind. It was not charity but dignity, a way of working for one's bread even when one owned no land. But Ruth was doubly vulnerable, both widow and foreigner. Which field would welcome her? Would the law's protection extend to a Moabite woman? These questions followed her like shadows as she made her way to the edges of town where the barley fields began their gentle roll toward the horizon. She paused at the boundary of the first field she encountered, watching as workers began to form lines, their sickles catching the morning light with brief flashes of brilliance. The field's owner was not present, but the foreman eyed her with suspicion. "Move along," he called, not unkindly but firmly. "We have enough local gleaners already." Ruth nodded and continued, her heart sinking slightly but her resolve undiminished. The second field brought similar results. By the time she reached the third, the sun had climbed higher, and her throat was dry with thirst and unspoken prayers. This field seemed different somehow. The workers moved with a relaxed efficiency, and there was conversation, even occasional laughter among them. Ruth hesitated, then approached the foreman, her eyes modestly lowered but her voice clear. "Please, sir," she said, "might I glean among the sheaves behind your harvesters? I will be careful not to disturb their work." The foreman studied her for a long moment, noting her foreign accent, the quality of her garments that spoke of better days now past. Something in her demeanour, a dignity that hardship had failed to diminish, made him nod slowly. "You may," he said. "Stay close to my servant girls, drink from our water jars when you thirst, and rest in the shade when the sun grows too fierce." Ruth's gratitude was a physical sensation, warm in her chest. "Thank you," she whispered. "You're most kind to a stranger." The work was harder than anything she'd done before, bending, searching, gathering the scattered stalks left behind. The sun climbed higher, its heat a heavy blanket across the fields. The other gleaners, mostly local widows and their children, kept their distance, though their curious glances sometimes found her. But Ruth worked steadily. Her determination measured in each stalk added to her growing bundle. By midday she'd gathered enough to make the effort worthwhile, though her back ached and her hands were rough with new blisters. She was resting briefly in the shadow of a large sycamore at the field's edge when a commotion among the workers drew her attention. A man had arrived, tall, broad-shouldered, with the bearing of someone accustomed to respect. The foreman hurried to greet him, and the workers called out blessings. "The Lord be with you," the man responded, his voice carrying across the field. "The Lord bless you," they answered in unison. This, then, was the owner of the field where Ruth had found favour. She watched as he moved among his people, speaking to each, asking after families, offering words that brought smiles to weary faces. There was something different about him, a kindness that seemed as natural as breathing. When his circuit of the field brought him near where Ruth rested, he paused, his gaze falling on her with quiet curiosity. "Who is this young woman?" he asked his foreman. "She is the Moabite who came back with Naomi," the man replied. "She asked permission to glean behind the harvesters. She has worked steadily since morning, with only this brief rest." The owner, Boaz was his name, Ruth heard someone nearby whisper, approached her then. Instinctively she rose and bowed slightly, uncertain of the proper protocol but determined to show respect. "Listen, my daughter," he said, his voice gentle but firm. "Do not go to glean in another field. Stay here with my servant girls. Watch where they harvest and follow them. I have told the men not to touch you, and when you are thirsty, drink from the jars the men have filled." Ruth's surprise made her bold. She bowed lower, her voice barely audible even to herself. "Why have I found such favour in your eyes that you notice me, a foreigner?" Boaz's answer was unexpected in its thoughtfulness. "I have been told all that you have done for your mother-in-law since your husband's death, how you left your father and mother and your homeland to come to a people you did not know before. May Yahweh repay you for what you have done. May you be richly rewarded by the God of Israel, under whose wings you have come to take refuge." His words washed over Ruth like cool water on a parched day. For so long she'd been defined by what she had lost: husband, homeland, security. Now, for the first time, someone saw what she'd chosen, what she had given, what she had become. "You have put me at ease, my lord," she said, her voice steadier now. "You have spoken kindly to your servant, though I do not have the standing of one of your servant girls." When the meal break came, Boaz himself invited her to share bread with the harvesters. He handed her roasted grain, more than she could eat, and she saved some for Naomi. Throughout the afternoon, Ruth noticed that the harvesters seemed to be dropping more grain than seemed accidental. Once she caught the foreman's eye as he instructed a worker to deliberately leave a small bundle behind. He looked away quickly, but not before she glimpsed something like approval in his gaze. When evening came and Ruth gathered her gleaning, an effort of barley, far more than she had dared hope for, she felt something she had not expected to feel again: the quiet satisfaction of provision, of having enough for tomorrow. As she walked back toward Bethlehem, the setting sun painting the limestone buildings in shades of amber and rose, Ruth carried not just barley, but something weightier: the knowledge that in this strange new land, under the wings of a God she was still coming to know, she had been seen. Not as Naomi's burden, not as an unwelcome foreigner, but as someone worthy of kindness. And in the shadow of that kindness, small seeds of possibility had begun to stir in the soil of her heart. The soft glow of oil lamps pushed back the evening darkness as Ruth entered the small dwelling she shared with Naomi. Her mother-in-law sat in the dimness, her hands, once strong and capable, now resting idle in her lap, testament to a weariness that went beyond physical exhaustion. "Is that you, my daughter?" Naomi called, her voice brightening slightly. "It is," Ruth answered, setting down her bundle with a soft thud. The sound seemed to fill the small space with promise. Naomi leaned forward, her eyes widening as Ruth opened the cloth to reveal the day's gleaning, golden barley catching the lamplight like treasure. "Where did you glean today?" she asked, running her fingers through the grain with wonder. "Blessed be the one who took notice of you." Ruth began to prepare a portion of the grain for their evening meal as she recounted the day's events: the field, the unexpected kindness, the owner who had spoken to her with respect rather than suspicion. "The man's name was Boaz," she finished, watching as something flickered across Naomi's face. Recognition, then a sudden animation that had been absent for so long. "Boaz!" Naomi exclaimed, her voice stronger than Ruth had heard it in months. "That man is a relative of ours, one of our guardian redeemers." "Guardian redeemer?" Ruth echoed, unfamiliar with the term. Naomi's eyes held a spark now, like embers rekindling. "In our laws, in our customs, a guardian redeemer is a relative who has the responsibility to protect the interests of the needy members of the extended family, to redeem property that has been sold in times of hardship, to continue the family line." Her voice trailed off, her thoughts clearly racing ahead of her words. "The Lord has not stopped showing his kindness," Naomi whispered, almost to herself. "That man is one of our closest relatives." As they ate their simple meal of roasted grain and water, Ruth noticed that Naomi ate with more appetite than she had shown since their return to Bethlehem. Occasionally, the older woman would pause, her head tilted slightly as if listening to distant music only she could hear. The barley harvest continued, and Ruth returned to Boaz's fields each day. True to his word, she was protected, provided for, included in the shared meals. Some of the local women began to speak to her, their initial wariness giving way to cautious friendship. Ruth learned their names, heard stories of their children, shared in the communal rhythm of the harvest. When the barley harvest gave way to wheat, she remained in Boaz's fields, her presence now familiar, her diligence respected. Each evening she returned to Naomi with her gleanings. Each morning she rose before dawn to begin again. As the wheat harvest neared its end, Naomi called Ruth to sit beside her one evening. The older woman's face was thoughtful, her voice quiet but determined. "My daughter," she began, "should I not seek rest for you, that it may be well with you? Is not Boaz our relative, with whose young women you have been working? See, he's winnowing barley tonight at the threshing floor." Ruth listened carefully as Naomi outlined a plan, bold, unconventional, but rooted in custom and law. She was to bathe, anoint herself with fragrant oil, put on her best garment, and go to the threshing floor where Boaz would be sleeping to guard the harvest. After he had eaten and drunk and lain down, she was to uncover his feet and lie down there, a symbolic gesture, a quiet request for protection. "All that you say I will do," Ruth promised, though her heart fluttered with uncertainty. She trusted Naomi's wisdom, trusted that this was not a plan born of desperation but of genuine care and cultural understanding. That night, the stars seemed to hang lower in the sky as Ruth made her way to the threshing floor. The celebration of harvest's end was winding down. Men who had worked hard now rested deeply, their forms dark shapes against the pale circle of the threshing floor. She moved quietly, carefully, finding Boaz where he slept at the edge of a heap of grain. With trembling hands she uncovered his feet and lay down, her heart pounding so loudly she feared it might wake him before the right moment. The night air was cool, the ground hard beneath her, but Ruth remained still, waiting. Near midnight, Boaz stirred, startled to find someone at his feet. "Who are you?" he asked, his voice thick with sleep but not angry. "I am Ruth, your servant," she answered, her voice barely above a whisper. "Spread the corner of your garment over me, for you are a guardian redeemer." There was a long silence during which Ruth could hear only her own heartbeat and the distant call of a night bird. Then Boaz spoke, his voice warm with emotion she hadn't expected. "The Lord bless you, my daughter," he said gently. "This kindness is greater than what you showed earlier. You have not run after younger men, whether rich or poor, and now don't be afraid. I will do for you all you ask. All the people of my town know that you are a woman of noble character." His words washed over her like a blessing, affirming not just her request but her person, her character, her choices, her worth. "It is true that I am a guardian redeemer," he continued, his voice thoughtful, "but there is a guardian redeemer more closely related than I. Stay here for the night, and in the morning, if he wants to redeem you, good, let him redeem you. But if he is not willing, as surely as the Lord lives, I will redeem you. Now, lie here until morning." Ruth lay at his feet until dawn began to paint the eastern sky with the first pale colours of day. Before it was light enough for people to recognize each other, Boaz gently woke her. "Let it not be known that a woman came to the threshing floor," he said, practical and protective. Then he measured out 6 measures of barley, a generous gift, a promise of more to come, and placed it in her shawl. "Don't go back to your mother-in-law empty-handed," he explained. When Ruth returned and recounted the night's events, Naomi's eyes shone with a mixture of tenderness and satisfaction. "Wait, my daughter," she counselled, "until you find out what happens, for the man will not rest until the matter is settled today." And as the morning light filled their small home, Ruth felt a strange peace settle over her. Not the peace of certainty, for much remained unresolved, but the peace that comes from having taken a step in faith, from having placed one's future in hands both human and divine. Outside, the streets of Bethlehem were coming to life. Somewhere in the town, Boaz was already moving toward the city gate, where matters of law and redemption were settled. Whatever the day would bring, Ruth knew that she had been seen, heard and valued, not despite her foreignness, her widowhood, her poverty, but somehow mysteriously, because of the person these circumstances had revealed her to be. And in that knowledge, she found a quiet strength to wait, to hope, to trust in the unfolding of a story that suddenly seemed larger than her own life. A story written in fields of barley and wheat, in promises spoken in the darkness, in the steadfast love of a God who sees the sparrow fall and counts the hairs on every head. The morning light spilled across Bethlehem like honey warm and golden. Boaz had risen early, his mind filled with purpose, his heart with a mixture of hope and determination. He made his way to the town gate, the place where elders gathered, where business was conducted, where justice was administered in full view of the community. He had barely settled himself when the guardian redeemer he had mentioned to Ruth approached. "Come over here, my friend," Boaz called, motioning to a seat beside him. "Sit down here." The man complied, curious about this formal invitation. Boaz then gathered 10 elders of the town, asking them to sit as witnesses. What was about to transpire was no small matter. It concerned inheritance, redemption, the continuation of a family line that had nearly been extinguished. "Naomi, who has returned from Moab," Boaz began carefully, "is selling the piece of land that belonged to our relative Elimelech. I thought I should bring the matter to your attention and suggest that you buy it in the presence of these seated here and in the presence of the elders of my people." The relative's eyes brightened with interest. Land was wealth, security, legacy. "I will redeem it," he said promptly. But Boaz was not finished. His next words were measured, precise, laying out the full implications of redemption. "On the day you buy the land from Naomi, you also acquire Ruth the Moabite, the dead man's widow, in order to maintain the name of the dead with his property." The relative's expression shifted. To redeem the land was one thing, a sound investment, but to marry Ruth meant dividing his own inheritance, complicating his family line. His enthusiasm visibly cooled. "Then I cannot redeem it," he said. "Because I might endanger my own estate. You redeem it yourself. I cannot do it." To formalize the transaction, the man removed his sandal, an ancient custom signifying the transfer of redemption rights. "Buy it yourself," he said, handing the sandal to Boaz. Boaz turned to the elders and all the people gathered at the gate. "Today you are witnesses," he declared, his voice carrying across the morning stillness, "that I have bought from Naomi all the property of Elimelech, Kilion, and Mahlon. I have also acquired Ruth the Moabite, Mahlon's widow, as my wife, in order to maintain the name of the dead with his property, so that his name will not disappear from among his family or from his hometown." The elders and all at the gate responded with one voice, "We are witnesses. May the Lord make the woman who is coming into your home like Rachel and Leah, who together built up the family of Israel. May you have standing in Ephrathah and be famous in Bethlehem. Through the offspring the Lord gives you by this young woman, may your family be like that of Perez, whom Tamar bore to Dia." Their blessing echoed against the stone walls of Bethlehem, a public proclamation of hope and expectation. In that moment, among witnesses and with proper legal procedure, Ruth's journey from widow to wife, from foreigner to family, from gleaner to landowner was complete. When Boaz returned to tell Ruth what had transpired, he found her helping Naomi prepare the midday meal, her movements graceful despite the humble task. At the sight of him in the doorway, both women paused, their eyes questioning. "It is done," he said simply. "All that I promised has been accomplished." Ruth's marriage to Boaz was celebrated with the quiet joy of those who have known sorrow and found unexpected sweetness on the other side. Naomi, who had returned to Bethlehem empty, now found herself part of a home filled with new beginnings. The seasons turned, bringing change to the land and to the small family. When Ruth's time came to deliver her first child, the women of Bethlehem gathered around her. The same women who had once whispered about the foreign daughter-in-law, now offering support and wisdom as she laboured. The child was a son, strong and healthy. They placed him in Naomi's arms, this woman who had lost both husband and sons, who had called herself bitter and empty. Now, as she cradled her grandson, the women of Bethlehem blessed her. Praise be to the Lord, who this day has not left you without a guardian redeemer. May he become famous throughout Israel. He will renew your life and sustain you in your old age. For your daughter-in-law, who loves you, and who is better to you than 7 sons, has given him birth. They named the child Obed, which means serving or worshipping, a name that spoke of gratitude, of recognition that this child was not just the continuation of a family line, but a gift from a God who sees the end from the beginning. What none of them could know, as they celebrated the birth with bread and wine and laughter, was that this child, Obed, would one day be the grandfather of David, the shepherd boy who would become Israel's greatest king. And from David's line centuries later would come the Messiah, the ultimate redeemer, whose story of love and sacrifice would echo Ruth's loyalty and Boaz's redemption on a cosmic scale. As Boaz watched Ruth with their son, he marvelled at the intricate weaving of their lives, how sorrow had led to joy, how loss had opened the door to finding, how endings had become beginnings. He thought of the day he had first noticed Ruth in his fields, her quiet dignity as she gleaned among the sheaves. How could he have known then what this foreign woman would come to mean not only to him, but to the future of his people? In the soft twilight of their home, with Naomi singing gentle lullabies to Obed and Ruth's hand warm in his own, Boaz understood that some harvests are gathered not in fields of grain, but in the human heart, in acts of kindness, songness, in choices of loyalty, in the courage to begin again when all seems lost. Outside their window, the hills of Bethlehem were turning purple with evening shadows. Somewhere in those hills, shepherds watched their flocks, stars began their nightly vigil, and the world continued its ancient rhythms of planting and harvest, of birth and death, of loss and redemption. But within this one small home, within these few beating hearts, a miracle had occurred. The quiet, everyday miracle of restoration, of empty hands being filled again, of bitter lives turning sweet, of a future reclaimed from the ashes of the past. And as night fell over Bethlehem, as oil lamps were lit and evening prayers whispered, as the infant Obed drifted into sleep secure in the knowledge of being utterly loved, the story of Ruth and Boaz, of faithful love and kindness reciprocated, became another golden thread in the tapestry of faith that would one day welcome the world's Redeemer. The stars appeared one by one in the deepening blue of the evening sky, like silver seeds scattered across a celestial field. In homes throughout Bethlehem, oil lamps cast their gentle glow against limestone walls, and families gathered for evening meals, for prayers, for the sharing of the day's small victories and concerns. In one such home, the home of Boaz, Ruth, and Naomi, the day was drawing to its peaceful close. Little Obed, now a toddler with his father's strong build and his mother's gentle eyes, had been tucked into bed after a story from his grandmother Naomi. His breathing had deepened into the steady rhythm of childhood sleep, innocent and complete. Ruth sat in the courtyard, her fingers working methodically at a loom, creating fabric for their household. The rhythmic movement of the shuttle was soothing, meditative, a dance between yarn and skill that produced something both beautiful and necessary. Boaz watched her from the doorway, struck again by the quiet grace that had first drawn him to her in the fields. "Your hands create such beauty," he said softly, joining her in the cool evening air. Ruth smiled, her eyes never leaving her work. "My mother taught me to weave when I was a child," she replied. "She said that the making of cloth is like the making of a life, thread by thread, day by day, until a pattern emerges that was invisible at the beginning." Naomi appeared in the doorway, carrying a small cup of wine. "The child sleeps," she announced, her voice warm with contentment. "He asked again for the story of how his mother came from a distant land." "And did you tell him?" Boaz asked, making room for Naomi on the bench beside him. "I did," Naomi nodded, taking a small sip of wine. "I told him how Ruth chose love over safety, how she gleaned in the fields, how you noticed her and showed kindness." "He likes that part," Ruth added with a smile, "the part where his father was the hero." Boaz shook his head gently. "If there is a hero in our story, beloved, it is not I. It is you who left everything familiar to follow Naomi. It is Naomi who endured loss upon loss, yet found the strength to return home. It is the Lord who guided each step, though we could not see the path ahead." The three sat in comfortable silence for a moment, each lost in their own thoughts. The night air was cool but not cold, fragrant with the scent of ripened fruit from the small orchard that bordered their property. In the distance, a shepherd's flute played a melancholy tune, its notes drifting over the sleeping town like a blessing. "Do you ever think," Naomi said eventually, her voice thoughtful, "of how differently things might have unfolded if the famine had never come, if my sons had lived, if Ruth had returned to her mother's house as Orpah did?" Boaz reached for Ruth's hand, his calloused palm enveloping her smaller one. "I think of it often," he admitted, "how 1,000 different choices, 1,000 different circumstances might have led us all elsewhere. Yet here we are, brought together by both sorrow and joy." Ruth set aside her weaving, her eyes reflecting the first bright stars. "In Moab," she said softly, "we had a saying, 'The path to the garden often leads through the desert.' I did not understand it fully until I lived it." "And now?" Naomi asked. "Now I understand that sometimes the desert is necessary," Ruth answered. "Sometimes the empty road, the lonely field, the long night of waiting, these are not detours from God's plan, but the very path itself." Boaz nodded, his face solemn in the gathering darkness. "When I was a younger man," he said, "I often questioned why the Lord had not blessed me with a wife, with children. I watched my friends build families while I built barns and storehouses. I wondered if I had somehow missed the fullness of life." He looked at Ruth, his eyes soft with wonder even after these years together. "Now I see that I was waiting for you, though I did not know it. That each harvest I oversaw, each field I planted, was preparation for the day when a Moabite widow would come to glean among my sheaves." Naomi's laugh was gentle, without bitterness. "And I, who accused the Lord of emptying my hands, look what he has filled them with." She gestured toward the house where Obed slept, toward the small but thriving household that had grown around her. Sometimes emptiness is just the space God is creating for something new. As they sat together in the deepening twilight, a sense of reverent gratitude settled over them. Not the loud exuberance of those who have never known loss, but the deeper, quieter joy of those who have walked through shadows and found light waiting on the other side. The tale of their lives, this unexpected family, formed from fragments of broken dreams, would be told and retold through generations, not because it was extraordinary in its outward circumstances, but because it revealed an extraordinary truth, that in the hands of a loving God nothing is wasted, not grief, not loyalty, not kindness, not love freely given with no expectation of return. In the quiet darkness of Bethlehem, as the household of Boaz and Ruth prepared for sleep, they could not know how their story would echo through time, how the great-grandson of their son would be anointed king of Israel, how from their lineage would come the promised Messiah. They knew only this, that the God who had led them through famine and loss through foreign fields and threshing floors, through legal proceedings and new beginnings. Before we begin tonight's story, I want to ask for your support in a few small ways that make an enormous difference to this channel. If you're enjoying this content, please consider using your hype points on this video. It helps more than you could possibly know, and allows us to keep creating these stories for you night after night. If you're listening on Spotify, leaving a review truly helps us reach more listeners who might find comfort in these narratives. And if you feel like it, drop a comment letting us know what time it is where you are and where in the world you're listening from. We absolutely love seeing where everyone is tuning in from. It reminds us that these stories connect people across continents and time zones. Finally, if you enjoy this content and want more like it, please consider subscribing. It means the world to us. Now, let's begin. When the answer is already known. There are moments in history when people seek answers not because they are uncertain, but because they already know the truth and cannot bear to face it alone. They ask questions hoping the answer will somehow be different when spoken aloud. They consult prophets and sages, not for revelation, but for confirmation of what their hearts have already whispered in the darkest hours of night. This is a story about one such moment. It is a story about a king who discovered something terrible, about officials who carried an impossible question to an unlikely messenger, and about a woman whose name has been largely forgotten by history, but whose words changed the course of a nation. Her name was Huldah. She was a prophetess in ancient Judah, living quietly in Jerusalem during a time of spiritual crisis. She held no political office. She commanded no army. She had no wealth or royal lineage to speak of. Yet when the most powerful men in the kingdom needed to hear from God, they came to her door. And the question they brought was the hardest one imaginable. God's truth, as this story will show, often comes from unexpected voices. It arrives not through the corridors of power or the counsels of the mighty, but through those who have learned to listen in the quiet places, who have remained faithful when faithfulness was neither popular nor profitable. Tonight, we will walk through the ruins of a forgotten temple, stand beside a king who tears his royal robes in anguish, and hear words spoken by a woman whose courage defined an era. This is a story of truth, of humility, of the weight that comes with speaking what must be said, even when every listener hopes you will say something else. Let us begin. Chapter 1. A Forgotten Law. The 18th year of King Josiah's reign began like many others in Jerusalem. The young king, now in his mid-20s, had already distinguished himself as a reformer, someone who genuinely sought to restore proper worship in a land that had drifted far from its covenant with God. Unlike his grandfather Manasseh, who had filled Jerusalem with altars to foreign gods, or his father Ammon, who had walked in the same dark paths, Josiah had set his face toward restoration from the beginning of his rule. The temple in Jerusalem had suffered decades of neglect. Its walls had crumbled in places. Its courtyards had become overgrown. The implements of worship had tarnished and broken. The building that was meant to be the dwelling place of God's presence had become a monument to national indifference. Josiah ordered repairs. He appointed Shaphan the scribe to oversee the work, along with Hilkiah the high priest. Money was collected from the people, gathered by the Levites who kept the doors. The funds were then distributed to the carpenters and builders and masons who would restore the temple to its former glory. It was during this renovation that something extraordinary happened. Deep within the temple, in a chamber that had likely gone unopened for generations, Hilkiah the priest made a discovery. Among the debris and forgotten storage areas, he found a scroll. Not just any scroll, but one whose very presence had been forgotten by nearly everyone alive. It was the Book of the Law, the written covenant, the actual words given through Moses, the foundational document of Israel's relationship with God. How long had it been lost? How many years had passed since anyone had read these words in their entirety? How many generations had lived and died without hearing the actual terms of the covenant they claimed to follow? Hilkiah recognized immediately what he had found. His hands must have trembled as he unrolled the ancient parchment. Perhaps he read portions of it right there in the dusty chamber where it had lain forgotten. Perhaps he waited until he could bring it into proper light. Either way, he knew this was no ordinary discovery. He took the scroll to Shaphan the scribe and said words that would echo through history. "I have found the book of the law in the house of the Lord." Shaphan took the scroll. He examined it. He began to read. And as he read, he must have felt the weight of what these words meant. These were not suggestions or guidelines or the wisdom teachings of ancient sages. These were commandments, explicit instructions, clear boundaries between obedience and rebellion. And interwoven with those commandments were promises, blessings for faithfulness, curses for disobedience, consequences spelled out in unflinching detail for a nation that broke covenant with the God who had delivered them from slavery, sustained them in wilderness, and brought them into a promised land. Shaphan carried the scroll to the king. Chapter 2. A king who tears his robes. King Josiah sat in his palace, surrounded by the trappings of power. At 26 years old, he had already proven himself a capable ruler and a sincere seeker of God. But nothing in his experience had prepared him for what Shaphan was about to read. Shaphan opened the scroll and began to speak the ancient words, aloud. The commandments came first, the familiar ones that Josiah had tried to follow. Then came sections that had been forgotten or ignored for so long that they sounded almost new. Specific instructions about worship, about justice, about the treatment of the poor and the foreigner. Then came the warnings, the curses that would fall upon a nation that turned away from God. Disease, drought, military defeat, exile, the dissolution of everything they had been given. As Shaphan read, the colour must have drained from Josiah's face. These were not abstract theological concepts. These were descriptions of real consequences for real failures. And as he listened, Josiah could not help but measure his nation against the standard being described. The idolatry was undeniable. His grandfather had erected altars to foreign gods throughout Jerusalem. The high places, illegal sites of worship scattered across the countryside, had operated openly for generations. Child sacrifice had been practiced in the valley of Ben Hinnom just outside the city walls. The injustice was equally clear. The prophets had cried out for decades about the oppression of the poor, the corruption of judges, the greed of the wealthy. The broken commandments were too numerous to count. When Shaphan finished reading, silence filled the chamber. Then Josiah stood. He reached up and gripped the collar of his royal robe with both hands, and he tore it from neck to hem. This was not a casual gesture. This was the ancient sign of unbearable grief, of moral anguish so profound that it could only be expressed through the destruction of one's own clothing. Kings did not tear their robes lightly. These were garments of authority, symbols of power and legitimacy. But Josiah tore his anyway, because he understood what the scroll meant. His nation had violated its covenant with God, not accidentally, not in ignorance, but systematically, persistently, for generations. The reforms he had begun were not enough. The repairs to the temple were not enough. Judgment was deserved, and according to the very words written in the law, judgment was coming. Josiah looked at the officials gathered around him, Shaphan the scribe, Hilkiah the priest, and others whose names would also be remembered for what happened next. When he spoke, his voice carried the weight of certainty and dread. "Go and inquire of the Lord for me, and for the remnant in Israel and Judah, about what is written in this book that has been found. Great is the wrath of the Lord that is poured out on us, because our ancestors have not kept the word of the Lord, and have not acted in accordance with all that is written in this book." They needed confirmation. They needed to know if the warnings in the scroll applied to them, in their time, with their history of disobedience. They needed to hear from God directly about what these words meant for the nation's future. But where would they go to hear such a word? Chapter 3. Seeking the word of the Lord. The delegation that left the palace that day consisted of some of the most powerful men in Judah. Hilkiah the high priest led them, along with Shaphan the scribe and several others whose positions placed them at the centre of national decision-making. They had options for where to seek divine guidance. There were priests throughout Jerusalem, men trained in the law and the rituals of worship. There were elders who had accumulated decades of wisdom. There were court advisors whose entire purpose was to counsel the king on matters of state and spirit. There were also prophets. Jeremiah was already active in Jerusalem during this time. a young man whose prophetic ministry had begun just years earlier during Josiah's 13th year as king. He would go on to become one of the most significant prophetic voices in Israel's history, but at this moment he was still relatively unknown. Zephaniah was also prophesying during Josiah's reign, delivering messages about the coming day of the Lord's judgment. These were credible, recognised voices, but the delegation did not go to Jeremiah or Zephaniah or any of the other prophets whose names we remember. They did not consult the leading priests or the wisest elders or the most experienced counsellors. They went to a woman named Huldah. Why? The text does not explicitly tell us, but the fact that they made this choice tells us something profound about Huldah's reputation. In a patriarchal society where women rarely held formal religious authority, where prophetic ministry was often associated with men, these powerful officials sought out Huldah without hesitation or explanation. They trusted her to hear from God. They believed she would speak truth without corruption or political calculation. They knew that what they needed in this moment was not comfort or diplomacy, but authentic revelation. So they carried the scroll to the 2nd district of Jerusalem, to the house where Huldah lived. Chapter 4. Introducing Huldah. Huldah lived in the Mishneh, the 2nd quarter of Jerusalem. This was not the royal district or the temple complex, but a residential area where ordinary people made their homes. The text identifies her husband as Shallum, son of Tokath, who was the keeper of the wardrobe, likely referring to the priestly or royal vestments. This small detail is significant. Huldah was connected to temple life through her husband's work, yet she herself was not formally part of the religious establishment. She was not a priest's daughter raised in the temple courts. She was not a member of the royal family with inherited authority. She was simply a woman who heard from God. How had she become known as a prophetess? The text does not tell us. There is no account of her calling, no dramatic moment of commissioning like Isaiah's vision in the temple or Ezekiel's encounter by the Kabar River. We do not know if she received visions or dreams, or if God's word simply came to her in the quiet of prayer. What we know is that her reputation was established and unquestioned. When the most important officials in the kingdom needed to hear from God, they came to her door. There was no debate about her authority, no questions about whether a woman could legitimately speak prophetic words. They simply came. Imagine the scene. Huldah in her home when the delegation arrives. Perhaps she's going about ordinary tasks, preparing food, managing household affairs, when she looks up to see Hilkiah, the high priest, standing at her threshold. Behind him, the royal scribe Shaphan, other officials whose faces she might recognize from temple gatherings or public assemblies. They carry a scroll. They tell her the story of its discovery. They explain that King Josiah himself has sent them. They unroll the ancient parchment and perhaps read portions aloud, or perhaps simply tell her what it contains. Then they ask the question that has brought them to her door. Is this word from God applicable to us? Is judgment truly coming? What does the Lord say about what we have found? The room must have grown very quiet as they waited for her response. Huldah did not ask for time to pray or meditate or seek a vision. She did not request privacy or ritual preparation. The text suggests she responded immediately, with the kind of certainty that comes only from someone who knows without doubt that they are speaking God's words and not their own opinions. What she said next would determine the course of a nation. Chapter 5. The question no one wanted, answered. There is a particular weight that comes with asking questions when you already fear the answer. The delegation standing in Huldah's home knew what the scroll said. They had heard the curses pronounced upon disobedience. They had seen Josiah's reaction to those words. They hoped for reassurance. Perhaps the warnings were conditional. Perhaps the reforms Josiah had begun would be enough to turn away wrath. Perhaps there was a path to restoration that did not require the devastating consequences described in the ancient text. But they were also realistic men who knew their nation's history. They had lived through the reigns of Manasseh and Ammon. They had seen the altars to Baal and Asherah that dotted the landscape. They knew about the child sacrifices in the valley of Hinnom, the cult prostitution at the high places, the systematic violation of nearly every commandment given through Moses. So they stood in that quiet room, holding a scroll that condemned them, asking a prophetess to tell them whether condemnation was truly their future. Huldah looked at these powerful men. She knew what they wanted to hear. Any prophet seeking favour or influence or reward could have softened the message, could have emphasised God's mercy over judgment, could have offered hope without honesty. But Huldah was not interested in what they wanted to hear. She was interested in what God had sent her to say. The atmosphere in the room shifted as she began to speak. Her voice was steady, carrying the authority of someone who knew she was merely a vessel for a message much larger than herself. She did not ease them into it. She did not prepare them with gentle introductions or softening phrases. She spoke plainly. Chapter 6. The Unfiltered Message. Thus says the Lord, the God of Israel, Huldah began, using the traditional formula that identified her words as prophetic revelation rather than personal opinion. Then came the judgment. Tell the man who sent you to me, thus says the Lord, I am going to bring disaster on this place and on its inhabitants, all the curses written in the book that has been read in the presence of the king of Judah, because they have forsaken me and burned incense to other gods, and aroused my anger by all that their hands have made. My anger will be poured out on this place, and will not be quenched. There was no ambiguity in her words. Disaster was coming. The curses were real. The consequences were unavoidable. The Hebrew word she used for disaster carried connotations of evil, calamity, the complete unravelling of peace and security. This was not a minor setback or a temporary difficulty. This was the kind of national catastrophe that would reshape everything. And the reason was stated with equal clarity. The people had forsaken God. Not accidentally, not through innocent mistakes or understandable errors. They had actively chosen to worship other gods, to burn incense at foreign altars, to pour out their devotion to entities that were not worthy of worship. The phrase, aroused my anger by all that their hands have made, referred to the idols they had crafted and the altars they had built. These were not passive failures but active rebellions. They had used their creative capacity, the very hands God had given them, to fashion objects of worship that competed with the God who had delivered them from Egypt. Huldah's message confirmed what the scroll had said. The warnings were not theoretical or conditional in some vague future sense. They were immediate and certain. The delegation listening to her words must have felt the weight settling onto their shoulders. They had come hoping for some escape clause, some mercy that would preserve their nation from destruction. Instead, they received confirmation that everything they feared was true. But Huldah was not finished speaking. She had delivered the word of judgment. Now she would deliver something else, a message that revealed the heart of God in ways that pure justice never could. Chapter 7. Mercy for the Humble. After pronouncing judgment on the nation, Huldah's tone shifted slightly. She had another message, this one directed specifically at King Josiah. Tell the king of Judah, who sent you to inquire of the Lord, this is what the Lord, God of Israel, says concerning the words you heard. Because your heart was responsive and you humbled yourself before God when you heard what he spoke against this place and its people, and because you humbled yourself before me and tore your robes and wept in my presence, I have heard you, declares the Lord. This was extraordinary. The judgment on the nation stood. The disaster would come. The consequences of generations of rebellion could not be erased simply because one king finally demonstrated genuine repentance. But God had seen Josiah's heart. He had witnessed the young king tearing his royal robes in grief. He had heard the weeping of a ruler who understood the weight of his nation's sin. He had recognized authentic humility in a man who could have made excuses or minimized the severity of what the scroll revealed. And because of that humility, God offered mercy. Not national mercy. Not the kind of grace that would prevent the coming disaster entirely, but personal mercy, specific to Josiah himself. Huldah continued, Therefore I will gather you to your ancestors, and you will be buried in peace. Your eyes will not see all the disaster I am going to bring on this place and on those who live here. Josiah would not witness the destruction. He would die before the catastrophe came. He would be spared the sight of Jerusalem in flames, of the temple destroyed, of the people carried away into exile. This was mercy measured in years, perhaps decades. It was a stay of execution for one man's lifetime. It was God acknowledging that while justice must be served, individual faithfulness still mattered. The delegation listening to Huldah must have grasped the terrible mathematics of this mercy. Josiah's reprieve meant that disaster would come in the next generation, or perhaps the one after that. Their children or grandchildren would experience what the scroll described. The sword of judgment had been lifted but not sheathed, only delayed. Yet there was profound grace even in the delay. Josiah's reforms would not save the nation, but they would reshape it. The people who lived during his reign would experience genuine worship. The temple would be restored. The law would be read publicly. Idols would be destroyed. An entire generation would have the opportunity to know what faithfulness looked like, even if they could not permanently escape the consequences of their forefathers' rebellion. The delegation thanked Huldah and departed, carrying her words back to the king. Chapter 8. A nation changed by one voice. When Huldah's message reached King Josiah, he did not respond with despair or resignation. He did not accept the inevitability of judgment as an excuse for inaction. Instead, he intensified his reforms with even greater urgency. The king gathered all the people of Judah and Jerusalem together, from the greatest to the least, from the powerful to the powerless. He had the book of the law read aloud in their hearing, every word, every commandment, every blessing and curse. Then, standing before the assembly, Josiah renewed the covenant. He committed himself, publicly, to follow the Lord, to keep the commandments and decrees and regulations with all his heart and all his soul, and to fulfill the words of the covenant written in the book. The people joined him in this commitment. What followed was the most thorough religious reform in Judah's history. Josiah ordered the removal of all the articles made for Baal and Asherah from the temple. These items were taken outside Jerusalem to the fields of the Kidron Valley and burned. The ashes were carried to Bethel, a symbolic gesture linking the present Reformation to the ancient rebellion that had divided the kingdom generations earlier. He deposed the idolatrous priests. These were men who had been appointed by previous kings to burn incense at the high places throughout Judah, to serve at altars dedicated to Baal and the sun and moon and constellations. Their religious authority was stripped away. He desecrated the high places themselves. The altars were torn down. The sacred stones were smashed. The Asherah poles were cut down and burned. Every site where people had worshipped false gods was deliberately defiled so it could never again be used for such purposes. The Topheth in the valley of Ben Hinnom, the site where children had been sacrificed to the god Molech, was completely destroyed. Josiah wanted to ensure that no one could ever again make their son or daughter pass through fire in worship of a foreign deity. He extended his reforms beyond Judah's borders into the former territory of northern Israel. At Bethel, where Jeroboam had set up golden calves centuries earlier, Josiah tore down the altar and high place. He burned the bones of the pagan priests on their own altars as a final desecration. But Josiah's reforms were not merely destructive. He also restored proper worship. He celebrated the Passover with a thoroughness and authenticity that had not been seen since the days of the judges. The text records that not since the days of the prophet Samuel had there been such a Passover celebration in Israel. This was worship that connected the present generation back to their foundational story of deliverance from Egypt. It was a reminder of who God was and what he had done for his people. It was an act of corporate memory that re-established their identity as the covenant community. For the remainder of Josiah's reign, Judah experienced genuine reform. The temple functioned as it was meant to function. The law was known and taught. Idolatry was suppressed. Justice was pursued. All because a prophetess named Huldah had spoken truth without compromise. Chapter 9. The prophetess who disappears. After that pivotal moment when she spoke God's word to the royal delegation, Huldah vanishes from the biblical narrative. We hear nothing more about her. No further prophecies are recorded. No details about her later life are preserved. No account of her death or burial location is given. This silence is remarkable. In a culture that valued legacy and remembrance, in texts that carefully track the deeds of kings and prophets, Huldah simply fades from view after delivering the most consequential prophetic message of her era. There is no record of reward. Josiah did not appoint her to a position of authority in his reformed religious system. She was not given wealth or land or titles. The text does not suggest she became a regular counselor to the king or a prominent voice in Jerusalem's spiritual life. She spoke her message, and then she returned to obscurity. Yet her influence was anything but obscure. That single prophetic word reshaped the final decades of Judah's existence as an independent nation. It validated the law that had been found. It gave divine authority to Josiah's reforms. It provided both warning and temporary mercy that defined an entire generation's relationship with God. Huldah's disappearance from the narrative raises profound questions about the nature of prophetic ministry and divine calling. She was not building a career or establishing a legacy or creating a following. She was simply available when God needed someone to speak a specific word at a specific moment. And when that word had been spoken, her work was done. There is something pure about this, something that contradicts our modern obsession with platform and visibility and sustained influence. Huldah reminds us that faithfulness sometimes looks like a single moment of courage rather than a lifetime of public ministry. She also reminds us that God's choice of messengers often defies human expectations. He did not choose the high priest to interpret the law, even though Hilkiah had found it. He did not choose one of the recognized male prophets, even though several were active in Jerusalem. He chose a woman living in the second quarter, someone whose name would be forgotten by most of history. But at the moment when truth needed to be spoken without political calculation or personal agenda, Huldah was ready. Epilogue. The courage to speak what is true. The story of Huldah offers us a different kind of heroism than we typically encounter in Scripture. She did not part seas or defeat armies or survive fiery furnaces. She did not perform miracles or receive dramatic visions or lead a nation through wilderness. She simply told the truth when truth was needed. But what a truth it was, and how much courage it required. Consider what Huldah could have said instead. She could have softened the message, emphasizing God's mercy over judgment. She could have made the warning conditional, suggesting that enough reform might prevent disaster entirely. She could have spoken in vague generalities that would allow her listeners to hear what they wanted to hear. She could have protected her reputation by giving a palatable answer to powerful men who had come to her door. Instead, she spoke the word God gave her to speak. She confirmed that judgment was real and unavoidable. She refused to offer false hope or cheap grace. She told a king and his officials exactly what they did not want to hear. This is the courage that authentic prophecy requires, not merely the courage to speak, but the courage to speak what is true even when truth is unwelcome. Huldah also demonstrates the balance between justice and mercy that characterizes God's dealings with humanity. She delivered both messages with equal clarity. Yes, judgment is coming. Yes, consequences cannot be avoided. But also yes, God sees the humble heart. Yes, individual faithfulness matters even in the context of corporate failure. She did not allow mercy to erase the reality of judgment. She did not allow judgment to obscure the possibility of personal grace. Both were true. Both needed to be said. In our own time, we might ask ourselves what it means to speak truth with Huldah's clarity and courage. We live in an age of constant messaging, where words are carefully crafted for maximum impact or minimum offence. We are surrounded by voices telling us what we want to hear, confirming our existing beliefs, offering reassurance without challenge. But the prophetic voice, the voice God uses to speak truth into our lives, rarely sounds like that. It sounds like Huldah, direct, unfiltered, unwilling to trade honesty for approval, and perhaps most importantly willing to fade back into obscurity once the word has been delivered. Huldah did not leverage her moment of influence into a permanent platform. She did not build an institution around her prophetic gift. She spoke when God needed her to speak, and then she stepped back into the quiet life she had lived before. There is profound freedom in this approach to calling. When we are not trying to build empires or establish legacies, when we are simply available to speak truth in the moments God appoints, we can speak with a purity that self-interest always corrupts. Hulda's legacy is this: she was faithful in her moment. She did not flatter. She did not delay. She did not soften God's word to make it more palatable. She simply delivered the message she'd been given, trusting that God would do with it what needed to be done, and God did. A king tore his robes in repentance. A nation experienced reform. A generation learned what faithfulness looked like. The law was recovered and restored to its proper place in the life of the covenant community. All because a prophetess named Huldah had the courage to tell the truth when truth was the hardest thing to speak. As we close this story, perhaps we can carry with us the quiet strength of her example. In a world that often rewards those who tell us what we want to hear, may we have the courage to speak and to listen to what is actually true. In an age of self-promotion and platform building, may we find freedom in faithfulness without fanfare. In times when justice and mercy seem to conflict, may we learn to hold both with the same integrity that Huldah demonstrated. God often entrusts truth to those willing to speak it without fear. May we be such people. Rest well. Hello, dear friends, and welcome back to Sacred Slumber. Before we begin tonight's story, I hope your day has been filled with blessings and peace. Whether it's morning where you are, the quiet of afternoon, or the gentle embrace of evening, know that you are exactly where God wants you to be in this moment. I'm curious about where in this beautiful world you're listening from tonight. Are you nestled in your bed in a bustling city, or perhaps finding solace in the countryside under a canopy of stars? Wherever you are, whatever time it is for you, you are welcomed here with open arms. If this story touches your heart tonight, I encourage you to subscribe to Sacred Slumber. We gather here regularly to explore the profound truths and timeless wisdom found in God's Word, bringing comfort to weary souls and strength to troubled hearts. Your subscription helps us continue sharing these sacred stories that remind us of God's unfailing love and faithfulness. Now let us journey together to ancient Israel, to a time when kingdoms stood at crossroads, when truth was a dangerous commodity, and when one man's courage would echo through the ages. This is the story of Micaiah, the forgotten prophet who dared to stand alone. The sun blazed mercilessly over the ancient city of Samaria, its golden rays dancing across the limestone walls of King Ahab's palace. Within those walls, power brooked no opposition, and truth was often the first casualty of political ambition. It had been 3 years since the last war between Israel and Syria, 3 years of uneasy peace that sat heavy on King Ahab's shoulders like an ill-fitting crown. Ahab paced the marble floors of his throne room, his royal robes rustling with each agitated step. The king of Israel was a man consumed by his desires, a ruler who had long ago traded his soul to the altar of self-interest. His marriage to the foreign princess Jezebel had brought prosperity to his kingdom, but at a cost that would echo through generations. The worship of Baal had infiltrated the very heart of Israel, and the prophets of the Lord had been hunted, killed, or driven into hiding. Yet today, something stirred within Ahab's ambitious heart. News had arrived that morning of Syrian movements near Ramoth-Gilead, a strategic city that had once belonged to Israel, but now languished under enemy control. The city's location made it a prize worth fighting for, a gateway that could secure trade routes and strengthen his kingdom's eastern border. As Ahab contemplated this opportunity, word came that King Jehoshaphat of Judah was approaching Samaria with a considerable entourage. Jehoshaphat was everything Ahab was not. A king who sought the Lord's face, who had torn down the high places of idol worship, and who ruled with righteousness as his compass. The irony was not lost on Ahab that he would need the help of such a man to achieve his ambitions. The great doors of the throne room swung open with a resonant boom, and Jehoshaphat entered with the dignity befitting a king of David's lineage. He was a man of medium stature but commanding presence, his beard meticulously groomed, and his eyes holding the wisdom of one who had walked closely with the Almighty. Behind him came his advisors and military commanders, their expressions respectful but cautious, as they entered the domain of Israel's controversial king. "Jehoshaphat, my brother," Ahab called out, his voice echoing through the vast chamber as he descended from his throne. "Welcome to Samaria. Your presence brings honour to my house." The two kings embraced in the customary greeting, though those who knew them well could sense the underlying tension. Jehoshaphat had come seeking alliance, but his heart was troubled by what such an alliance might require of him. "Ahab," Jehoshaphat replied warmly, though his eyes remained watchful. "It has been too long since we have spoken face to face. The Lord has blessed both our kingdoms with peace these past years." "Indeed," Ahab agreed, gesturing toward the laden tables his servants had prepared. "Come, let us feast together and speak of matters that concern us both." The banquet that followed was a spectacle of royal excess. Tables groaned under the weight of roasted meats, exotic fruits, and wine from the finest vineyards. Musicians played softly in the background, while servants moved like shadows, attending to every need. Yet beneath the veneer of celebration, both kings harboured their own purposes. As the evening wore on and the wine loosened tongues, Ahab finally revealed his true intention. Leaning toward Jehoshaphat with the conspiratorial air of old friends, he spoke in measured tones. "My brother, there is a matter that weighs heavily upon my heart," Ahab began, his eyes glinting in the torchlight. "You know that Ramoth-Gilead belongs to us, yet it remains in the hands of the king of Syria. Should we not take back what is rightfully ours?" Jehoshaphat set down his goblet carefully, his expression growing thoughtful. He had anticipated this moment, knowing that Ahab rarely extended hospitality without purpose. The question hung in the air between them like incense, heavy with implication. "Ramoth-Gilead has indeed been a source of contention," Jehoshaphat replied diplomatically. "What do you propose?" Ahab's smile was that of a merchant who senses a favourable negotiation. "I propose that we go up together against Ramoth-Gilead. Your army combined with mine would be formidable. We could restore the city to Israel and share in the glory of victory." The words were carefully chosen, appealing to both practical strategy and Jehoshaphat's sense of brotherhood among the tribes of Israel. Yet Jehoshaphat had not survived as king by making hasty decisions. His reign had been marked by careful consultation with the Lord, and he would not abandon that practice now. "I am as you are," Jehoshaphat responded slowly. "My people as your people, my horses as your horses. If the Lord wills it, we shall stand together in battle." He paused, his next words carrying the weight of true conviction. "But first let us inquire of the Lord." Ahab's smile faltered slightly. In his eagerness for military glory, he had hoped to avoid the complications that divine consultation might bring. Yet he could hardly refuse such a reasonable request from a potential ally, especially one whose righteousness was renowned throughout the region. "Of course," Ahab agreed, though his tone lacked enthusiasm. "Let us seek the word of the Lord." What followed was a demonstration of the spiritual corruption that had infected Ahab's court. The king summoned his prophets, all 400 of them, men who wore the garments of holiness, but whose hearts served earthly masters. They came in a great procession, their robes flowing and their voices raised in what appeared to be spiritual fervour. These were not true prophets of the Lord, though they claimed his name. They were court prophets, men who understood that their continued prosperity depended upon telling the king what he wished to hear. Their prophecies were crafted not in the secret place of prayer, but in the calculating chambers of political expediency. As the prophets assembled in the courtyard before the two kings, their spokesman stepped forward. His name was Zedekiah, son of Chenaanah, a man whose pride matched his ambition, and whose hatred for true prophets would soon be revealed in violent fashion. "Hear the word of the Lord," Zedekiah proclaimed, his voice carrying across the courtyard with theatrical intensity. "Go up to Ramoth-Gilead and prosper, for the Lord will deliver it into the hand of the king." The 400 prophets took up the cry with orchestrated precision, their voices creating a chorus of false assurance. "Go up to Ramoth-Gilead and prosper. The Lord will deliver it into the hand of the king." Some of the prophets had even prepared visual aids for their performance. They danced and shouted, waving swords and spears, creating a spectacle that would have been impressive to any observer unfamiliar with the ways of true prophecy. The din was tremendous, the enthusiasm seemingly genuine, and the message exactly what Ahab longed to hear. Yet as Jehoshaphat watched this display, his spirit grew troubled. Something about the performance felt hollow, manufactured. These men spoke with one voice, but it was not the voice of the Lord that Jehoshaphat knew from his own times of prayer and seeking. There was no cost to their prophecy, no challenge to the king's desires, no hint of the divine complexity that marked true encounters with the Almighty. As the prophets continued their enthusiastic proclamations, Jehoshaphat raised his hand for silence. The courtyard gradually quieted, though the echo of their shouts seemed to linger in the air like smoke from a dying fire. "Is there not here a prophet of the Lord besides these?" Jehoshaphat asked carefully, "that we might inquire of him?" The question fell like a stone into still water, sending ripples of discomfort through the assembly. Ahab's face darkened, and several of the court prophets exchanged meaningful glances. They all knew there was indeed another prophet, one whose very existence was a thorn in the flesh of everyone present. Ahab's response came through gritted teeth, his voice barely concealing his irritation. "There is still one man, Micaiah the son of Imlah, by whom we may inquire of the Lord, but I hate him, for he does not prophesy good concerning me, but evil." The honesty of Ahab's admission was startling in its nakedness. Here was a king openly declaring his hatred for a prophet based not on any moral failing or false prophecy, but simply because the man refused to tell him what he wanted to hear. It was a moment that revealed the true spiritual state of Israel's leadership. Jehoshaphat, ever the diplomat, sought to smooth over the awkward moment. "Let not the king say such things," he replied gently, though his words carried a subtle rebuke. Ahab realized he had revealed too much of his heart. With visible effort he composed himself and called for one of his officers. "Bring Micaiah the son of Imlah quickly," he commanded, though his tone suggested he would rather summon a plague upon his house. As the officer hurried away on his grim errand, the two kings settled in to wait. The 400 prophets remained in the courtyard, their earlier enthusiasm now tempered by the knowledge that their unanimous voice was about to be challenged by a single man they both feared and despised. The sun continued its relentless journey across the sky, and in the distance the sound of the officer's horse could be heard galloping toward the place where truth dwelt in isolation, where a forgotten prophet waited in the shadows of his integrity. The horse's hooves struck the dusty road with rhythmic precision as the king's officer rode toward the humble dwelling where Micaiah made his home. The prophet lived simply, far from the luxury of the royal court, in a stone house that spoke of function rather than ostentation. Here, away from the corrupting influence of political power, dwelt a man who had chosen faithfulness over favour, truth over comfort. Micaiah son of Imlah was not an imposing figure by earthly standards. Of average height and lean build, he bore the weathered appearance of one who had walked through many storms. His beard was streaked with silver, and his eyes held the deep weariness of a man who had spoken unpopular truths for too many years. Yet there was something unbreakable in his demeanour, a quality that suggested he had found his anchor in something far stronger than human approval. When the king's messenger arrived, Micaiah was in his garden, tending to the vegetables that provided much of his sustenance. The prophet lived modestly, supported by the occasional gifts of those few souls who still valued truth above comfort. He had long ago learned to find contentment in simple things, the satisfaction of honest work, the peace of prayer, and the quiet joy of communion with the Almighty. "Micaiah," the officer called out as he dismounted, "the king commands your presence immediately." The prophet looked up from his work, unsurprised. He had sensed in recent days that the Lord was preparing him for something significant. His prayers had been marked by an unusual intensity, and his dreams had been filled with visions he did not yet fully understand. "Very well," Micaiah replied simply, setting aside his tools. "Let me wash and prepare myself." As Micaiah went about the task of making himself presentable for the royal court, the officer felt compelled to share information that might save the prophet from making a costly mistake. The man had witnessed what happened to those who crossed King Ahab, and despite his loyalty to the crown, he possessed enough humanity to feel concern for this solitary figure. "Listen to me, Micaiah," the officer said, his voice dropping to a confidential tone. The words of the prophets declare good to the king with one mouth. Let your word be like the word of one of them, and speak favourably. It was well-intentioned advice, offered by a man who understood the political realities of Ahab's court. The officer had seen the 400 prophets deliver their unanimous message of victory and prosperity. He knew that Micaiah's reputation for speaking uncomfortable truths could lead to imprisonment, exile, or worse. In his mind, he was offering the prophet a lifeline, a chance to align himself with the majority and avoid the consequences of standing alone. Micaiah paused in his preparations, considering the messenger's words. The offer was clear: conform, agree with the crowd, tell the king what he wants to hear, and enjoy the benefits of royal favour. It would be so easy, so practical, so utterly reasonable by every human measure. But as Micaiah looked into the officer's earnest face, he felt the familiar stirring of the spirit within him, that unmistakable presence that had guided him through decades of faithful service. The Lord had not called him to an easy path, but he had never failed to provide strength for the journey. "As the Lord lives," Micaiah replied with quiet dignity, "whatever the Lord says to me, that I will speak." The words hung in the air between them, a declaration of absolute commitment that left no room for compromise. The officer's face showed his disappointment and concern, but he knew better than to argue further. He had delivered his warning. What the prophet did with it was beyond his control. The journey back to Samaria was made in relative silence, the officer pondering the stubborn integrity of his passenger, while Micaiah prayed and prepared his heart for whatever lay ahead. As they approached the city, the prophet could see the banners of both Israel and Judah flying from the palace walls, confirming his suspicion that this summons involved more than a routine consultation. The palace courtyard was a scene of controlled chaos when they arrived. Servants scurried about preparing for what appeared to be an important gathering, while guards stood at attention in their finest armour. The 400 prophets were still present, clustered in small groups and speaking in hushed tones. Their earlier enthusiasm had given way to a more subdued attitude, though their confidence in their message remained unshaken. As Micaiah dismounted and followed the officer toward the throne room, he could feel the weight of many eyes upon him. Some looks were curious, others hostile, and a few held the barely concealed contempt of those who viewed his independence as a personal affront. He had grown accustomed to such reactions over the years, understanding that his very presence served as an uncomfortable reminder of the spiritual compromise that permeated the court. The great doors opened before them, revealing the opulent throne room where Kings Ahab and Jehoshaphat waited. The contrast between the two rulers was immediately apparent even to a casual observer. Ahab sat upon his throne with the restless energy of a man driven by ambition, his fingers drumming impatiently on the armrest. Jehoshaphat, seated in a chair of equal honour nearby, maintained the composed dignity of one accustomed to seeking divine guidance before making important decisions. "Ah, Micaiah," Ahab said as the prophet entered, his tone carrying forced joviality that fooled no one. "At last, our final consultant arrives." Micaiah approached the throne with measured steps, neither hurrying to show deference nor dawdling to display defiance. He had learned long ago that in the presence of earthly power, his allegiance belonged to a higher authority. When he reached the appropriate distance, he bowed respectfully but not obsequiously, acknowledging the king's position without compromising his own integrity. "You summoned me, your majesty," Micaiah said simply, his voice carrying clearly through the chamber. King Jehoshaphat studied the prophet with interest. He had heard reports of Micaiah's reputation for uncompromising honesty, and after witnessing the theatrical performance of the 400 prophets, he was eager to hear from someone who might offer a different perspective. Ahab leaned forward on his throne, his eyes fixed on the solitary figure before him. "Micaiah, shall we go to war against Ramoth-Gilead, or shall we refrain?" It was the same question that had been posed to the 400 prophets, the same inquiry that had produced such enthusiastic unanimity. Now it fell upon the shoulders of one man who stood alone, without allies or supporters, facing the combined expectation of two kings and their assembled courts. The moment stretched taut with anticipation. Everyone present understood that they were witnessing something significant, though few could have predicted the drama that was about to unfold. In the silence, Micaiah felt the familiar stirring of the Spirit, but what came first was not the word of the Lord, but something altogether unexpected. What happened next would be remembered and debated for generations to come. Micaiah, the prophet known for his uncompromising honesty, looked directly at King Ahab and delivered exactly the message the king wanted to hear. "Go up and prosper," Micaiah declared, his voice carrying throughout the throne room, "for the Lord will deliver it into the hand of the king." A murmur of surprise rippled through the assembled court. The 400 prophets exchanged glances of confusion and perhaps a touch of irritation. Here was the man they had feared would contradict their unanimous verdict, and instead he was confirming their prophecy word for word. Some of them smiled with what they imagined was vindication, while others seemed puzzled by this unexpected development. But King Ahab was no fool. Despite his many moral failings, he had known Micaiah for years, had heard his prophecies of judgment and warning countless times. Never once had the prophet told him what he wanted to hear. Never once had Micaiah's words aligned so perfectly with royal desires. The king's eyes narrowed as he studied the prophet's face, searching for the truth behind this suspicious compliance. There was something in Micaiah's tone, a subtle quality that suggested layers beneath the surface of his words. It was the same tone a parent might use when agreeing with a child's obviously foolish plan, allowing them to proceed while knowing full well what the consequences would be. King Jehoshaphat, too, sensed that something was amiss, though he remained silent, observing the interaction with keen interest. "How many times shall I make you swear," Ahab said slowly, his voice carrying a warning, "that you tell me nothing but the truth in the name of the Lord?" It was a remarkable moment. Here was a king who had just received exactly the prophecy he desired, yet his own conscience convicted him that it could not be genuine. Ahab understood Micaiah well enough to know that such easy agreement was completely out of character. In demanding the truth, the king was inadvertently acknowledging that he recognized the difference between authentic prophecy and the comfortable lies he typically preferred. Micaiah stood silent for a moment, and those watching could see a visible change come over him. The sardonic expression faded from his face, replaced by the solemn countenance of one who was about to deliver a message from the throne room of heaven. When he spoke again, his voice carried a different quality altogether, the unmistakable authority of divine revelation. "I saw all Israel scattered on the hills like sheep that have no shepherd," Micaiah began, his words falling like stones into the sudden silence. "And the Lord said, 'These have no master. Let each return to his house in peace.'" The impact of these words was immediate and devastating. The vision was clear to everyone present. Israel would be defeated, their army scattered, and their king would not return from battle. It was a prophecy of military disaster and royal death, delivered with the calm certainty of one who had seen beyond the veil of earthly circumstances. King Ahab's face flushed with anger, but beneath the rage was something that looked remarkably like fear. He turned to Jehoshaphat with the bitter satisfaction of one whose worst expectations have been confirmed. "Did I not tell you," Ahab said, his voice heavy with frustration, "that he would not prophesy good concerning me, but evil?" But Micaiah was not finished. The Spirit of the Lord had opened his eyes to see into the very council chambers of heaven, and what he had witnessed there needed to be shared, regardless of the consequences. The prophet's voice took on an even more solemn tone as he continued. "Therefore hear the word of the Lord," Micaiah declared, his words cutting through the tension in the room like a sword. "I saw the Lord sitting on his throne, and all the host of heaven standing by, on his right hand and on his left." The court fell absolutely silent. Even the most worldly and cynical among them recognized that they were hearing something extraordinary. This was not the political maneuvering they were accustomed to, nor the comfortable reassurances of the court prophets. This was a glimpse into eternal realities, a revelation of divine purpose that transcended human understanding. "And the Lord said," Micaiah continued, "Who will persuade Ahab to go up, that he may fall at Ramoth-Gilead?" So one spoke in this manner, and another spoke in that manner. Then a spirit came forward and stood before the Lord and said, I will persuade him. The Lord said to him, In what way? And he said, I will go out and be a lying spirit in the mouth of all his prophets. And the Lord said, You shall persuade him and also prevail. Go out and do so. The revelation was staggering in its implications. Micaiah was claiming that the Lord himself had allowed, indeed, had orchestrated, the deception that had been proclaimed by the 400 prophets. It was a divine judgment in the form of false prophecy, a spiritual trap set for a king who had repeatedly chosen lies over truth. Therefore, Micaiah concluded with inexorable logic, Look, the Lord has put a lying spirit in the mouth of all these prophets of yours, and the Lord has declared disaster concerning you. The silence that followed was deafening. Every person present was forced to grapple with the implications of what they had heard. The 400 prophets found themselves accused not merely of error, but of being unwitting instruments of divine deception. The kings faced the terrifying possibility that their carefully planned military campaign was actually a trap set by the Almighty himself. But the silence was short-lived. Zedekiah, the spokesman for the 400 prophets, was a man of considerable pride and ambition. He had built his reputation on his supposed connection to the divine, and Micaiah's words threatened not only his credibility but his entire worldview. The accusation that he had been deceived by a lying spirit was more than he could bear. With a roar of rage, Zedekiah strode across the throne room until he stood face to face with Micaiah. The contrast between them was striking. Zedekiah in his fine robes and carefully groomed appearance, representing the comfortable religiosity of the court, facing Micaiah in his simple garments, embodying the uncompromising voice of authentic prophecy. Which way did the Spirit from the Lord go from me to speak to you? Zedekiah demanded, his voice shaking with fury. It was a desperate attempt to challenge Micaiah's authority, to suggest that if anyone possessed a connection to the divine, it was surely the spokesman for 400 prophets rather than this isolated troublemaker. But before Micaiah could respond, Zedekiah's anger overwhelmed his judgment entirely. The sound of the slap echoed through the throne room like a thunderclap. Zedekiah had struck Micaiah across the face with sufficient force to stagger the prophet, leaving a red mark on his cheek that would serve as a visible reminder of what it cost to speak truth in the face of comfortable lies. The act of violence hung in the air like a poisonous cloud. No one moved or spoke, shocked by the sudden transition from theological debate to physical assault. Micaiah slowly straightened, touching his cheek where Zedekiah's hand had left its mark. When he looked up, there was no anger in his eyes, no desire for retaliation. Instead, there was a sadness that seemed to encompass not only his immediate situation, but the entire spiritual state of the nation. Indeed, Micaiah said quietly, his voice carrying despite its gentle tone, You shall see on that day when you go into an inner chamber to hide. It was both prophecy and promise. The day would come when Zedekiah's false confidence would crumble, when the reality of divine judgment would force him to seek shelter from the consequences of his deception. The words carried the weight of inevitable fulfillment, spoken not in anger, but with the sorrowful certainty of one who had seen the future and found it tragic. King Ahab had heard enough. The prophet's words had struck too close to uncomfortable truths, had challenged too directly the comfortable illusions upon which he had built his reign. The vision of divine deception, the prophecy of military disaster, the humiliating suggestion that his 400 prophets were unwitting instruments of judgment, all of it combined to create a rage that demanded immediate action. "Take Micaiah," the king commanded, his voice sharp with fury, "and return him to Amon, the governor of the city, and to Joash the king's son, and say, 'Thus says the king, put this fellow in prison, and feed him with bread of affliction and water of affliction until I come in peace.'" The order was both punishment and insurance policy. By imprisoning Micaiah until his safe return from battle, Ahab was attempting to nullify the prophecy through royal decree. It was a desperate act of defiance against divine judgment, a futile attempt to bind the word of the Lord with chains and prison walls. But Micaiah was not finished. Even as the guards moved toward him, even as the shadow of imprisonment fell across his path, the prophet had one final word to speak. His voice rang out across the throne room with the clarity of absolute conviction. "If you ever return in peace, the Lord has not spoken by me." The words were a direct challenge to royal authority, a public declaration that put Micaiah's credibility as a prophet on the line. He was essentially saying that if Ahab returned safely from battle, then everyone present should conclude that Micaiah was a false prophet deserving of death. It was the ultimate expression of confidence in the word he had received from the Lord. But Micaiah was not content to let his challenge rest with the immediate audience. Looking around the throne room at the assembled courtiers, nobles and servants, he raised his voice even louder. "Mark it, all you people." It was a call to witness, an appeal to everyone present to remember this moment and test the validity of his prophecy against future events. The prophet was willing to stake everything, his reputation, his freedom, possibly his life, on the truth of what he had spoken. It was a level of certainty that transcended human confidence and entered the realm of divine assurance. As the guards seized Micaiah's arms and began to lead him away, the throne room erupted in a buzz of conversation. Some whispered among themselves about the prophet's boldness, others debated the implications of his vision, and still others tried to process the dramatic confrontation they had just witnessed. Through it all, the 400 prophets maintained their uncomfortable silence, uncertain how to respond to accusations that struck at the very heart of their prophetic claims. King Jehoshaphat watched the proceedings with deep concern. The righteous king of Judah had requested divine counsel, and what he had received was a prophecy that directly contradicted his military plans and predicted disaster for his ally. Yet something in Micaiah's bearing, some quality of authentic conviction, made it impossible to dismiss his words as the ravings of a madman or the spite of a disgruntled prophet. As Micaiah was led away, his footsteps echoing through the palace corridors, he felt no bitterness toward his captors or self-pity for his situation. He had spoken the word of the Lord faithfully, regardless of the consequences, and that obedience brought a peace that transcended his circumstances. The prison cell that awaited him might confine his body, but his spirit remained free, anchored in the unshakable certainty that he had been faithful to his calling. The cell where Micaiah was imprisoned was a far cry from the luxury of the royal court. Built of rough stone with a small barred window that provided minimal light, it was designed for punishment rather than comfort. The bread of affliction and water of affliction promised by the king proved to be exactly that. Meagre rations calculated to sustain life, while providing a constant reminder of a royal displeasure. Yet in that dark cell, Micaiah found something that had eluded him in the freedom of his simple home. Absolute clarity about his purpose and calling. Stripped of all earthly comforts and securities, he was forced to rely entirely upon his relationship with the Lord. In the long hours of solitude, he prayed not for deliverance but for continued faithfulness, not for vindication, but for grace to endure whatever lay ahead. Meanwhile, preparations for war continued with increasing intensity. King Ahab threw himself into military planning with the fervour of a man trying to drown out unwelcome voices of conscience. He consulted with his generals, inspected his troops, and made elaborate arrangements for what he was determined would be a glorious victory. The prophecy of the 400 court prophets was repeated frequently, as if constant repetition could somehow make it more reliable. King Jehoshaphat, however, found himself deeply troubled by the day's events. The contrast between the theatrical unanimity of the 400 prophets and Micaiah's stark authenticity had left him with serious doubts about the wisdom of the planned campaign. Yet he had given his word to stand with Ahab, and the political implications of backing out now were significant. As the day of departure approached, Ahab made one final attempt to circumvent the prophecy that haunted his thoughts. If the word of the Lord through Micaiah was true, then King Ahab was destined to die in battle. But perhaps, the king reasoned, he could outwit divine judgment through human cleverness. "I will disguise myself and go into battle," Ahab announced to his commanders, "but you put on your robes." It was a cunning plan. By dressing as an ordinary soldier while Jehoshaphat wore royal garments, Ahab hoped to deceive the enemy about his identity and location. If the Syrians could not identify him as the king of Israel, Perhaps he could survive the battle and prove Micaiah wrong. It was the kind of tactical thinking that had served Ahab well in political manoeuvring. But he was about to discover that divine judgment operates by different rules than human conflict. The morning of battle dawned clear and bright, with a gentle breeze that carried the scent of wildflowers across the plains surrounding Ramoth Gilead. It seemed an unlikely day for the fulfillment of prophecy, too beautiful for the tragic events that were about to unfold. The armies of Israel and Judah had assembled in impressive formation, their banners flying proudly in the morning air, their weapons gleaming in the sunlight. King Ahab, disguised as a common soldier, moved among his troops with nervous energy. His royal armour had been replaced with the simple leather and bronze of an ordinary warrior, and his distinctive crown was nowhere to be seen. To any casual observer, he appeared to be merely another commander preparing for battle, yet those closest to him could sense his underlying anxiety, the tension of a man who was trying to outrun a divine decree. King Jehoshaphat, meanwhile, wore his royal robes with obvious reluctance. The righteous king of Judah had agreed to this deception as part of their military strategy, but his conscience troubled him. The memory of Micaiah's words weighed heavily on his mind, and he found himself offering frequent prayers for divine protection and guidance. The Syrian army was formidable, well-trained and confident in their ability to defend their territory. Their king had given specific instructions to his 32 chariot commanders: fight with no one small or great, but only with the king of Israel. It was a strategic decision based on the understanding that killing or capturing the enemy king would effectively end the battle and secure victory. As the two armies faced each other across the field of battle, the air was thick with tension and anticipation. Horses stamped impatiently, armour creaked as soldiers shifted their weight, and commanders made final adjustments to their battle plans. In the distance, the walls of Ramoth Gilead stood as silent witness to the conflict that was about to determine its fate. The battle began with the thunderous clash of armies colliding, the sound of metal against metal mixing with the shouts of warriors and the screams of the wounded. Chariots raced across the battlefield like instruments of divine wrath, their wheels churning up clouds of dust that obscured vision and added to the chaos of combat. For a time, it seemed as though Ahab's strategy might succeed. Hidden among his soldiers, the disguised king fought with the desperation of a man who believed his life depended on remaining unrecognized. His years of military experience served him well as he wielded sword and spear with deadly efficiency, contributing to the initial success of the Israelite forces. But the Syrian chariot commanders were not easily deceived. When they spotted King Jehoshaphat in his royal robes, they immediately assumed they had found their primary target. A group of them converged on the king of Judah with deadly intent, their chariots cutting through the battle lines like ships through stormy seas. "Surely it is the king of Israel," they shouted to one another as they closed in on Jehoshaphat. The king of Judah found himself surrounded by enemy chariots, their occupants preparing to capture or kill what they believed to be their primary objective. In that moment of extreme danger, Jehoshaphat did what he had learned to do throughout his reign. He cried out to the Lord for deliverance. "Help me, O Lord," Jehoshaphat called out, his voice carrying above the din of battle. What happened next was a clear demonstration of divine intervention. As Jehoshaphat's cry reached heaven, the Lord moved the hearts of the Syrian commanders in an unexpected way. Something about the king's appearance or manner suddenly convinced them that this was not their intended target after all. "It is not the king of Israel," one of them declared, and just as quickly as they had converged upon Jehoshaphat, they turned away to search for their real quarry elsewhere on the battlefield. Meanwhile, across the chaos of combat, King Ahab continued his desperate masquerade. His disguise had served him well throughout the morning, allowing him to participate in the battle without attracting the special attention of enemy forces. For a brief moment it seemed as though human cunning might indeed triumph over divine decree. But the Lord's purposes are not thwarted by earthly schemes, no matter how cleverly conceived. As the battle raged on, a Syrian soldier drew his bow at random, not aiming at any particular target, but simply shooting into the mass of enemy forces. It was the kind of arrow that soldiers loose when they cannot see clearly, through the dust and confusion of battle, hoping to strike something useful, but with no specific intent. The arrow flew through the air with the invisible guidance of divine providence. It passed over the heads of common soldiers, sailed between the wheels of racing chariots, and found its mark with the precision of perfect justice. The bronze point struck King Ahab between the joints of his armour, penetrating the one gap in his defences that his disguise could not protect. The king felt the arrow's impact like a thunderbolt, the sudden sharp pain followed by the warm spread of blood across his chest. He looked down in shock to see the Syrian arrow protruding from his body, its shaft trembling with the force of impact. In that instant, Ahab understood with perfect clarity that no amount of human cleverness could circumvent the word of the Lord. "I am wounded," the king cried out to his chariot driver, his voice tight with pain and the dawning realization of his doom. "Turn around and carry me out of the battle." The chariot driver, a loyal servant who had recognized his disguised king despite the common soldier's garb, immediately began maneuvering toward the edge of the battlefield. But extricating themselves from the chaos of combat proved more difficult than anticipated. The battle had intensified throughout the day, and enemy forces blocked many of the potential escape routes. As they struggled to retreat, King Ahab's condition continued to deteriorate. The arrow had found a vital spot, and blood flowed freely from the wound despite his attempts to stanch it. Yet with grim determination, the king remained propped up in his chariot, unwilling to let his army see him fall. His presence, even in his wounded state, served to encourage the Israelite forces and maintain their fighting spirit. The battle raged from morning until evening, the outcome hanging in the balance as both sides fought with desperate intensity. But as the sun began to set, painting the sky in shades of red that seemed to mirror the blood spilled on the battlefield below, King Ahab's strength finally gave out. The disguised king who had tried to outwit divine judgment slumped forward in his chariot, his life ebbing away with each laboured breath. As word of the king's condition spread through the ranks, the cry went up that would fulfill Micaiah's prophecy with devastating accuracy. Every man to his city, and every man to his own country. The army of Israel, leaderless and demoralized, began to scatter across the hills just as the prophet had foreseen. Like sheep without a shepherd, they abandoned their positions and fled toward home, their dreams of victory dissolving into the nightmare of defeat. King Ahab died as the sun set over Ramoth-Gilead, his blood pooling in the bottom of his chariot. The man who had spent his reign choosing comfortable lies over uncomfortable truths had finally encountered a reality that no amount of deception could alter. The word of the Lord, spoken through his faithful prophet, had been fulfilled to the letter. News of King Ahab's death spread quickly through the land, carried by the scattered remnants of his army and the merchants who followed military campaigns. In the palace at Samaria, the reaction was one of stunned disbelief. The 400 prophets who had proclaimed certain victory found themselves facing a crisis of credibility that would haunt them for the rest of their lives. In his prison cell, Micaiah heard the news with a mixture of sadness and vindication. He had taken no pleasure in prophesying disaster, had felt no joy in predicting the death of his king. Yet the fulfillment of his prophecy served as a powerful reminder that the word of the Lord does not return void, regardless of how unwelcome it might be to human ears. When the guards came to release him from prison, Micaiah emerged into the daylight a changed man. His body bore the marks of his confinement. He was thinner, paler, and bore the lines of one who had endured hardship. But his spirit was unbroken, perhaps even strengthened by his ordeal. He had spoken truth in the face of overwhelming opposition, had maintained his integrity under pressure, and had been vindicated by the very events that had brought tragedy to the kingdom. The political ramifications of Ahab's death were immediate and far-reaching. His son Ahaziah ascended to the throne, inheriting a kingdom shaken by military defeat and spiritual confusion. The influence of Queen Jezebel remained strong, but the dramatic fulfillment of Micaiah's prophecy had dealt a severe blow to the credibility of the Baal-worshipping establishment. Zedekiah, the false prophet who had struck Micaiah in the throne room, found himself in an impossible position. His confident predictions of victory had been thoroughly discredited, and his authority as a spokesman for the divine had been shattered. The inner chamber where he sought to hide, just as Micaiah had prophesied, became both a physical and spiritual reality as he struggled to come to terms with the magnitude of his error. The other court prophets faced similar crises of confidence. Their unanimous declaration of victory had been revealed as the lying spirit Micaiah had warned about, and their reputations lay in ruins. Some of them quietly retired from public life, while others attempted to reinvent themselves as followers of different deities. None of them could escape the uncomfortable truth that they had been deceived, and had, in turn, deceived others. King Jehoshaphat returned to Jerusalem a wiser and more cautious man. His alliance with Ahab had nearly cost him his life, and the experience had taught him valuable lessons about the importance of seeking genuine divine guidance rather than accepting comfortable confirmations of predetermined plans. The prophet Jehu, son of Hanani, met him upon his return with words of rebuke for his alliance with the ungodly king, but also with recognition that the Lord had delivered him from the consequences of his poor judgment. Throughout the kingdom, people began to reassess their understanding of prophecy and divine revelation. The dramatic contrast between the false assurances of the 400 prophets and the accurate warnings of the solitary Micaiah had provided a vivid lesson in discernment. Many began to understand that true prophecy was not measured by its popularity or its agreement with human desires, but by its faithfulness to the word and character of the Lord. Years passed, and the story of Micaiah's stand against the 400 false prophets became one of the most remembered episodes in the history of Israel. Parents told it to their children as an example of courage and integrity, while religious teachers used it to illustrate the difference between true and false prophecy. The tale grew in significance with each telling, not because it was embellished, but because its lessons proved to be timeless and universal. The first and most obvious lesson was about the cost of speaking truth. Micaiah had paid a heavy price for his faithfulness: imprisonment, isolation, and the hostility of the powerful. Yet his willingness to endure these hardships had ultimately served a greater purpose, preserving the integrity of prophetic ministry and providing a clear example of what it meant to fear God rather than man. His story became a source of encouragement for future generations of prophets and faithful believers who found themselves standing alone against popular opinion. The second lesson concerned the danger of groupthink and manufactured consensus. The 400 prophets had created an impressive display of unanimity, but their agreement had been based on political expediency rather than divine revelation. Their story served as a warning about the seductive power of majority opinion and the importance of seeking truth, even when it contradicted popular sentiment. The comfort of belonging to the crowd, they learned, was no substitute for the sometimes lonely path of authentic faith. The third lesson was perhaps the most theologically complex: the reality that God sometimes allows deception as a form of judgment. The lying spirit that had influenced the false prophets was not an independent force, but an instrument of divine justice, permitted by the Lord as part of his sovereign plan. This aspect of the story forced believers to grapple with difficult questions about the nature of divine sovereignty and human responsibility, helping them develop a more mature understanding of how God works in the world. The fourth lesson focused on the importance of discernment in spiritual matters. King Jehoshaphat's initial uneasiness with the 400 prophets had been a manifestation of spiritual discernment, a recognition that something was amiss despite the impressive display of consensus. His request for a prophet of the Lord had demonstrated the value of seeking authentic divine guidance, rather than accepting convenient confirmations of predetermined plans. The fifth lesson was about the ultimate futility of human schemes when they oppose divine purposes. King Ahab's elaborate disguise had been a clever attempt to circumvent prophecy through human ingenuity, but it had proven utterly useless against the sovereign will of the Lord. The random arrow that found its mark had served as a powerful reminder that God's purposes will be accomplished regardless of human attempts to thwart them. As the years passed and the kingdom of Israel continued its spiritual decline, the story of Micaiah took on additional significance. It became a benchmark against which other prophets and prophecies were measured, a reminder of what authentic faithfulness looked like in the face of opposition. When Elijah stood alone against the prophets of Baal on Mount Carmel, people remembered Micaiah's solitary stand. When Jeremiah faced persecution for his unpopular messages, the example of Micaiah's courage provided encouragement and precedent. The story also served as a cautionary tale for those in positions of authority. King Ahab's admission that he hated Micaiah because the prophet never spoke favourably about him had revealed the dangerous tendency of leaders to surround themselves with yes men rather than truthful counsellors. Future kings and officials who heard the story were challenged to examine their own relationships with advisors and to consider whether they were seeking truth or merely confirmation of their existing beliefs. In the quiet of his later years, Micaiah often reflected on that pivotal day when he had stood alone before 2 kings and 400 false prophets. The physical scars from his imprisonment had faded, but the spiritual impact of his experience continued to shape his understanding of his calling and his relationship with the Lord. The prophet had learned that faithfulness was not measured by immediate results, but by obedience to divine instruction. His warning had not prevented the battle or saved King Ahab's life, but it had preserved the integrity of prophetic ministry and provided a clear demonstration of the difference between true and false revelation. Sometimes, he realized, the greatest victories were won not through changing circumstances, but through maintaining faithfulness in the midst of difficult circumstances. Micaiah had also discovered that standing alone was not the same as being alone. In his prison cell, deprived of human companionship and comfort, he had experienced a deeper intimacy with the Lord than he had ever known before. The isolation that had seemed like punishment had actually become a pathway to greater spiritual understanding and strength. He had learned that the approval of the crowd was a poor substitute for the approval of the Almighty. The prophet had come to understand that his role was not to be popular, but to be faithful, not to tell people what they wanted to hear, but to speak what the Lord had given him to say. This understanding had freed him from the burden of trying to manage people's reactions to his messages, and had allowed him to focus entirely on the sacred responsibility of accurate communication of divine truth. The peace that came from this clarity of purpose was worth more than all the royal favour he might have gained through compromise. As news of Micaiah's faithfulness spread beyond the borders of Israel, his story began to influence other nations and cultures. Foreign dignitaries who visited the kingdom often asked to hear the account of the prophet who had stood against 400 false prophets and accurately predicted the death of a king. The story became a testament to the power of truth and the importance of moral courage, inspiring people of various backgrounds to examine their own commitments to integrity and faithfulness. The story also had a profound impact on the understanding of prophecy itself. Future generations would use Micaiah's example as a standard for evaluating prophetic claims, recognizing that true prophecy was characterized by faithfulness to the Lord's character and purposes rather than by popular appeal or immediate gratification. The account helped establish criteria for distinguishing between authentic divine revelation and human manipulation disguised as spiritual authority. In the broader context of Israel's history, Micaiah's stand represented a crucial moment in the preservation of true worship and authentic faith. At a time when the kingdom was sliding towards spiritual apostasy, his unwavering commitment to truth served as a beacon of hope for those who still sought to follow the Lord with integrity. His example encouraged other faithful believers to maintain their convictions even when they seemed to be in the minority. The story of Micaiah also served as a bridge between the ministries of the earlier prophets like Elijah and later ones like Jeremiah and Ezekiel. His experience of standing alone against popular opinion and suffering for his faithfulness would be echoed in the lives of many subsequent prophets who faced similar challenges. The patterns of persecution, vindication, and ultimate triumph that characterized his story became recurring themes in the ongoing narrative of God's relationship with his people. As we reach the end of Micaiah's story, we find ourselves confronted with questions that transcend the ancient world and speak directly to our modern hearts. In an age of social media echo chambers and manufactured consensus, the prophet's example challenges us to examine our own commitment to truth and our willingness to stand alone when necessary. The 400 false prophets of Micaiah's day have their counterparts in every generation, those who tell us what we want to hear rather than what we need to hear, who offer comfortable lies instead of challenging truths. The temptation to join the crowd, to find safety in numbers, to seek approval rather than accuracy, remains as strong today as it was in ancient Israel. Micaiah's courage reminds us that faithfulness is not a group activity, but an individual responsibility. Each of us must decide whether we will speak truth or remain silent, whether we will stand for what is right or compromise for what is convenient. The prophet's example shows us that the path of integrity is often lonely, but it is never walked alone by those who trust in the Lord. The story also challenges us to examine our own relationship with authority and our tendency to surround ourselves with people who confirm our existing beliefs rather than challenging us to grow. Like King Ahab, we may find ourselves preferring the comfort of familiar lies to the discomfort of unfamiliar truths. Micaiah's example calls us to seek out voices that speak with authenticity, rather than those that merely echo our own opinions. Perhaps most importantly, the story of Micaiah reminds us that truth has a way of prevailing in the end, even when it seems overwhelmed by opposition. The prophet's vindication did not come immediately, and it came at great personal cost, but it came nonetheless. His example encourages us to trust in the ultimate triumph of truth, and to remain faithful even when the outcome is uncertain. In our own lives, we may face moments when we are called to be like Micaiah, to stand alone against popular opinion, to speak uncomfortable truths, to choose faithfulness over favour. When those moments come, may we remember the forgotten prophet who found his courage not in the approval of men, but in the approval of his God. The story of Micaiah teaches us that true strength is not found in numbers, but in conviction, that real courage is not the absence of fear, but the willingness to do what is right despite our fears, and that lasting victory comes not from avoiding conflict, but from maintaining integrity in the midst of it. As you close your eyes tonight and drift towards sleep, may you carry with you the quiet courage of Micaiah, the man who dared to stand alone because he knew he was not truly alone. May his example inspire you to speak truth with love, to stand for what is right with humility, and to trust in the ultimate triumph of God's purposes even when the immediate circumstances seem overwhelming. In a world that often rewards conformity and punishes authenticity, may you find the strength to be like Micaiah, faithful, courageous, and true. For in the end, it is not the approval of the crowd that matters, but the approval of the one who sees all hearts and knows all truths. The forgotten prophet's story ends, but its echo continues in every heart that chooses truth over comfort, courage over convenience, and faithfulness over favour. May that echo sound clearly in your own life, guiding you toward the kind of integrity that leaves a lasting legacy long after the voices of the crowd have faded into silence. Rest well, dear friends, and may your dreams be filled with the peace that comes from knowing you serve a God who honours faithfulness, rewards courage, and never abandons those who trust in him. The story of Micaiah reminds us that in God's kingdom, standing alone with truth is always better than standing with the crowd in deception. Sleep peacefully, knowing that like Micaiah, you're never truly alone when you walk in the light of divine truth. Hello there, dear friend. Before we begin this peaceful journey together, I want to know a little about you. How has your day been? Whether it's been filled with joy or challenges, busy moments or quiet pauses, you're exactly where you need to be right now. What time is it where you are in the world? Are you settling in for the night, taking a midday rest, or perhaps greeting the early morning hours? Wherever you are, from the bustling cities of New York to the quiet countryside of England, from the mountains of Colorado to the shores of Australia, you're welcome here in this sacred space. If this story brings you peace, I'd love for you to subscribe to Sacred Slumber, where we gather each week to find rest in timeless tales of faith, hope, and gentle grace. Now, let's begin. Take a deep breath with me. Let your shoulders soften, your jaw relax, and your heart settle into this moment. Whether morning light is streaming through your window, afternoon shadows are dancing on the walls, or midnight quiet surrounds you like a gentle blanket, let us walk together through a story of gentle strength and unseen grace. We're about to enter a time long ago during the days of the judges in ancient Israel. It was a time of chaos and uncertainty, when everyone did what was right in their own eyes. But this is not a story of chaos. This is a story of peace, of quiet faithfulness, of love that chooses to remain when it would be easier to leave. This is the story of Ruth, a young woman whose loyalty would echo through generations and whose humble heart would become part of the greatest story ever told. So close your eyes if you wish, breathe slowly, and let us journey together to the ancient land of Moab, where our story begins beside still waters of the soul. In the rolling hills of Moab, where the morning mist clung to the barley fields like a gentle prayer, lived a young woman named Ruth. She had married into a Hebrew family who had come to Moab during a time of famine in their homeland of Bethlehem. Her husband's name was Mahlon, and his mother was Naomi, a woman whose very name meant pleasant, and whose heart had once been full of joy. But sorrow has a way of finding us, even in the most peaceful places. First, Naomi's husband Elimelech died, leaving her alone with her 2 sons in a foreign land. The boys had grown into men and married Moabite women, Ruth and her sister-in-law Orpah. For 10 years they lived together, and Ruth learned to love not just her husband, but his faith, his God, and especially his mother, who had welcomed her with open arms. Then tragedy struck again, swift and merciless. Both Mahlon and his brother Chilion died, leaving 3 widows to face an uncertain world alone. In those days, a woman without a husband or sons had little hope of survival. They were vulnerable, forgotten, with no one to provide for them or protect them. Naomi sat in her small house, looking at the 2 young women who had become like daughters to her. The silence was heavy with grief, but also with decision. She had heard news from Bethlehem that the famine there had ended, that the Lord had visited his people and given them bread. Her heart longed for home, for the familiar hills of Judah, for the place where she had known happiness before sorrow came calling. "My daughters," she said softly, her voice worn thin by weeping, "I must return to my people. But you are young. You have your whole lives ahead of you. Go back to your mothers' houses. May the Lord deal kindly with you, as you have dealt with the dead and with me." She kissed them both, and they wept together. How can you say goodbye to someone who has been your family, your comfort, your companion through the darkest days? Orpah, after much tears and embracing, finally agreed to return to her people and her gods. It was the practical choice, the safe choice, the choice that made sense to everyone around them. But Ruth clung to Naomi with a determination that surprised them all. When Naomi urged her again to follow her sister-in-law, Ruth spoke words that would echo through history, words that came from the deepest place in her heart. "Do not urge me to leave you or to return from following you. For where you go, I will go, and where you lodge, I will lodge. Your people shall be my people, and your God my God. Where you die, I will die, and there will I be buried. May the Lord do so to me, and more also, if anything but death parts me from you." There was something in Ruth's voice that told Naomi this was not a decision made in the heat of emotion, but a choice carved in stone, written in the very fibre of her being. This young Moabite woman was choosing love over security, faithfulness over comfort, an unknown future over a predictable past. And so they began the long journey from Moab to Bethlehem, 2 women with nothing but the clothes on their backs and the strength of their love for each other. They walked through valleys where wildflowers nodded in the breeze, past streams that sang ancient songs, under skies that seemed to stretch endlessly toward hope. As they travelled, Ruth would gather berries and herbs along the way, always making sure Naomi had enough to eat. She would find the softest spot for them to rest each night, would share her cloak when the desert air grew cold. She had chosen this path, and she would walk it with grace and dignity, one step at a time. The journey took many days, and with each step toward Bethlehem, Ruth was walking further from everything she had ever known. She was leaving behind the gods of her childhood, the customs of her people, the language of her birth. She was choosing to become a stranger in a strange land, not because she had to, but because love had made the choice for her. When they finally crested the hill that overlooked Bethlehem, the city spread before them like a handful of pearls scattered on brown velvet. The sun was setting, painting the stone houses in shades of gold and amber. Smoke rose from evening fires, and the sound of children playing drifted up to them on the evening breeze. "Look," Naomi whispered, her voice thick with emotion. "There it is, home." But as they descended into the city, the women who had known Naomi in her happier days barely recognised her. "Is this Naomi?" they asked each other, seeing how sorrow had aged her, how loss had bent her shoulders and silvered her hair. "Do not call me Naomi," she told them, her voice steady but sad. "Call me Mara, for the Almighty has dealt very bitterly with me. I went out full, and the Lord has brought me home empty." But Ruth, standing quietly beside her, knew that Naomi was not truly empty. She had brought with her the love of this young woman, who had chosen to forsake all for the sake of faithfulness. And though neither of them knew it yet, they had arrived in Bethlehem at the beginning of barley harvest, when the fields were golden and ready, when provision was about to unfold in ways they could never have imagined. The story was just beginning, and the God who notices every sparrow that falls, who counts every tear that is shed, who remembers every act of kindness, was already preparing the next chapter of their lives. The morning air in Bethlehem was crisp and clean, carrying the scent of ripening grain and the promise of a new day. Ruth woke early, as she always did, listening to the gentle rhythm of Naomi's breathing beside her. They had found a small place to stay, but their provisions were nearly gone, and Ruth knew that something had to be done. She'd heard about the law of gleaning, a beautiful provision that the God of Israel had made for the poor and the stranger. After the reapers went through the fields harvesting the grain, the needy could follow behind and gather what was left. It was honest work, humble work, but it was work that could keep them alive. "Let me go to the fields," Ruth said gently to Naomi, "and glean among the ears of grain after him in whose sight I shall find favour." Naomi nodded, understanding the necessity but also the risk. Ruth was young and beautiful, and the fields could be dangerous places for a woman alone. But there was something in Ruth's quiet determination that spoke of inner strength, of a spirit that could not be easily broken. And so Ruth set out in the early morning light, joining the other gleaners who moved like shadows behind the harvest workers. She had wrapped her head modestly and carried a small basket, ready to spend the day bent over in the sun, gathering grain kernel by kernel. As it happened, she came to the field that belonged to Boaz, a man of great wealth and standing in Bethlehem. But more than that, though Ruth did not know it yet, Boaz was a relative of Naomi's late husband, a kinsman who had the right and responsibility to help family members in need. The phrase, "as it happened," seems simple enough, but sometimes the most profound movements of providence come disguised as coincidence. Ruth's feet carried her to that particular field not by accident, but by the gentle guidance of a God who was weaving a story larger than she could imagine. Boaz arrived at his field that morning, as was his custom, to greet his workers and oversee the harvest. He was a man in his middle years, with kind eyes and calloused hands that spoke of honest work. When he saw his reapers, he called out, "The Lord be with you," and they responded, "The Lord bless you." It was more than a greeting. It was a glimpse into the heart of a man who knew that all good things come from above. But his attention was caught by a young woman he had never seen before, working quietly at the edge of his field. She moved with grace and dignity, even in the humbling work of gleaning. There was something about her that drew his eye, not just her beauty, but the way she carried herself with quiet strength. "Whose young woman is this?" he asked his foreman. "She is the young Moabite woman who came back with Naomi from the country of Moab," the foreman replied. "She asked permission to glean and gather among the sheaves after the reapers, and she has been working steadily from early morning until now with only a brief rest." Boaz watched her for a moment longer, seeing how she worked without complaining, how she was careful not to take more than was rightfully hers, how she paused to help an elderly gleaner who had dropped her grain. His heart was moved by her diligence and her kindness. He approached her quietly, not wanting to startle her. "Listen, my daughter," he said gently. "Do not go to glean in another field, and do not leave this one. Stay close to my young women. Keep your eyes on the field that they are reaping, and go after them. I have charged the young men not to touch you, and when you are thirsty, go to the vessels and drink what the young men have drawn." Ruth was so surprised by his kindness that she fell on her face and bowed to the ground. "Why have I found favour in your sight," she asked, "that you should take notice of me, since I am a foreigner?" But Boaz had already heard the story of her loyalty to Naomi, how she had left her own people to care for her mother-in-law. "All that you have done for your mother-in-law since the death of your husband has been fully told to me," he said, his voice warm with admiration. "How you left your father and mother and your native land and came to a people that you did not know before. The Lord repay you for what you have done, and a full reward be given you by the Lord, the God of Israel, under whose wings you have come to take refuge." Ruth's eyes filled with tears at his words. She had not expected such kindness from a stranger, such recognition of her small acts of faithfulness. "You have comforted me and spoken kindly to your servant," she said softly, "though I am not one of your servants." As the day wore on, Boaz continued to watch over her. At mealtime, he invited her to eat with his workers, to dip her bread in the wine and share in the meal. He even made sure she had roasted grain to take home to Naomi. When she returned to her gleaning, he quietly instructed his workers to leave extra grain for her to find, to make her work easier and more fruitful. The sun was beginning to set when Ruth finally made her way home, her basket heavy with grain. She had gathered an ephah of barley, enough to feed herself and Naomi for many days. But more than that, she carried with her the memory of unexpected kindness, of a man who had seen beyond her status as a foreigner and a widow to recognize the faithfulness of her heart. When she showed Naomi all that she'd gathered and told her about the kindness of Boaz, Naomi's eyes brightened for the first time in months. "Blessed be he by the Lord," she said, "whose kindness has not forsaken the living or the dead. The man is a close relative of ours, one of our redeemers." Ruth continued to glean in the fields of Boaz throughout the barley harvest and the wheat harvest, always welcomed, always protected, always provided for. She would come home each evening with grain and with stories of the kindness she had experienced. And slowly, so slowly that neither of them noticed it happening, hope began to take root in their hearts once again. Little did they know that this was only the beginning of a story that would change not just their lives, but the course of history itself. For the God who sees every act of kindness, who remembers every sacrifice made in love, was already preparing the next chapter of their beautiful story. The harvest season was drawing to a close, and the grain had been gathered from the fields and brought to the threshing floor. It was a time of celebration and completion, when the hard work of the harvest gave way to the satisfaction of provision secured. The air was filled with the sound of winnowing, as the grain was separated from the chaff in the evening breeze. Naomi had been watching the growing affection between Ruth and Boaz with the wisdom of a woman who had lived long enough to recognize the hand of God in everyday circumstances. She had seen how Boaz's eyes followed Ruth, how he spoke to her with special gentleness, how he made sure she was always provided for and protected. And she had seen how Ruth, despite her natural reserve, had begun to smile more often, how she spoke Boaz's name with a special warmth. One evening, as they sat together in their small dwelling, Naomi took Ruth's hands in hers. "My daughter," she said softly, "should I not seek rest for you, that it may be well with you? Is not Boaz our kinsman, with whose young women you were? See, he is winnowing barley tonight at the threshing floor." Ruth listened carefully as Naomi explained the custom of the kinsman redeemer, how a close relative had the right and responsibility to marry a widow to preserve the family line and inheritance. It was not just about marriage, but about redemption, about restoring what had been lost, about ensuring that the names of the dead were not forgotten. "Wash therefore and anoint yourself," Naomi continued. and put on your cloak and go down to the threshing floor. But do not make yourself known to the man until he has finished eating and drinking. But when he lies down, observe the place where he lies. Then go and uncover his feet and lie down, and he will tell you what to do." It was a bold plan, one that required great courage and faith. Ruth would be placing herself in a vulnerable position, trusting in the character of a man she had come to respect and admire. But she had learned to trust Naomi's wisdom, and more than that, she had learned to trust the God who had been guiding her steps from the very beginning. "All that you say I will do," Ruth replied simply. As the sun set and the first stars appeared in the clear night sky, Ruth prepared herself carefully. She bathed and anointed herself with fragrant oil, then put on her best garment. But this was not about seduction or manipulation. This was about approaching a good man with dignity and respect, trusting in his honour and in the customs that governed their society. The threshing floor was a place of hard work and celebration, where the grain was separated from the chaff and the harvest was completed. By the time Ruth arrived, the work was done, and the men had eaten and drunk and told stories under the stars. The atmosphere was one of contentment and satisfaction, of work well done and provision secured. Ruth waited in the shadows, watching as Boaz finished his meal and settled down to sleep beside the heap of grain. It was his responsibility to guard the grain through the night, to ensure that nothing was stolen or damaged. The night was warm and peaceful, filled with the sounds of crickets and the gentle rustle of the evening breeze. When all was quiet and Boaz was sleeping peacefully, Ruth approached with silent steps. Her heart was beating fast, but her movements were sure and deliberate. She gently uncovered his feet and lay down, then waited in the darkness for him to wake. It was midnight when Boaz stirred, suddenly aware of someone at his feet. He was startled but not afraid, turning carefully to see who was there. In the dim starlight he could make out the form of a woman, and he recognized her immediately. "Who are you?" he asked softly. "I am Ruth, your servant," she replied, her voice steady despite her racing heart. "Spread your wing over your servant, for you are a redeemer." It was a beautiful way of asking for his protection and provision, using the imagery of a bird sheltering her young under her wing. She was asking him to fulfill the role of kinsman redeemer, to marry her and restore the inheritance of her late husband. Boaz was deeply moved by her words, by the trust she had placed in him, by the way she had approached him with such dignity and grace. "May you be blessed by the Lord, my daughter," he said warmly. "You have made this last kindness greater than the first in that you have not gone after young men, whether poor or rich." He was older than Ruth, a man of substance and position, and he was amazed that she would choose him over the many young men who would have been eager to marry such a beautiful and virtuous woman. Her choice spoke of wisdom and character, of a heart that valued kindness and faithfulness over youth and passion. "And now, my daughter, do not fear," he continued. "I will do for you all that you ask, for all my fellow townsmen know that you are a worthy woman. And now it is true that I am a redeemer, yet there is a redeemer nearer than I." There was another relative who had the first right of redemption, and Boaz was too honourable to proceed without giving that man the opportunity to fulfil his duty. "Remain tonight," he said gently, "and in the morning if he will redeem you, good, let him do it. But if he is not willing to redeem you, then, as the Lord lives, I will redeem you. Lie down until the morning." Ruth lay down again at his feet, comforted by his words and his promise. She had taken a great risk in coming to him, but she had found in Boaz a man of integrity and honour, someone who would do what was right even when it was difficult. When the morning came, before anyone else was stirring, Boaz quietly measured out 6 measures of barley and helped Ruth arrange it in her cloak. "Do not go back to your mother-in-law empty-handed," he said with a smile. Then he sent her on her way before anyone could see her and misunderstand her presence there. Ruth returned home with her heart full of hope and her arms full of grain. When Naomi saw her coming, she knew immediately that something significant had happened. "How did you fare, my daughter?" she asked eagerly. Ruth told her everything that had happened, every word that had been spoken, every kindness that had been shown. When she finished, Naomi smiled with satisfaction. "Wait, my daughter," she said, "until you learn how the matter turns out, for the man will not rest but will settle the matter today." And so they waited, two women who had learned that sometimes the greatest acts of faith happen in the quiet moments, when we trust in the goodness of others and in the providence of God. The next chapter of their story was about to unfold, and with it the fulfillment of promises they had hardly dared to hope for. The morning sun was just beginning to warm the stones of Bethlehem when Boaz made his way to the city gate. This was where the elders gathered, where business was conducted, where legal matters were settled according to the ancient customs of Israel. His heart was full of purpose as he took his seat and waited for the other Redeemer to pass by. He didn't have to wait long. Soon he saw the man approaching, and Boaz called out to him by name. "Come over, friend, and sit down here." The man, curious about what business Boaz might have with him, came and sat down. Then Boaz gathered 10 of the city elders to serve as witnesses, for what he was about to do would affect not just 2 people, but entire family lines and inheritances. "Naomi, who has come back from the country of Moab," Boaz began, his voice carrying clearly in the morning air, "is selling the parcel of land that belonged to our relative Elimelech. So I thought I would tell you of it and say, buy it in the presence of those sitting here and in the presence of the elders of my people. If you will redeem it, redeem it. But if you will not, tell me, that I may know. For there is no one besides you to redeem it, and I come after you." The other man considered this carefully. A piece of land was valuable, an investment that could bring profit and increase his holdings. "I will redeem it," he said confidently. But Boaz was not finished. "The day you buy the field from the hand of Naomi, you also acquire Ruth the Moabite, the widow of the dead, in order to perpetuate the name of the dead in his inheritance." Suddenly the proposition became more complicated. To marry Ruth would mean that any children born to them would be considered the heirs of her first husband, not his own. The land would eventually pass to them, not to his existing family line. What had seemed like a good business deal now became a sacrifice that would cost him more than he was willing to pay. "I cannot redeem it for myself," he said, backing away from the commitment, "lest I impair my own inheritance. You take my right of redemption, for I cannot redeem it." It was exactly what Boaz had hoped to hear. According to the custom of the time, the man removed his sandal and gave it to Boaz as a sign that he was transferring his right of redemption. The sandal was a symbol of walking in someone else's place, of taking on their responsibilities and privileges. Boaz accepted the sandal and turned to address the elders and all the people who had gathered to witness this transaction. "You are witnesses this day that I have bought from the hand of Naomi all that belonged to Elimelech and all that belonged to Chilion and to Mahlon. Also Ruth the Moabite, the widow of Mahlon, I have acquired to be my wife, to perpetuate the name of the dead in his inheritance, that the name of the dead may not be cut off from among his brothers and from the gate of his native place. You are witnesses this day." The crowd erupted in celebration and blessing. "We are witnesses," they called out joyfully. "May the Lord make the woman who is coming into your house like Rachel and Leah, who together built up the house of Israel. May you act worthily in Ephrathah and be renowned in Bethlehem, and may your house be like the house of Perez, whom Tamar bore to Judah, because of the offspring that the Lord will give you by this young woman." It was a beautiful blessing, invoking the names of the great matriarchs of Israel and expressing the hope that Ruth would become equally honoured in the history of God's people, and how prophetic those words would prove to be. Meanwhile, Ruth and Naomi had been waiting at home, their hearts full of anticipation and hope. When the messenger came running to tell them what had happened at the gate, they could hardly believe their ears. The legal proceedings had gone exactly as they had hoped. Boaz had redeemed not just the land, but Ruth herself, and they were to be married. The wedding was a joyous occasion, celebrated by the entire community. Ruth, the young Moabite woman who had arrived in Bethlehem as a poor widow, was now the honoured wife of one of the most respected men in the city. But more than that, she had found in Boaz a man who valued her faithfulness, who cherished her loyalty, who would love and protect her for the rest of their days. As the seasons passed, Ruth and Boaz settled into a life of contentment and purpose. Boaz was a generous provider, and Ruth was a wise and gentle wife. Naomi, no longer bitter but filled with joy, lived with them and was cared for in her old age. The house that had once echoed with sorrow now rang with laughter and love. And then came the greatest blessing of all. Ruth conceived and bore a son, a healthy, beautiful child who would be raised in the love and fear of the Lord. The women of the neighbourhood came to congratulate Naomi, saying, "Blessed be the Lord, who has not left you this day without a redeemer, and may his name be renowned in Israel. He shall be to you a restorer of life, and a nourisher of your old age. For your daughter-in-law who loves you, who is better to you than 7 sons, has given birth to him." They named the child Obed, which means servant or worshipper, and Naomi took him on her lap and became his nurse. The child brought healing to her broken heart, restoration to her empty life, and joy to her golden years. But the story doesn't end there. Little Obed grew up to become the father of Jesse, who became the father of David, the great king of Israel, and through David's line would come the Messiah, the Saviour of the world. Ruth, the foreign woman who had chosen loyalty over security, faith over fear, had become part of the most important family tree in all of human history. In the genealogy of Jesus Christ, recorded in the Gospel of Matthew, we find these words: Boaz the father of Obed by Ruth, and Obed the father of Jesse, and Jesse the father of David the king. A Moabite woman's name is written forever in the lineage of the Son of God, a testament to the truth that God's grace knows no boundaries, that his love extends to all who seek refuge under his wings. Ruth's story teaches us that faithfulness in small things leads to blessing in great things, that loyalty and love are never wasted, that God can take our deepest sorrows and weave them into his greatest joys. She reminds us that sometimes the most profound acts of faith happen not in grand gestures, but in quiet decisions to remain faithful, to keep loving, to keep trusting, even when we cannot see the end of the story. As we come to the end of Ruth's story, let us pause beside these still waters and reflect on the gentle truths that flow through this ancient tale. Like a quiet stream that shapes the landscape over time, Ruth's life teaches us lessons that can transform our own journey of faith. Ruth's story shows us the profound power of remaining faithful, even in seasons of pain and uncertainty. When Naomi urged her to return to her people and her gods, Ruth could have chosen the easier path, the path that made sense to everyone around her. Instead, she chose love. She chose to remain loyal to a woman who had shown her kindness, to a faith that had captured her heart, to a God she was still learning to trust. Her famous words, "Where you go, I will go, and where you lodge, I will lodge. Your people shall be my people, and your God my God," were not spoken in a moment of emotional impulse, but from a deep well of commitment that had been growing in her heart over years of walking with Naomi. In our own lives, we face moments when loyalty is tested, when it would be easier to walk away from relationships, commitments, or callings that have become difficult. Ruth's example reminds us that some of the most beautiful chapters of our lives are written in the ink of faithful love, even when that love costs us something precious. Have you ever chosen love when it would have been easier to walk away? Perhaps you stayed with a friend through a difficult season, remained committed to a calling when it became challenging, or continued to love someone even when they couldn't love you back in the same way. These quiet acts of loyalty are never wasted. They shape us into people of depth and character, and they often open doors to blessings we never could have imagined. One of the most beautiful aspects of Ruth's story is how rarely God's name is mentioned, yet his presence is evident in every chapter. The phrase, "as it happened," appears when Ruth comes to Boaz's field, but we understand that this was no accident. It was divine providence working through ordinary circumstances to bring about extraordinary results. God's guidance in Ruth's life came not through burning bushes or angelic visitations, but through the kindness of a stranger, the wisdom of a mother-in-law, and the legal proceedings at a city gate. He worked through the natural rhythms of harvest and gleaning, through cultural customs and family relationships, through the everyday decisions of people who are simply trying to do what was right. This reminds us that God's hand is often most visible in hindsight, in the moments when we look back and see how perfectly things came together, how doors opened at just the right time, how people entered our lives precisely when we needed them most. The God who numbers our days and knows our needs is constantly at work in the ordinary moments of our lives, weaving together circumstances and relationships for our good and His glory. Can you see moments in your own life where something just happened at the perfect time? Perhaps you met a lifelong friend in an unexpected place, discovered an opportunity through a chance conversation, or found help arriving just when you needed it most. These are not coincidences, but glimpses of a loving God who is intimately involved in the details of our lives. Ruth's story is ultimately about transformation, about how God can take our deepest losses and weave them into His greatest purposes. She began as a young widow in a foreign land, with no prospects and no security. She was an outsider, a foreigner, someone who by all human standards had little to offer the grand story of God's people. Yet her simple acts of faithfulness, her quiet loyalty, her willingness to work humbly in the fields, positioned her to become part of the royal lineage of David and ultimately of Jesus Christ. Her name is recorded forever in the genealogy of the Messiah, a testament to the truth that no one is too small, too foreign, or too broken to be used by God for His purposes. Ruth's transformation from widow to wife, from foreigner to family member, from poverty to provision, reminds us that our current circumstances do not define our future possibilities. The God who saw potential in a Moabite gleaner sees potential in each of us, regardless of our background, our mistakes, or our limitations. No matter where you come from, no matter what losses you have experienced, no matter how ordinary your life may seem, your story can become part of something bigger. Your faithfulness in small things, your acts of love and loyalty, your willingness to trust God even when you cannot see the whole picture. These are the threads that God uses to weave His magnificent tapestry of grace. Perhaps you are in a season of loss right now, wondering if your pain has any purpose, if your faithfulness matters, if your small acts of love make any difference. Ruth's story whispers hope into those questions. It reminds us that God wastes nothing, that He can bring beauty from ashes, that He specializes in writing stories of redemption and restoration. The title of Ruth's story, Beside Still Waters, comes from the 23rd Psalm, where David writes about the Good Shepherd, who leads his sheep beside still waters and restores their souls. Ruth's life exemplifies this truth. In the midst of chaos and uncertainty, she found peace in her commitment to love and faithfulness. In the midst of loss and grief, she discovered that God's provision was always enough for each day. Her story teaches us that peace is not the absence of problems, but the presence of God in our problems. It is not found in perfect circumstances, but in perfect trust. Ruth faced real challenges, real losses, real fears, but she faced them with a spirit of quiet faith and humble obedience. The still waters of God's peace are available to us in every season of life. They flow not from our circumstances, but from our relationship with the one who is the source of all peace. When we, like Ruth, choose to trust in God's goodness, even when we cannot see His plan, when we choose to remain faithful even when the path is unclear, we find ourselves beside still waters where our souls can be restored. As you drift toward rest tonight, may you carry with you the gentle strength of Ruth's example. May you know that even in quiet places, even in fields of sorrow, even in long roads and sleepless nights, grace is never far away. The God who saw Ruth's faithfulness, who provided for her needs, who wove her story into His greater plan, is the same God who sees you tonight. Your acts of loyalty may seem small, but they matter. Your faithfulness in ordinary moments is building something beautiful. Your willingness to trust when you cannot see the whole picture is positioning you for blessings you cannot yet imagine. Rest now in the peace that comes from knowing you are held by a love that will never let you go. guided by a wisdom that sees the end from the beginning, and called into a story that is bigger and more beautiful than you can possibly imagine. May you sleep beside still waters, where your soul can be restored, your strength can be renewed, and your hope can be refreshed for whatever tomorrow may bring. The God who led Ruth from loss to legacy, from sorrow to joy, from emptiness to fullness is leading you too, and his plans for you are good. Sweet dreams, dear friend. May you wake tomorrow with the quiet confidence that comes from knowing you are deeply loved, perfectly guided, and part of a story that extends far beyond what you can see. Like Ruth, who could never have imagined that her simple decision to stay loyal to Naomi would lead to her becoming the great-grandmother of King David, you too are part of a tapestry being woven by hands far wiser than your own. Your faithfulness today, your love tomorrow, your trust in the unseen God who walks beside you, these are the threads that he is using to create something beautiful, something lasting, something that will echo through generations. Rest now in the shadow of his wings, knowing that you are safe, you are seen, and you are more precious than you know. The same God who led Ruth beside still waters is leading you too, and his love will never fail. Amen. Hello there, dear friend. Welcome to Sacred Rest. I'm so glad you've joined me tonight for this gentle journey into peaceful slumber. Before we begin our sleep story, I want to invite you to settle in comfortably. Find that perfect position where your body can fully relax. Perhaps adjust your pillow just so, and allow your blankets to cradle you in warmth. How was your day today? Was it filled with joys or perhaps some challenges? Whatever experiences you carry today, know that now is the time to set them aside. This is your moment for rest and renewal. What time is it for you right now? Late evening? The middle of the night? And where in the world are you resting tonight? Perhaps in a cosy apartment in a bustling city, or maybe a quiet home in the countryside. Wherever you are, I'm grateful that our paths have crossed in this peaceful moment. If you found comfort in tonight's journey, I warmly invite you to subscribe to Sacred Rest. Each night we create a sanctuary of calm together, a gentle refuge from the world's noise. Tonight we'll rest in the words of one of the most beloved psalms, a passage written for weary hearts, quiet minds, and those who long for peace. The 23rd Psalm has comforted countless souls throughout the centuries, and tonight we'll let its ancient wisdom guide us into restful sleep. Take a deep breath with me now. Inhale slowly and exhale completely. Again, breathe in peace and breathe out tension. One more time, breathe in divine rest and exhale all your cares. Let us begin our journey beside still waters. Verse 1. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. Imagine yourself standing at the edge of a vast rolling meadow. The early morning light bathes everything in a soft golden glow. The air is perfectly still, with just the faintest whisper of a breeze caressing your face. Before you stretches an endless carpet of vibrant green grass, so lush and inviting that you can almost feel its softness beneath your feet without even taking a step. Small wildflowers dot the landscape with gentle purples, whites and yellows, not in overwhelming abundance, but in perfect, balanced harmony. In the distance you notice a figure, the shepherd. There is something immediately comforting about this presence. Even from afar you sense profound care, a watchful attention that encompasses you completely. The shepherd moves unhurriedly among a small flock of sheep who graze peacefully, utterly at ease. With each breath you take, feel the certainty growing within you. You are not alone. You are watched over. You are cared for. The Lord is my shepherd. Feel the personal nature of these words. Not just a shepherd, but my shepherd. This relationship is intimate, attentive, and constant. The shepherd knows your name, knows your needs, knows the unique contours of your heart. I shall not want. These words settle over you like a warm blanket. Everything you truly need is provided. There is enough. You are enough. In this moment, all is well. The tension in your shoulders begins to release. Your breathing slows naturally. Your mind grows quieter as you gaze across the meadow, feeling the first gentle waves of true rest washing over you. Let yourself be here fully, in this place of sufficiency and care. There is nothing to strive for, nothing to chase, nothing to fix. The shepherd is present, and that presence changes everything. Verse 2. He makes me lie down in green pastures. He leads me beside still waters. As you continue to gaze across the meadow, you feel a gentle invitation to move forward, to enter fully into this landscape of peace. Your feet begin to carry you forward, almost of their own accord. With each step, you feel the soft grass beneath your feet, cool, yielding, supporting. The morning dew still clings to each blade of grass, catching the sunlight and transforming the ordinary into the extraordinary. Thousands of tiny prisms reflecting light in all directions. As you walk, your passing leaves momentary impressions in the grass and dew, small testimonies that you are here, that you matter, that your presence changes things in small but meaningful ways. The air feels cleaner here, easier to breathe. Each inhalation fills your lungs completely. Each exhalation releases something you didn't even realize you were carrying. After walking for a time, it could be minutes or hours, time seems different here. You begin to hear it, the gentle rhythmic sound of water, not crashing waves or rushing rapids, but the subtle musical sound of water that is at rest, water that is at peace with itself. The shepherd has gone ahead of you and now stands waiting at the edge of a crystal clear pool. The surface is still, almost mirror-like, reflecting the blues of the sky and the greens of the surrounding trees with perfect clarity. Only occasionally does a gentle ripple move across its surface, as if the water itself is breathing slowly, contentedly. He makes me lie down. Notice these words. Not forces, not commands, but makes me lie down. Like a parent who knows when their child needs rest before the child does. There is tender authority here, loving insistence. The shepherd knows that true rest isn't always automatic for us. Sometimes we need to be guided into it, led to surrender to it. Find a perfect spot near the water's edge. The grass here seems even softer, as if specially prepared for you. Allow yourself to lower down, to release the weight of your body fully into the earth that supports you. Lie back and look up at the vast blue sky above, wisps of white clouds moving with imperceptible slowness across its expanse. He leads me beside still waters. Still waters run deep, they say. There is profound quiet here, but it's not emptiness. It's fullness, completeness. The still waters offer reflection, clarity, and deep refreshment. Listen to the almost imperceptible sounds of the water gently lapping at the shoreline. A rhythm like slow breathing, like a heartbeat. Perhaps your own breathing begins to synchronize with this ancient rhythm. Inhale peace, exhale tension. Inhale trust, exhale worry. Feel the warmth of the sun on your face, the support of the earth beneath you, the watchful presence of the shepherd nearby. You're completely safe, completely held, completely at peace. Verse 3. He restores my soul. He leads me in paths of righteousness for his name's sake. As you rest beside the still waters, something remarkable begins to happen within you. It's subtle at first, like the first light of dawn or the first notes of a distant song. There's a sense of something being repaired, renewed, restored. He restores my soul. Restoration is different from replacement. The shepherd doesn't discard what is worn or broken. Instead, with infinite patience and skill, he mends, strengthens, and beautifies. All the frayed edges of your being, the worries that have worn thin your peace, the hurts that have torn your confidence, the fears that have unravelled your trust, all these are being gathered up by gentle, knowing hands. Imagine this restoration happening now with each breath you take, the scattered pieces of yourself being gathered, the depleted places being refilled, the dimmed lights being rekindled. Your soul, that deepest, truest part of you, being remembered to wholeness. After a time of this peaceful restoration, you become aware that the shepherd is standing nearby, ready to continue the journey. With no urgency but clear purpose, he gestures toward a path that winds away from the still waters, through a grove of ancient trees. Feeling refreshed in a way that seems to reach beyond physical rest, you rise and follow. The path beneath your feet is not wide or imposing, but it is clear, a gentle track worn by the faithful passing of many feet over many years. Those who have walked this way before have left not just their footprints, but something of their faith, their hope, their trust in the shepherd's leading. He leads me in paths of righteousness. As you walk this path, you notice it doesn't always take the easiest route. Sometimes it curves around obstacles rather than removing them. Sometimes it climbs gentle rises that require more effort, but reveal more beautiful vistas. Always, it seems to follow a wisdom beyond what is immediately apparent. The word righteousness floats through your mind, not as a harsh standard of perfection, but as a word that simply means the right way, or the good path. This is a path aligned with goodness, with wholeness, with the way things are meant to be. For his name's sake. These words remind you that the shepherd guides with purpose, with integrity. The path reflects something essential about who the shepherd is. Faithful, good, trustworthy. In following, you participate in a story larger than your own, a goodness that ripples outward beyond what you can see. The dappled sunlight filters through the leaves above, creating patterns of light and shadow that dance across the path as a gentle breeze moves through the branches. The air is filled with the scent of earth and growing things. Birds call to one another from tree to tree, not in frantic chatter, but in peaceful conversation. With each step on this path, you feel more aligned, more centered, more at home in yourself and in the world. The restoration that began by the still waters continues as you walk, as if the very act of following where you are led brings its own kind of healing. Verse 4. Even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for you are with me. Your rod and your staff, they comfort me. The path now begins to descend gradually, and the bright openness of the meadow gives way to a different landscape. The trees grow closer together, their canopy thicker, allowing less light to penetrate. It is not darkness exactly, but a deep blue-tinted dimness, the kind that makes colours softer and sounds more muted. You have entered a valley. Even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, these ancient words name a universal experience, those times when light seems distant, when the path ahead is unclear, when what was once certain now feels tenuous. This valley could represent anything in your life that brings sadness, uncertainty or fear, illness, loss, anxiety, transition, grief. But notice, it is the valley of the shadow of death. A shadow may darken, but it cannot ultimately harm. A shadow has no substance of its own. It is merely evidence that light exists, that something stands between you and that light for a time, and most importantly, this valley is something you walk through, not something where you will remain. The path narrows here, requiring more attention to each step. The ground is uneven in places, scattered with small stones. Yet even in this challenging terrain you notice something remarkable. The shepherd's presence has changed. While before the shepherd led the way, now he walks directly beside you, closer than before. For you are with me. Feel the profound shift in these words. No longer speaking about the shepherd in the third person, he leads, but speaking directly to him. You are with me. In the deepest valley, the relationship becomes most intimate, the presence most palpable. In the shepherd's hand is a rod, a symbol of protection and authority. With the other hand, he carries a staff with a curved end, perfect for guiding, for rescuing, for drawing near what might stray. These are not weapons of aggression, but tools of care. Your rod and your staff, they comfort me. There is comfort in knowing you are protected, guided, kept close. The valley may be real, its challenges genuine, but you do not face them alone or unequipped. As you continue walking through this valley together, notice that your eyes have adjusted to the dimness. What first appeared as shapeless shadows now reveal themselves as ancient trees, their massive trunks testifying to all they have weathered and survived. The forest floor beneath your feet is soft with decades of fallen leaves, creating a natural cushion for your steps. Even here, especially here, there is beauty to be found. Small flowers that thrive in low light, the intricate patterns of moss growing on stone, the occasional shaft of sunlight breaking through, illuminating dust motes that dance like tiny stars in the beam. And always, always, the steady presence of the shepherd beside you, matching his pace to yours, unhurried, unworried, utterly present. With each step through this valley, your fear diminishes not because the valley changes, but because your awareness of his presence grows. Verse 5, You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies. You anoint my head with oil. My cup overflows. The path begins to ascend again, gently but steadily. The trees thin out, allowing more light to filter through. After walking for a time, you and the shepherd emerge from the valley into a wide circular clearing surrounded by ancient olive trees. The light here is golden and warm, suggesting late afternoon approaching evening. In the centre of this clearing stands something unexpected and wonderful. A table. Not a rough outdoor table, but one that would be at home in a palace, beautifully crafted of polished wood, covered with a fine linen cloth that gleams white in the golden light. You prepare a table before me. The shepherd moves ahead and gestures for you to approach to take a seat. As you draw nearer, you see that the table is set for a feast. There are plates of bread still warm from the oven, bowls of olives and roasted vegetables, platters of fruit so ripe they glisten, and goblets of deep red wine catching the light like liquid rubies. And this feast has been prepared specifically for you, each element chosen with intimate knowledge of what delights you, what nourishes you, what you need most in this moment. In the presence of my enemies. The clearing is not entirely enclosed. There are gaps between the protective circle of trees, and through these openings you can glimpse shadowy forms moving at the edges of your vision. These represent whatever has opposed you, whatever has tried to convince you that you are unloved, unsafe, or without resources. Fear, doubt, regret, worry, pain. Yet here is the miracle. Their presence cannot touch this moment. They cannot approach the table. They cannot prevent the feast. They can only watch as you are honoured, nourished and delighted beyond measure. Taking your place at the table, you feel the shepherd's hands come to rest gently on your head. From a small alabaster jar, he pours fragrant oil that runs down warm and soothing. You anoint my head with oil. In ancient times, oil was poured on the heads of honoured guests, of those being healed, and of those being set apart for special purpose. To be anointed is to be distinguished, to be marked for blessing and protection. Feel this oil of gladness seeping into your very thoughts, soothing away tension, bringing clarity and peace. Before you on the table stands a simple clay cup. As you watch, the shepherd fills it with clear, sparkling water that catches the light like diamonds. But he doesn't stop when the cup is full. He keeps pouring until the water spills over the rim, running across the table in rivulets of abundance. My cup overflows. This is not merely enough. This is more than enough. Not scarcity managed, but abundance celebrated. Not just what you need, but what allows you to flourish, to share, to live from a place of rich sufficiency. As the sun begins its slow descent toward the horizon, take time at this table. Taste the bread that satisfies. Drink deeply from the cup that never empties. Feel the warm breeze against your skin, carrying the scent of olive trees and wild herbs. Know yourself seen, provided for, and celebrated in this moment. Verse 6. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. As the feast comes to its natural conclusion, a profound contentment settles over you. The shepherd rises and extends a hand, inviting you to continue the journey as the day's light begins to soften toward evening. You walk together now along a gently winding path that leads toward a distant hill. The setting sun casts long golden rays across the landscape, illuminating everything with a warm, honeyed glow. Each blade of grass, each leaf, each stone along the path seems outlined in light, revealing beauty that was always present but not always visible. As you walk, something catches your attention, a sound behind you like gentle footsteps. Turning slightly, you glimpse two figures following at a respectful distance. They move with grace and purpose, neither hurrying nor lagging behind. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me. These are your companions on the journey, not just occasionally, not just when you remember to call for them, but continuously, faithfully, all the days of my life. Goodness, the active force that brings blessing, that aligns circumstances toward your flourishing, that sees and calls forth the best in you and in others. Mercy, the protective presence that catches you when you stumble, that covers your mistakes with grace, that ensures you are never defined by your worst moments or your greatest weaknesses. These are not abstract concepts, but living realities, as real as the path beneath your feet and the shepherd beside you. They accompany you not because you have earned them or achieved them, but simply because they are given, because they are part of what it means to be shepherded by this particular shepherd. As the path crests the hill, you see it in the near distance, a house aglow with warm light pouring from every window. Not an imposing mansion or a cold palace, but a home, the kind that speaks of safety, of belonging, of returning to where you are most fully known and loved. And I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. This is your destination, not just for tonight, but for all time. The journey leads not to a temporary shelter, but to a permanent belonging, not to a brief respite, but to an eternal home. As you and the shepherd approach, the great wooden door swings open of its own accord, releasing a flood of golden light and the sound of gentle music from within. Standing on the threshold, you can feel the warmth emanating from inside, can sense the welcome that awaits. The word dwell echoes in your mind. Not visit, not stay temporarily, but dwell. To live fully, to be at home, to belong without question or condition, and not just for a season, but forever. Now, as our story draws to its peaceful conclusion, I invite you to return in your mind to that lush green meadow where our journey began. Find again that perfect spot where the grass is softest, where you can lie back and gaze up at the vast canvas of stars now appearing in the darkening sky above. Let go of today. Whatever happened, whatever was said or unsaid, done or undone, release it now. It is finished, complete, and can be set aside. Let go of tomorrow. Whatever awaits you, whatever requires your attention or energy, it will still be there when morning comes. For now, it can wait outside this moment of perfect peace. Be here now, in this sanctuary of rest you've created. Feel the shepherd's peaceful presence nearby, watchful, caring, never slumbering. Let's breathe together slowly, intentionally. Inhale calm, exhale fear, inhale rest, exhale worry, inhale peace, exhale tension, inhale trust, exhale control. With each breath you sink deeper into restful surrender. Your body grows heavier, more relaxed. Your mind grows quieter, the thoughts slowing like leaves gently floating down to land on still water. The words of the psalm flow through you one final time, not as something outside yourself, but as truth taking root within you. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He makes me lie down in green pastures. He leads me beside still waters. He restores my soul. He leads me in paths of righteousness for his name's sake. Even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for you are with me. Your rod and your staff, they comfort me. You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies. You anoint my head with oil. My cup overflows. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. Loving shepherd, watch over this precious one as they rest tonight. Guard their dreams, calm their thoughts, and renew their strength through the gift of deep, restorative sleep. May they know your presence even in unconsciousness. May they feel your peace enveloping them through the watches of the night, and may they awaken refreshed, their soul restored by your unfailing care. Thank you for green pastures of rest, for still waters of peace, for paths of righteousness, for comfort in every valley, for tables of abundance, for overflowing cups, for goodness and mercy that never cease, and for the promise of a forever home in your presence. You are loved, you are safe, you are held. Good night. Hello, beautiful soul, and welcome to Sacred Rest. Before we begin this peaceful journey together, I'd love to connect with you for just a moment. I wonder, how has your day been? Was it filled with joy and laughter, or perhaps challenges that left you feeling weary? Whatever this day has brought you, know that you are exactly where you need to be right now. I'm curious too. What time is it where you are in the world? Are you settling into bed as evening shadows fall? Or perhaps it's the middle of the night and sleep has been elusive. Maybe you're listening from across the ocean, where dawn is beginning to break. Wherever you are, whether you're in a bustling city or quiet countryside, in a familiar bedroom or somewhere far from home, this moment is sacred, and you are welcome here. If this is your first time with us at Sacred Rest, I want to invite you to subscribe to our channel. We create these peaceful, faith-filled experiences regularly, designed to help you find rest, not just for your body, but for your soul. Hit that subscribe button and ring the notification bell so you never miss these moments of peace we share together. And to those of you who have been with us before, welcome back, dear friend. Your presence here creates a beautiful community of souls seeking rest in God's embrace. Now, wherever you are in this big, beautiful world, whatever time your clock shows, whatever your day has held, let's come together in this sacred space. Take a deep breath with me, and let's begin. Hello, and welcome. Wherever you are tonight, in a quiet room with soft blankets pulled up to your chin, sitting in a comfortable chair as the day's last light fades, or perhaps lying beneath unfamiliar stars in a place far from home, this time is for you. This is your time to breathe deeply, to let go, to find peace, to rest in God's loving presence. I want you to know that it's okay to release whatever you've been carrying today. Those conversations that didn't go as planned, the tasks left undone, the worries that seem to whisper just as you're trying to rest. You can set them all down now. God sees them. He knows. And he invites you to cast all your anxieties on him because he cares for you. Let's begin with some gentle breathing together. There's no pressure here, no perfect way to do this. Simply follow along as your body allows. Take a slow, deep breath in through your nose, and as you do, imagine you're breathing in God's peace. Feel it filling your lungs, your chest, spreading through your entire body. Now exhale slowly through your mouth, and as you release this breath, let go of any tension you've been holding. Let your shoulders drop. Let your jaw soften. Again, breathe in. This time, breathe in grace, God's unmerited favour, his loving kindness toward you. Feel it washing over every part of who you are. And breathe out. Exhale any fear that has been your companion today. Fear of tomorrow, fear of not being enough, fear of the unknown. Let it go on this breath. One more time, breathe in rest. Not just physical rest, but the deep soul-level rest that only comes from knowing you are held by the creator of the universe. And breathe out. Exhale any sense of striving or struggling. You don't have to earn God's love. You don't have to prove your worth. You can simply be here, beloved child of God, and that is enough. Feel your body beginning to settle. Notice how your muscles are starting to release the day's tension. Your heartbeat is slowing to a peaceful rhythm. Your mind is beginning to quiet. Tonight, we're going to journey together to a place of profound peace. We're going to rest beside still waters and walk through green pastures as we listen to and reflect on one of the most beloved passages in all of Scripture, Psalm 23. This ancient song of trust has brought comfort to countless souls for thousands of years, and tonight it will bring comfort to yours. King David wrote these words from his own experience as both a shepherd and one who was shepherded. He knew what it meant to care for vulnerable sheep, and he knew what it meant to need care himself. In these 6 short verses, he captures the essence of what it means to live under the tender watch of our Good Shepherd. So settle in now. Pull those blankets a little closer. Let your eyes close gently, like flowers folding their petals at sunset. We're about to spend time in one of the most peaceful places in all of Scripture. Let's begin by hearing these timeless words in their entirety, spoken slowly and with reverence. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He makes me lie down in green pastures. He leads me beside still waters. He restores my soul. He leads me in paths of righteousness for his name's sake. Though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for you are with me. Your rod and your staff, they comfort me. You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies. You anoint my head with oil. My cup overflows. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. Let these words settle into your heart like gentle rain on thirsty ground. Each phrase is a promise. Each image is an invitation to rest. Each line is a reminder that you are not alone in this world. The Lord is my shepherd. These opening words establish the most intimate relationship possible. Not the Lord is a shepherd to many, but the Lord is my shepherd. Personal, individual, specific to you. Imagine for a moment what this means. In David's time, shepherds lived with their flocks. They knew each sheep by name, recognized their individual bleating, understood their particular needs and personalities. They would lead them to fresh pasture, protect them from predators, search for them when they wandered, and carry them when they were weak. This is the image David uses to describe his relationship with God. And tonight, as you rest in this quiet place, it's the relationship God desires with you. You are known. Not just acknowledged or recognized, but truly known. God knows the thoughts you think when you first wake up in the morning. He knows the worry that visits you at 2 a.m. He knows your dreams, your fears, your secret hopes, and your deepest longings. And knowing all of this, he chooses to be your shepherd. I shall not want. In his presence, you lack nothing essential. This doesn't mean you'll never experience physical need or emotional longing, but it means that in your deepest places, in your soul's core needs for love, acceptance, purpose, and security, you are fully provided for. Think about this for a moment. What have you been wanting lately? What has felt missing or insufficient in your life? Whether it's relationships, resources, recognition, or rest, hear this gentle truth. In him, you lack nothing that you truly need. You are seen. You are provided for. You are enough because he is enough, and he is yours. Let this truth settle deeper as you breathe slowly. With each breath, receive this reality. I am shepherded. I am cared for. I lack nothing essential. He makes me lie down. Notice that the shepherd doesn't just suggest rest. He makes it happen. Sometimes, like sheep, We don't know when we need to rest. We keep grazing, keep moving, keep striving until we're utterly exhausted. But our Good Shepherd, in his wisdom and love, creates circumstances where rest becomes not just possible, but necessary. Perhaps that's what's happening right now. Perhaps the events of your day, the tiredness in your body, the quiet of this moment. Perhaps this is him making you lie down, not as punishment, but as provision. In green pastures. The Hebrew word here suggests not just any grass, but tender, young grass, the most nourishing kind. When God gives you rest, it's not empty or barren rest. It's restorative rest. It's the kind of rest that feeds your soul while it refreshes your body. Picture yourself now in such a place. Imagine lying on soft emerald grass that seems to cushion every part of your body perfectly. The ground beneath you is warm but not hot, soft but supportive. Above you, perhaps a gentle blue sky with white clouds drifting slowly across your view. The air is clean and fresh, carrying the scent of wildflowers and the sound of bees humming their peaceful work songs. This is where your shepherd has brought you tonight. Not to a place of mere survival, but to a place of abundance and beauty. Even your rest is a gift, carefully chosen and lovingly provided. Let your body sink deeper into this green pasture of rest. Feel yourself being supported not just by your bed or chair, but by the loving intention of the one who knows exactly what kind of rest you need tonight. He leads me beside still waters. Water is life. In the desert climate where David lived, water meant the difference between thriving and mere survival. But notice, he doesn't lead us to rushing rapids or tumultuous seas. He leads us beside still waters. Still waters reflect. When water is calm, you can see clearly to the bottom. You can see your own reflection. Still waters are safe waters. You can drink deeply without fear. The storms in your life, and we all have them, don't disappear when you follow the shepherd. But he leads you to places where you can find calm in the midst of chaos. He knows where the still waters are, even when everything around you feels turbulent. Can you hear them now, these still waters beside you? Perhaps they sound like gentle lapping against a smooth shore. Maybe like a quiet stream flowing over worn stones, or simply the profound silence of a deep, peaceful pool reflecting starlight. These are the waters of his presence. Here, beside these still waters, your racing heart finds its rhythm again. Your churning thoughts begin to settle. Your soul finds the clarity it's been seeking. He restores my soul. The Hebrew word for restore here means to bring back, to return, to refresh completely. It's the same word used for returning a lost sheep to the flock or bringing a wanderer back home. Your soul, that deepest part of who you are, can become depleted, fragmented, or lost in the demands and disappointments of life. But here, beside these still waters, with your good shepherd nearby, the scattered pieces of yourself are gathered back together. What parts of your soul need restoring tonight? Your joy, your hope, your sense of purpose, your ability to trust, whatever has been depleted or damaged, know that restoration is not just possible, it's promised. Breathe in this promise now. My soul is being restored. The broken places are being mended. What was lost is being found, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death. David doesn't pretend that following the shepherd means avoiding all dark places. He acknowledges that sometimes the path leads through valleys, low places, shadowy places, places where death seems to cast its shadow. You may be in such a valley right now, perhaps you're facing illness or loss. Maybe you're walking through the valley of broken relationships, financial hardship, or career uncertainty. Or perhaps you're in the valley of depression, anxiety, or grief that seems to have no clear end. But notice what David says. I walk through. Not I'm stuck in or I've made my home in, but I walk through. Valleys are not destinations, they're passages. And even the darkest valley has an exit. I will fear no evil. This isn't because there's no real danger or because we're protected from all harm. It's because fear doesn't have to be our master, even in frightening places. For you are with me. This is the reason, not because the valley isn't real, not because the shadows aren't dark, but because we're not alone. The shepherd who led us to green pastures and still waters doesn't abandon us in the valleys. He walks through them with us. Can you sense his presence now? Even if you're in a valley season? He's not waiting for you at the other end. He's right there with you in the darkest part. His presence transforms even the valley of the shadow of death into a place where peace is possible. Your rod and your staff, they comfort me. A shepherd's rod was used for protection, to drive away predators and dangers. His staff was used for guidance, to gently direct the sheep and to rescue them when they fell into dangerous places. Both God's protection and his guidance are sources of comfort. You're not only not alone, you're actively protected and lovingly guided. Even when you can't see the way forward clearly, he can. Even when you feel vulnerable, he's watching over you with the tools and authority needed to keep you safe. Let this reality sink deep. Even here, especially here, he is with me. I am protected. I am guided. I don't have to understand the path to trust the shepherd who knows it perfectly. You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies. This is one of the most remarkable images in the entire psalm. God doesn't just feed us when we're safe and comfortable. He prepares a feast for us even when we're facing opposition, criticism, or attack. Your enemies might not be people. They might be circumstances, illnesses, financial pressures, or internal struggles like anxiety or depression. But even in their presence, even while they're still there, God spreads a table of provision for you. Picture this. While difficulty surrounds you, while problems press in, while fear whispers its threats, God calmly and deliberately sets out a meal for you. Not hastily or fearfully, but with the confidence of a host who knows that no enemy can interrupt his provision for his beloved child. This table is spread with everything you need. Peace when anxiety threatens, strength when you feel weak, hope when despair tries to take over, love when you feel rejected, provision when resources seem scarce. You anoint my head with oil. In David's culture, anointing with oil was reserved for special occasions and honoured guests. It was a sign of celebration, of being chosen, of being blessed. It was also practical. The oil soothed and protected the skin. Right now, in this quiet moment, can you imagine the gentle touch of your shepherd anointing you? You're not just surviving, you're being honoured. You're not just enduring, you're being celebrated. You're not just tolerated, you're chosen and blessed. Feel that oil of blessing running down over your head, soothing every worry line, relaxing every tense muscle, carrying with it the assurance that you are precious in his sight. My cup overflows, not half full, not just enough, but overflowing. God's provision isn't measured and minimal, it's abundant and generous. His love isn't rationed, it's lavish. His grace isn't grudgingly given, it's poured out until it spills over the edges. What is your cup tonight? Is it the cup of peace, of strength, of hope, of healing? Whatever you need most, and imagine that cup being filled to the brim and then beyond, overflowing with God's generous provision. You're not just getting by, you're not just surviving, you're welcomed at his table and anointed as his honoured guest, and filled to overflowing with his goodness. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me. The word surely here is emphatic. It could be translated as certainly or without doubt. This isn't wishful thinking or hopeful speculation. This is confident declaration based on the character of God. But notice what follows you. Not just one good thing, but two. Goodness, God's active benevolence toward you, his desire and ability to bring blessing into your life, and mercy, his compassionate response to your weakness and failure, his refusal to give you what you deserve when you fall short. These two companions, goodness and mercy, are not chasing you to catch you in wrongdoing. They're following you like faithful dogs, like loyal friends, like guardian angels assigned specifically to your life. Everywhere you go, they go. Every day you live, they're present. Think about this. You're not being pursued by condemnation or shame or fear. You're being followed by goodness and mercy. They're right behind you now as you rest. They'll be with you when you wake up tomorrow. They'll accompany you through whatever next season awaits, all the days of my life. Not just the good days, not just the easy days, all the days, the Monday mornings when you don't want to get up, the Friday evenings when you're exhausted, the middle of the night bounds when worry tries to steal your peace, The ordinary Tuesday afternoons that feel mundane and endless. All of them. Goodness and mercy aren't fair-weather friends. They were committed to you for the long haul through every season, every age, every change that life brings, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. This is our final destination, but it's also our present reality. God's house isn't just a future promise, it's where you live right now, spiritually speaking. You're not a visitor hoping to be allowed in, you're not a servant working to earn your place. You're family dwelling in the house of the Lord. And this dwelling is forever. Not temporary housing, not a lease that might be terminated, not conditional residency that depends on your performance. Forever. As you drift towards sleep tonight, rest in this assurance. You are home. You belong. You're not just welcome for the night. You're family forever. Now let your imagination carry you to that peaceful place where the shepherd waits. It's early morning, just as the first light of dawn begins to paint the sky in soft pastels of pink and gold. You're awakening not to an alarm or to stress, but to the gentle warmth of sunlight on your face and the sweet sound of birds greeting the new day. You find yourself lying on the softest grass you've ever felt, in a meadow that stretches as far as you can see. The grass beneath you is emerald green, tender and fresh, still holding tiny drops of dew that catch the morning light like scattered diamonds. You stretch slowly, feeling completely rested, completely at peace. As you sit up slowly, you notice the beauty around you. Wildflowers dot the meadow, purple lupines, white daisies, golden poppies, creating a natural tapestry of colour and fragrance. In the distance, gentle hills roll like green velvet under the brightening sky. The air is perfect, warm but fresh, carrying the scent of flowers and the promise of a beautiful day. Then you hear it, a voice calling your name. Not shouting, not urgent, but gentle and familiar. It's the shepherd, and he's walking toward you with a smile that makes you feel more loved than you've ever felt in your life. Good morning, he says, and his voice is like everything beautiful you've ever heard, like your favourite song, like laughter, like the voice of everyone who's ever truly loved you, all blended into one perfect sound. Did you sleep well? You nod, realizing that you've never felt more rested, more whole, more at peace. Come, he says, extending his hand. Let's walk together. You stand easily, feeling lighter than you have in years, and place your hand in his. His hand is warm and strong, calloused from work but gentle in its touch. You feel completely safe, completely cared for. Together you begin to walk through the meadow. With each step you feel your feet sinking slightly into the soft earth, the grass cushioning your path. You're walking slowly, unhurried, with no destination to reach and no schedule to keep. This is time outside of time, a sacred space where peace is the only priority. As you walk, the shepherd points out details you might have missed. A butterfly landing on a flower, its wings catching the morning light. A family of rabbits peacefully grazing nearby, unafraid in this safe place. The way the morning mist is beginning to lift from the distant hills, revealing their full beauty. See how everything here rests when it needs to, he says, gesturing toward the rabbits, and how everything grows in its own time. He touches a flower bud that's not yet ready to bloom. There's no hurrying here, no forcing, just being and growing and resting as needed. You feel something tight in your chest begin to relax. The pressure you've been carrying to always be doing, always be achieving, always be moving. It begins to lift like that morning mist. You continue walking, and now you can hear the sound of water ahead. It's not the rushing sound of a waterfall or rapids, but the gentle, musical sound of a peaceful stream. As you crest a small hill, you see it, a beautiful stream winding through the landscape like a ribbon of liquid silver. The water is crystal clear, so clear you can see smooth stones on the bottom, worn smooth by years of gentle current. Fish swim lazily in the deeper pools, their movements creating tiny ripples that catch the light. Along the banks, willows dip their graceful branches into the water, and flowers grow right up to the water's edge. These are the still waters, the shepherd says softly. Here, you can see clearly. Here you can drink deeply without fear. He guides you to sit on a flat, sun-warmed stone beside the stream. You cup the water in your hands and drink, and it's the most refreshing water you've ever tasted. Cool, pure, and somehow more than just water. With each sip, you feel something inside you being restored, some depleted part of your soul being replenished. You sit there for a while, just listening to the gentle sounds of the water, feeling the warm sun on your back, watching the light dance on the stream's surface. The shepherd sits beside you in comfortable silence, his presence like a warm blanket around your shoulders. "What have you been carrying that you don't need to carry?" he asks gently, without looking at you, his voice blending with the sound of the water. You find yourself thinking about the worries you brought with you into this day, the stresses that seemed so important just hours ago. Here, beside these still waters, with this peaceful shepherd beside you, they seem smaller, less urgent, less able to steal your peace. "You can leave them here," he says. "Set them down by the water's edge. I'll take care of them." And somehow you can. One by one, you imagine setting down the burdens you've been carrying. That relationship you've been worried about, you set it down by the stream. That financial concern that's been keeping you awake, you place it gently on the bank. That health issue, that work situation, that family stress, all of it, placed beside these still waters where the shepherd promises to take care of it all. With each burden you release, you feel lighter, freer, more at peace. After a time, the shepherd stands and offers his hand again. "Shall we continue our walk?" You take his hand and rise, noticing how much easier it is to stand now that you're not carrying all that weight. You feel almost like you could float, so light and free do you feel. The path continues along the stream for a while, then turns toward a grove of trees in the distance. As you walk, you're aware that the light is beginning to change. It's not growing dark, and it's growing softer, more golden, like the light just before sunset that photographers call the golden hour. "Are you tired?" the shepherd asks, noticing your steps beginning to slow. You realise you are, but it's a good tired, a peaceful tired, the kind of tiredness that comes after a perfect day and promises perfect rest. The trees you've been walking toward turn out to be a beautiful grove of olive trees, their silver-green leaves rustling softly in a gentle breeze. Beneath the largest tree, someone has prepared a resting place, soft blankets and cushions arranged in circle, with a small table set with simple but perfect food, fresh bread, honey, fruits that look like they were just picked. "This is for you," the shepherd says. "Rest here, eat here. This is your place of peace." You settle onto the soft blankets, feeling held and supported. The shepherd sits nearby, not intruding, but clearly planning to stay close to keep watch while you rest. As you lie back on the cushions, looking up through the olive branches at the sky that's now painted in deep purples and golds, you feel a profound sense of safety, of being exactly where you belong. "Sleep now," the shepherd says softly. "I'll be right here. Nothing can harm you in this place. Rest, beloved child. Rest deeply and well." The last thing you're aware of is the gentle sound of the breeze in the olive leaves, the distant murmur of the still waters, and the overwhelming sense of being perfectly, completely, eternally safe and loved. "Lord, our good shepherd, thank you. Thank you for this time beside still waters. Thank you for this rest in green pastures. Thank you for walking with us through every valley and preparing tables of blessing even in difficult places. As we close our eyes tonight, may your voice be the last we hear, not the voice of worry or fear or regret, but your voice speaking love, speaking peace, speaking promises over our lives. May your rest be the first thing we feel, not the restlessness of anxiety or the weight of tomorrow's tasks, but your deep, soul-restoring rest that comes from knowing we are held in your hands. For those listening who are in valley seasons tonight, Lord, remind them that you are there in the shadows with them. They're not walking alone. They're not forgotten. You see them, you're with them, and you're leading them through to the other side. For those who are celebrating green pasture seasons, Lord, help them rest in gratitude, knowing that these times of blessing come from your loving hand, and help them receive them without guilt or fear of when they might end. For those who are simply tired tonight, Lord, give them sleep. Give them the gift of laying down their burdens and resting in your care. Let their bodies find restoration and their minds find peace. We pray for every person listening in every time zone around the world, whether it's late at night or early morning where they are, whether they're in familiar places or far from home. Surround them with your presence. Let them feel part of this global family of souls who are learning to rest in you. And now, receive these final blessings as you drift into sleep. You are not alone, even in the quietest moments, even in the darkest nights, even when you can't feel it or see it. God is near, closer than your next breath, more present than your own heartbeat. You're safe in his care. Whatever tomorrow brings, you don't have to face it alone. The same shepherd who led you beside still waters today will be with you in whatever comes next. You are loved beyond measure, not because of what you do or achieve or accomplish, but because of who you are, his beloved child, his treasured sheep, precious in his sight. You are provided for, in ways you can see and ways you can't, in this moment and in the future. Your needs are known and your provision is secured by the one who owns everything and loves you perfectly. You're being restored. Even as you sleep, his healing work continues. What was broken is being mended. What was depleted is being replenished. What was lost is being found. Now sleep, beloved child of God. Sleep in the green pastures of his peace. Rest beside the still waters of his presence. Let him restore your soul while you sleep. He watches over you, even in the quiet. He loves you, even in the silence. He holds you, even in your dreams. You are his sheep. He is your shepherd, and that will never change. Sleep well, dear one. Sleep in perfect peace. Hello, beloved friends. Before we begin tonight's journey into peaceful rest, I'd love to know where in the world you're joining from and what time it is in your corner of creation. The gentle voice of the shepherd reaches across all borders and time zones. If these stories bring you comfort and peace, please remember to subscribe to Sacred Rest for more scripture-inspired sleep journeys. Now, let us quiet our minds and open our hearts as we listen for the voice of the Good Shepherd. In the quiet of this moment, I invite you to find a comfortable position. Perhaps you're already settled in bed, your head resting on your pillow, or maybe you're preparing for rest after a long day. Wherever you are, however you've arrived at this moment, know that you are welcomed here with tenderness and care. Close your eyes if you haven't already. Feel the weight of your body surrendering to the support beneath you. Notice how your shoulders can soften, how your hands can rest without grasping, how your face can release any tension it's been holding. There's nothing you need to do right now except breathe and listen. Let's breathe together for a moment. Inhale slowly through your nose, feeling the cool air fill your lungs. Hold it gently for just a moment, and then exhale through your mouth, releasing anything that doesn't serve your peace. Inhale comfort. Exhale worry. Inhale divine peace. Exhale human striving. Inhale rest. Exhale burden. With each breath, you're creating space within yourself. Space for stillness, space for quiet, space for the gentle voice that calls you by name. I invite you now to begin visualizing a journey. As you continue breathing slowly and deeply, imagine yourself walking along a narrow country path. It's late afternoon, and the golden light of the setting sun bathes everything in a warm glow. The air is perfect, not too warm, not too cool, and carries the sweet scent of wildflowers and fresh grass. The path winds gently through rolling hills. With each step you feel more of your daily concerns falling away. The emails waiting for responses, the conversations that left you wondering, the tasks still uncompleted, all of these can wait outside this peaceful moment. As you walk, you notice the sound of birdsong in the distance, not the busy chattering songs of morning birds, but the gentle settled sounds of evening, soft calls that seem to whisper, all is well, rest is coming. The path begins to crest a small hill, and as you reach the top you see before you a wide meadow. The grass sways gently in a soft breeze, creating waves of movement like a green sea. Scattered throughout are wildflowers in gentle hues, pale yellows, soft whites, and tender purples. At the far edge of this meadow, you can just make out the stone walls of an ancient sheepfold, a place of gathering, a place of safety, a place of rest. This is where our journey is taking us tonight, to the sheepfold of the Good Shepherd. As you descend the hill toward the meadow, you feel a sense of being both completely free and completely held. The vast open sky above reminds you of boundless possibility, while the path beneath your feet assures you that you're being guided. With each step, your breathing continues to deepen. Your inhales become fuller, your exhales become longer. Your mind begins to quiet like waters settling after a storm. The path now leads you into the meadow itself. The grass reaches up past your ankles, brushing against you with feather-like touches. You can feel the earth beneath your feet, solid, supportive, ancient. As you walk, you begin to notice the sounds of sheep in the distance, not loud or disturbing, but the gentle bleating that speaks of contentment and security. They're calling to one another as they make their way toward the sheepfold for the night. And then you hear something else, a voice. Low and warm, it carries across the meadow with remarkable clarity. It's not calling to you, not yet, but to the sheep. And you notice how they respond, turning their heads, adjusting their path, moving with purpose toward the voice. This is the voice of the shepherd, calling his sheep to evening rest. Each one knows this voice intimately. Each one trusts this voice implicitly. Each one follows this voice instinctively. As you continue your walk through the meadow, drawn toward the sheepfold just as the sheep are drawn, you begin to feel a sense of recognition stirring within you. Something about this voice awakens a deep memory, not from yesterday or last year, but from the very foundation of your being. It's as if your soul remembers this voice from before time began. The path begins to widen as you near the sheepfold. The stone walls become clearer now, smooth, weathered stones carefully placed one upon another by hands that understood the importance of creating sanctuary. These walls have stood through countless seasons, through rain and wind and snow and sun, remaining steadfast in their purpose, to protect, to shelter, to create a space of safety. As you draw nearer, you see the entrance to the sheepfold, a simple opening in the wall. There is no gate of wood or metal, for in this place, in this story, the shepherd himself serves as the gate. Nothing enters that is not first approved by him. Nothing threatens that is not first faced by him. The voice continues to call, naming each sheep individually, knowing each one's unique needs, tendencies, and nature. And as the sun begins to sink lower in the sky, casting long golden shadows across the meadow, you find yourself at the entrance to the sheepfold, ready to cross the threshold into deeper rest. As you stand at the entrance to the sheepfold, you pause to take in its simple beauty. The circular stone walls rise about 4 feet high, tall enough to keep the sheep secure, yet low enough that the shepherd can see over them to watch for any approach of danger. The stones themselves seem to hold stories, their surfaces marked by time and weather, yet their arrangement remains sturdy and true. The ground inside the sheepfold has been softened by the passage of countless sheep over many years. What might once have been rocky earth has become a cushioned, almost velvety surface, perfect for rest. In some areas, particularly along the inside edge of the wall, tufts of soft grass have grown, creating natural pillows for weary heads. You notice that while the day remains warm, there is a coolness gathered in the shadows of the walls, a reminder that night approaches and with it the deeper rest that darkness brings. The air here carries a different quality. Sheltered from the breeze that moves across the open meadow, it feels somehow more concentrated, more present. As you step inside, crossing the threshold where the shepherd stands watch, you feel a subtle shift in your awareness. The sounds of the wider world seem to soften. The concerns that normally occupy your thoughts recede further. Here, within these ancient walls, existence becomes simpler. There is no need to navigate complex decisions or manage difficult relationships. There's only the present moment, the approaching night, and the protective presence of the shepherd. You find a place to sit against the wall where the last rays of sunlight still warm the stones. From here, you can watch as the sheep continue to arrive, each responding to its name when called, each receiving a gentle touch from the shepherd as it passes by him into the fold. This is how it has been done for thousands of years in the hill country. This ancient rhythm of call and response, of leaving the wide pastures for the secure fold, of trusting the one who leads and protects. Nothing about this scene would look unfamiliar to someone from centuries past. The relationship between shepherd and sheep transcends time, speaking to something essential about care and trust. In ancient times, you remember hearing, shepherds would often combine their flocks during the day, allowing the sheep to graze together in larger numbers. But when evening came, each shepherd would call only to his own sheep, using distinctive sounds or words that only his flock recognized. Remarkably, the sheep would separate themselves, following only the voice they knew, never confused by the calls of other shepherds. As you observe this evening gathering, you notice the care with which the shepherd examines each sheep as it enters. His hands move gently over wool and skin, checking for injuries or thorns that might have been gathered during the day's wandering. For one sheep, he removes a small burr caught in the thick wool. For another, he applies a soothing balm to a minor scrape. No need goes unnoticed, no discomfort goes untended. The sheep themselves seem to welcome this attention. Though some are clearly tired from the day's grazing, they pause willingly for the shepherd's examination. There is trust in their stillness, contentment in their patience. They know these hands, they know this voice, they know they are cared for individually, specifically, attentively. As the fold fills with more sheep, you notice the distinctive sounds they make. Not the loud bleating of alarm, but the soft, low sounds of recognition and settlement. They are talking to each other and to the shepherd in their own language of belonging. The air begins to cool more noticeably as the sun touches the horizon. Long shadows stretch across the sheepfold, and the stone walls now provide not just security, but shelter from the light evening breeze. The shepherd moves among the gathered sheep, his presence clearly bringing them comfort. Some draw closer to him as he passes, seeking the reassurance of proximity. You watch as he kneels beside one sheep that seems particularly restless. He speaks softly to it, words you cannot quite hear from where you sit, but you can see the effect. The sheep's breathing slows, its movement still. Its eyes close in what can only be described as surrender to care. This, you realize, is what true safety looks like. Not the absence of all threat, but the presence of one who is trustworthy enough to allow complete vulnerability. The sheep do not need to remain vigilant because the shepherd stays watchful. They do not need to worry about provision because the shepherd knows where the sweet water flows and the tender grass grows. They do not need to fear the darkness because the shepherd's sight penetrates what they cannot see. As twilight deepens into early evening, a profound quiet descends upon the sheepfold. The activities of the day, the walking, the grazing, the occasional startled running, have given way to stillness. Energy spent has prepared the way for deep restoration. The shepherd now sits at the entrance to the fold, his back against one of the stone walls, his staff across his lap. From this position, he can see both outward across the meadow and inward to the gathered flock. Nothing approaches without his knowledge. Nothing disturbs without his permission. In this ancient pattern, In this timeless scene, you feel your own breathing continuing to slow, your own thoughts continuing to quiet. The simple rightness of this place seeps into your awareness. The stone walls that have sheltered generations, the soft earth that welcomes rest, the attentive presence that makes vulnerability safe. As night begins to embrace the world outside the fold, you feel yourself drawn deeper into the peace of this sanctuary. The voice of the shepherd, which first called across the meadow, now speaks in the silence of complete trust. And though no words are spoken aloud, you understand with perfect clarity, you are known, you are seen, you are safe. As the night deepens around the sheepfold, the stars begin to appear overhead. First one, then another, then suddenly a multitude, transforming the darkness into a vast canvas of light. The shepherd remains at his post, a silhouette of watchful presence against the night sky. In this moment of perfect stillness, words from ancient scripture rise in your mind, words that have brought comfort to countless souls through the centuries. The 10th chapter of John's Gospel, where Jesus describes himself as the Good Shepherd, speaks with particular resonance in this place of safety and rest. Listen now as the words flow gently into your consciousness. Very truly I tell you, I am the gate for the sheep. All who have come before me are thieves and robbers, but the sheep have not listened to them. I am the gate. Whoever enters through me will be saved. They will come in and go out and find pasture. Pause and consider this image of the gate. In ancient sheepfolds like this one, the shepherd would often position himself in the opening of the wall, literally becoming the gate. Nothing could enter without passing by him first. No predator could threaten, no thief could steal, no sheep could wander away without encountering the shepherd's watchful presence. Imagine now what it means to have such protection. Not a cold barrier of wood or metal, but a living, attentive guardian who knows each one by name. This is not distant security, but intimate care. This is not impersonal safety, but relationship-based protection. The words continue to unfold. I am the Good Shepherd. The Good Shepherd lays down his life for the sheep. The hired hand is not the shepherd, and does not own the sheep. So when he sees the wolf coming, he abandons the sheep and runs away. Then the wolf attacks the flock and scatters it. The man runs away because he is a hired hand and cares nothing for the sheep. Reflect on the difference between hired protection and devoted care. The difference is not in skill or strength, but in relationship and commitment. The Good Shepherd's connection to the sheep is not a transaction but a bond. His protection flows not from duty but from love. As you gaze across the sheepfold, you can see this truth embodied in the shepherd's posture, alert but relaxed, vigilant but peaceful. His attention never wavers, yet it carries no tension. This is the watching that comes from love rather than obligation. The sacred text continues, I am the Good Shepherd. I know my sheep, and my sheep know me, just as the Father knows me, and I know the Father, and I lay down my life for the sheep. Imagine being known, fully known, and still loved without hesitation. Not the surface knowing of casual acquaintance, but the deep knowing that sees every fear, every hope, every quiet corner of your heart. The shepherd knows when you are afraid, when you are lonely, when you are in pain. He knows when you have wandered, when you have stumbled, when you have fallen, and still he calls your name with tenderness. This knowing is not one-directional. The sheep also know their shepherd. They recognize his voice among all others. They trust his guidance without question. They follow his leading with confidence because experience has taught them that he brings them to good places, to fresh water, to green pastures, to safe rest. As these words settle into your spirit, another passage emerges. My sheep listen to my voice. I know them, and they follow me. I give them eternal life, and they shall never perish. No one will snatch them out of my hand." There is a certainty in these words, a promise of security that transcends physical safety. The shepherd's care extends beyond the immediate dangers of wolves and thieves to the deeper threats of meaninglessness and separation. His protection covers not just the body but the soul. His provision satisfies not just physical hunger, but spiritual longing. As you reflect on these words, you notice the sheep in the fold have arranged themselves in a pattern that seems both random and intentional. Some cluster together for warmth, others maintain a small space of separation. Some lie with their heads toward the centre, others face the walls. Each has found the position that brings them comfort, yet all remain within the protective circle of the shepherd's care. Is this not a beautiful picture of community within security? Unity without uniformity? Each sheep is different, in size, in age, in temperament, yet all are equally valued, equally protected, equally known by name. The night has fully embraced the world now. The meadow beyond the sheepfold lies invisible in darkness, but here within the circle of stone walls there is no fear of what cannot be seen. The shepherd's presence transforms the night from a time of vulnerability to a season of rest. One more passage rises in your awareness. I have other sheep that are not of this sheep pen. I must bring them also. They too will listen to my voice, and there shall be one flock and one shepherd. These words speak of expansion, of inclusion, of a circle of care that continues to widen. The shepherd's heart is not limited to those already gathered, but extends to those still wandering, still searching, still unsure of where they belong. As you let these ancient words settle deeply into your consciousness, you notice that the rhythm of your breathing is synchronized with the gentle rise and fall of the sleeping sheep around you. There is a harmony here, a natural community formed not by effortful connection, but by shared trust in the one who watches over all. The shepherd's eyes meet yours across the sheepfold, and in that glance you understand you too are invited into this circle of care. You too are known by name. You too are welcome to rest under the watchflies of the one who never slumbers. As the night grows deeper, something remarkable happens. The scene around you begins to shift, not in a jarring way, but with the gentle transformation of a dream unfolding. The walls of the sheepfold seem to dissolve, and you find yourself no longer sitting against the stones, but standing in an open field just as dawn begins to break on the horizon. The sheep are rising from their rest, stretching and shaking the night stillness from their bodies. The shepherd moves among them, speaking softly to each one, calling names that sound like music in the morning air. He turns to you now, his eyes finding yours with a gaze that feels at once ancient and immediate. With a small gesture of his hand, he invites you to join him as he prepares to lead the flock to fresh pastures. You rise and move toward him, feeling neither rushed nor hesitant. There is a rightness to this moment, as if it has been waiting for you through all the days of your life. "Come," he says, his voice both gentler and more compelling than you imagined. "Walk with me a while." As the sheep begin to follow the shepherd out into the wider fields, you find yourself walking alongside him. Not ahead, not behind, but beside, close enough to hear his breathing, to notice the deliberate placement of his feet on the earth, to feel the subtle movements of the air as he lifts his staff to guide the way. The morning unfolds around you in a symphony of sensory experiences. The earth beneath your feet feels solid yet yielding, supporting each step without resistance. The cool morning air carries the mingled scents of grass, wild flowers, and the earthy wool of the sheep. Light increases gradually as the sun climbs higher, illuminating the landscape in stages, first outlining the hills in gold, then filling the valleys with amber light, finally bathing everything in the clear radiance of full morning. You notice that the shepherd does not hurry. His pace is steady but unhurried, considerate of the youngest lambs and the oldest ewes. There is no sense of urgency, no anxiety about reaching a destination by a certain time. The journey itself holds as much importance as the arrival. The sheep need movement, the shepherd explains, seeming to read your thoughts, but they also need to feel secure in that movement. Too fast and they become anxious. Too slow and they begin to wander. The right pace creates both progress and peace. As you walk, you begin to notice how the sheep respond to the shepherd's voice. When he calls to one that has strayed too near a thorny thicket, it immediately adjusts its path. When he makes a particular clicking sound, the entire flock knows to pause and wait. When he sings a low melodic note, they gather more tightly together. They know my voice, he says simply, not just its sound, but its meaning. The path begins to ascend a gentle hill. As you climb, you notice how the shepherd positions himself, sometimes ahead to lead the way, sometimes behind to encourage those who lag, sometimes at the side to prevent wandering toward unseen dangers. The greatest deception, he comments, is the belief that freedom means absence of guidance. True freedom comes from trusting the one who sees what you cannot see. From the top of the hill, you can see the landscape spread out in all directions. To the east, where you've come from, the sheepfold stands solid and familiar. To the west, your direction of travel, a wide valley opens up, green with the new grass and dotted with the blue of morning flowers. To the north and south, other hills rise, creating a natural corridor for your journey. The shepherd pauses here, allowing the sheep to rest for a moment and take in the wider view. He stands slightly apart, his eyes scanning the horizon with attentive care. You understand that he is looking for signs of danger, assessing weather patterns, planning the safest route forward. Every step we take has been imagined before we take it, he says, again responding to your unspoken thoughts. I walk these paths in my mind before I walk them with my feet. That is how I can lead with confidence even into new territories. As the journey resumes, you begin to notice the distinct personalities of the sheep around you. Some walk with the confidence of experience, staying close to the shepherd out of choice rather than fear. Others move with the uncertainty of youth, sometimes darting ahead, sometimes falling behind, requiring more of the shepherd's attention. One sheep in particular catches your notice and slightly smaller than the others, with a slight limp that suggests an old injury. This one stays especially close to the shepherd, often walking directly beside him on the opposite side from where you walk. This one knows her need, the shepherd says, his voice warm with affection. She learned through difficulty what some never learn through ease, that proximity to me is better than independence from me. The sun is higher now, warming the air and bringing out the sweet scent of the crushed grass beneath your feet. The path descends into the valley, where a small stream cuts through the field, creating a natural stopping place. The sheep move eagerly toward the water, their thirst evident in their quickened pace. The shepherd guides them to the calmest part of the stream, where the water flows gently and the banks slope gradually. Here the sheep can drink without danger, refreshing themselves in the clear water. You kneel beside the stream yourself, cupping your hands to bring the cool water to your lips. It tastes sweeter than any water you've known before, clean and life-giving. Rest here a while, the shepherd says, settling himself on a smooth rock nearby. The journey continues, but never without restoration along the way. As you sit by the stream, watching the sheep drink and then begin to graze on the lush grass that grows along the banks, you feel a profound sense of being exactly where you are meant to be. There is no striving in this moment, no anxiety about what comes next, no regret about what came before. There is only the present reality of being on the path with the shepherd, moving at his pace, resting at his direction, continuing under his care. The soft sound of the stream, the gentle movements of the grazing sheep, the watchful presence of the shepherd. all combine to create a sense of security so deep that you feel your entire being relaxing into it. This is what it means to be truly led, truly guided, truly known. As the sun reaches its zenith, bathing the valley in golden light, you close your eyes for a moment, allowing the warmth to wash over you. In this perfect stillness, you hear the shepherd's voice once more, not speaking to the sheep now, but to you. The path continues beyond what you can see, but do not be anxious about what lies ahead. I have walked it already. I know every turn, every hill, every valley, and I will never lead you anywhere that I have not prepared for you. As the afternoon light begins to soften, casting longer shadows across the valley, you open your eyes to find the shepherd standing before you, his hand extended in invitation. "Come," he says simply. "There is something I want to show you before the day ends." You rise and follow him, noticing that the sheep have settled into a gentle rhythm of grazing. They seem content to remain in this lush valley for now, secure in the knowledge that the shepherd remains near. He leads you to a small rise overlooking the stream, where a single tree offers dappled shade. Its branches spread wide, creating a natural canopy that filters the sunlight into patterns of gold and shadow on the ground below. "Sit with me here," he says, settling himself against the trunk of the tree. As you join him in the shade, you realize you can see the entire flock from this vantage point. Every sheep is visible, from the confident leaders to the hesitant followers, from the strong to the vulnerable. The shepherd's gaze moves over them with attentive care, missing nothing. "Do you see how they graze without fear?" he asks. "They do not worry about predators or storms or scarcity. They have learned through experience that I provide what they need. I protect them from what would harm them. I guide them to places of abundance." You watch as the sheep move slowly through the grass, tapping to eat, occasionally looking up to confirm the shepherd's presence, then returning to their grazing with peaceful assurance. "This is the gift I offer," the shepherd continues, "not the absence of all danger, but the presence of constant care, not the elimination of all difficulty, but the assurance of never facing it alone. Particularly small lamb catches your attention. It must be one of the newest born to the flock. It stays close to its mother, occasionally frolicking in short bursts of energy before returning to her side. Its wool is especially white, almost luminous in the afternoon light. The youngest ones, the shepherd observes, following your gaze, sometimes need to be carried. When the path grows steep or the day grows long, I lift them into my arms and bear their weight. They learn trust through being held. You consider this, the image of the strong shepherd carrying the vulnerable lamb, not with impatience at its weakness, but with tenderness for its need. "Do you know," he asks, turning to look directly at you, "that I would leave the 99 to find the one? If a single sheep wanders away, becomes lost, falls into danger, I go after it, not because it is more valuable than the others, but because each one is irreplaceable to me. Each one is known by name. Each one matters uniquely." The depth of commitment in his voice moves you deeply. This is not the impersonal care of a distant guardian, but the passionate attention of one who loves specifically, individually, completely. The Good Shepherd, he continues, lays down his life for the sheep, not because the sheep have earned such sacrifice, but because the shepherd's love makes them worth any cost. As he speaks these words, the light shifts, taking on the golden quality of late afternoon. The air grows still, as if the world itself is listening to this truth. "Many voices will call to you," the shepherd says softly. "Some offering easier paths, some promising quicker rewards, some threatening what will happen if you don't follow them. But remember, my sheep know my voice. They recognize it among all others because they have spent time listening, because they have experienced its reliability, because they have found that following it always leads to life." He reaches out and places his hand on your shoulder. the weight of it both grounding and reassuring. "You are not alone in the fields of this world," he says. "Even when you cannot see me, I am watching. Even when you cannot hear me clearly, I am speaking. Even when you wander, I am seeking. This is the promise I make to each one who belongs to me. You will never be forgotten, never be abandoned, never be left without guidance." The sun is beginning its descent toward the horizon now, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold. Soon it will be time to lead the sheep back to the safety of the fold for the night. "Trust and rest," the shepherd says, his voice a gentle command. "These are the twins of peace. Trust that I know the way forward. Rest in the knowledge that you are watched over." Together they create a quiet heart even in the midst of a noisy world. As these words settle into your spirit, you notice that your breathing has slowed to match the shepherd's. Deep, unhurried breaths that seem to draw peace directly from the air around you. Your body feels heavy with relaxation, as if every muscle has decided at once to release its tension. "The voice of love is always near," the shepherd murmurs, his words becoming almost musical in their rhythm. "Calling you by name, inviting you to follow, promising presence through every valley and on every mountain top." The sheep are beginning to gather more closely now, sensing the approaching evening. Their movements become slower, their grazing more intermittent. They are preparing for the journey back to the fold. Step by step, you are led to peace, the shepherd continues, his voice growing softer, not in great leaps or sudden flights, but in the patient unfolding of a path walked in trust. Each day has its portion of guidance, each moment carries its own light. He rises now, stretching his arms wide as if to embrace the entire flock at once. The setting sun behind him creates a halo effect, illuminating his outline with golden light. "It is time to return to the fold," he says, extending his hand to help you rise. "The day's journey concludes, but the care never ends. Through the night I watch, through the darkness I guard. When morning comes again, we continue the path together." As you stand, you feel a profound sense of renewal, as if the simple act of walking with the shepherd, listening to his voice, observing his care for the sheep has restored something essential within you. The worries that had weighed on your mind seem distant now, replaced by a calm certainty that you are known, you are valued, you are guided. The shepherd lifts his voice in a distinctive call that immediately draws the attention of every sheep. They respond with remarkable unity, moving toward him from all directions, gathering into a more cohesive group for the journey home. "This is how it has always been," he explains as you begin to walk beside him, the flock following behind. The sheep scattered in feeding, gathered in travelling, diverse in their individual needs, united in their common trust, each one unique, yet part of a greater whole. The path back to the sheepfold seems somehow shorter than the journey out, as if the familiarity of returning home compresses distance itself. The evening light casts long shadows ahead of you, leading the way toward rest. "You're safe," the shepherd says, his voice now barely above a whisper. "You're loved. You're guided." These words repeat like a gentle refrain as you walk, matching the rhythm of your steps, synchronizing with your heartbeat. They are not just sounds but promises, not just comfort but truth. They sink deeply into your consciousness, creating a foundation of peace that feels both new and somehow always known. As the sheepfold comes into view, its stone walls glowing with the last light of day, you feel a sense of completion. Not the end of a glory, but the closing of a circle that will open again with the dawn. The shepherd leads the flock through the entrance, counting each one, greeting each by name, ensuring that all who went out have returned safely. When the last sheep has entered the fold, the shepherd takes his place at the gateway, his staff across his knees, his gaze moving between the gathered flock and the darkening landscape beyond. He is the living gate, the constant guardian, the embodiment of care that does not slumber or sleep. Rest now, he says to you, his eyes holding yours with gentle intensity. The shepherd knows your name. The shepherd calls you to rest. The voice of love is always near. As night embraces the world once more, as stars begin to appear in the darkening sky, you feel yourself surrounded by perfect peace, held in the care of the one who calls you by name, who leads you beside still waters, who restores your soul. In this sanctuary of trust, sleep comes not as escape but as gift, not as absence but as presence in the watchful love of the Good Shepherd. Thank you for joining me on this peaceful journey with the Good Shepherd. If these words have brought you comfort tonight, please consider subscribing to Sacred Rest for more scripture-inspired sleep stories. And I'd love to know where in the world you're listening from and what time it is there. May you rest deeply in the knowledge that you are watched over with perfect care through this night and always.